Scientific cultivation of immortality, beginning with a wish. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76, Physical Breakthrough, Thunder Sound Remnant. Gudong. The pill slid into his stomach. Boom. A fierce and hot force suddenly erupted in Chen Mo's body. Power, great power. Chen Mo felt as if there was an endless amount of power in his body, impacting his body and causing it to tremble constantly. Earthly evil technique body refining. Chen Mo clenched his teeth tightly, endured the vibration of his body, and tried his best to calm the surging power in his body, tempering his body again and again along the route of the earthly evil technique. Along with the complicated and mysterious golden energy roots, the Yongquan Shenzeng acupoint on the sole of Chen Mo's foot lit up. When the golden energy in the body flows to the inner side of the knee and thigh, and the Zuhei acupoint 2 inches above the inner side of the patella, bang! The second largest Shenzeng in Chen Mo's body was opened. The Zuhei acupoint is open. The human body is like a universe. There are countless mysterious powers hidden in the universe. As long as you find the right way, you can connect with the universe and tap its power. The Zuhei acupoint is also a Shenzeng acupoint for nourishing blood and liver. Blood is the source of power, and the liver is the organ that produces and stores blood. As soon as the Zuhei acupoint was opened, Chen Mo suddenly felt as if he had found the source of the power in his body. A surge of new power poured into his body, and began to further temper his body and improve his physical strength. But this is not over yet. Not long after, 2 more divine treasures were opened in his body. Bang, bang! The divine treasure of Leek acupoint is opened. The divine treasure of Shianshu acupoint is opened. With the previous 2 breakthroughs, Chen Mo seemed to have found the trick to practice the Dishiju. Originally, the practice of Dishiju required finding and sensing the divine treasure in the body first, and then accumulating the power to light up and open the divine treasure. But with the experience of opening the Yongquan acupoint and the Zuhei acupoint, Chen Mo felt that every acupoint in the human body was actually a door to the divine treasure. As long as the power is there, the door to the divine treasure will be opened and the divine treasure will be completely opened. Leek acupoint nourishes the lungs and kidneys, dispels wind and cold. Shianshu acupoint promotes gastrointestinal motility and improves digestion. With the opening of these 2 divine treasures, in addition to his body experiencing the baptism of divine treasure power again, Chen Mo also felt that his lungs and stomach seemed to have joined a mysterious force to promote the transformation of his internal organs. When breathing, there seemed to be wind and thunder, the lungs were like 9 refined wind and thunder, and the breath was long and distant. His stomach was like a furnace of heaven and earth when the blood moved. No matter what kind of food, as long as it entered Chen Mo's stomach, he could quickly digest and absorb it. He now had an illusion that he could eat 9 cows a day, not to mention eating 1 cow a day. This is the benefit of opening the divine treasure. The transformation is not over yet. The Blood Sea divine treasure, the Leek divine treasure, and the Shianshu divine treasure. The opening of the 3 divine treasures at once, the surging power surged from the depths of the divine treasures to help Chen Mo improve his body. After a long time, bang, 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 the sound of 3 bottlenecks breaking through sounded in succession. Ha, ha. Chen Mo exhaled and spoke, and punched out. Bang. A golden physical energy was swung out, and the room was instantly blasted with a sound of air explosion. Breakthrough. The middle stage of the first stage of physical training. At this time, Chen Mo is confident that he can withstand the late stage of key training with the strength of the physical body alone. After the breakthrough, Chen Mo looked at the time. It's time to go to Lian Temple. Chen Mo simply packed up and went out quietly. 500 miles north of the Mars Sky University is the ruins of Lian Temple. The dragon bone relic left by the ancient Buddha of Blue Star, Li Ziyun. Chen Mo muttered in a low voice, and after leaving the school gate, he quickly drove the magic sword towards the northern sky. After passing countless mountains and misty peaks, Chen Mo finally found a dilapidated ruined ancient temple. Lian Temple is located on a beautiful mountainside. There are large areas of building ruins and dilapidated and fallen statues in the temple. The Buddha with a broken arm, the golden body of the Buddha statue that has lost its luster, and the temple building that has collapsed into ruins. Shua Shua. Chen Mo walked on the ruins step by step, making Shua Shua footsteps. In comparison, The remains of Lian Temple are more intact than those of the Barrett Sword Valley. At least through these architectural ruins, we can still see the grandeur and prosperity of the ancient temple in the past. Where is the broken plaque? Chen Mo's eyes searched in the ruins again and again. The ruins at the moment have obviously been visited by countless people, and I am afraid that even a piece of useful cloth cannot be found. Chen Mo did not hold any other hopes. He just wanted to find the plaque quickly. Generally, the main hall of a temple is the Great Hall, which is also in the core position of the temple. Otherwise, go to the center first. I don't know if there is a Great Hall in ancient temples. With doubts in his heart, Chen Mo first came to the middle of the ruins and began to look. In addition to the broken walls, there were some broken Buddha statues and rotten wood, but there was no plaque as Chen Mo imagined. Then Chen Mo started to search around the ruins. After more than 20 minutes, he finally saw a piece of rotten wood buried in the ruins not far from the original gate of the temple. Chen Mo walked forward, stretched out his hand and swept the ruins on it. Suddenly, a relatively complete half of the plaque appeared in front of him. The words Lei Yin were engraved on the rotten wood. The other half of the plaque had disappeared. If nothing unexpected happened, the word temple should be on the back of the plaque. Chen Mo walked forward and carefully picked up the plaque, and couldn't help sighing. There is really nothing that can withstand the erosion of the long river of time. No matter how prosperous the believers and incense are in the past, it will only become a ruin in the end. Looking at the trace of gold paint left on the edge of the word Lei Yin, Chen Mo shook his head. I don't know if this Lei Yin is the dragon subduing Arhat in the legend of Blue Star. Chen Mo carefully put away the broken plaque, and then checked the surroundings again. After finding nothing else, he turned around and went to the ruins in the back mountain. There is no need to delay when the opportunity comes. Not long after, Chen Mo came to the back mountain of Lian Temple 30 miles away, and indeed found an ancient Bodhi tree that was 100 meters high and symbolized tranquility and wisdom. Bodhi tree, the sacred tree of Buddhism. Chen Mo walked quietly to the bottom of the ancient tree with a hint of curiosity. His eyes were fixed on the thorns and weeds on the ground of the ancient tree. The dragon prison stone pagoda is underground. Just as Chen Mo wanted to activate the spiritual power in his body to clear the thorns on the ground, he suddenly found that the spiritual power in his body seemed to be sealed and there was no reaction at all. A spirit forbidden. So that's it, there is a spirit forbidden formation under this Bodhi tree. No wonder he was reminded that he needed to break through the middle stage of the first level of body refining before he could come to obtain the dragon bone relic. Seeing that the spiritual power in his body was restricted, Chen Mo began to dig directly with his physical brute force. The ground underground was extremely hard. Swish swish swish. There was no other way. Chen Mo had to directly insert a magic sword into the ground, quickly cut off pieces of soil, and move it aside. In the wild mountains, under the ancient Bodhi tree, without the help of spiritual power, Chen Mo felt like he was robbing a tomb. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Just when Chen Mo dug a pit 5 meters wide and 6 meters deep. Finally, the top of a stone tower was revealed. The author has no drafts saved, all are coded now. I will update 2 chapters in the morning and post them in the afternoon. Thank you all for your subscription and monthly ticket support, thank you. Chapter 77, the Demon Refining Chapter of the Demon Sealing Scripture of the Heavens. 2024-07-01 Chapter 77 The Scripture of Sealing Demons in the Heavens. Refining Demons, please subscribe to the First Order, the Prisoner Dragon Stone Tower. Seeing the top of the tower, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. After digging for so long, it finally appeared, and Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. The soil around this stone tower, whether it was because of the stone tower or something else, was particularly hard. If it were in other places, with Chen Mo's physical training strength, he could just step on it lightly and the mountain would collapse. But here, Chen Mo could only dig like a mortal, sword by sword. However, as the traces of the stone tower appeared, Chen Mo dug more vigorously. Gradually, as Chen Mo dug the surrounding soil, a huge stone tower completely emerged from the pit. The stone tower has a simple appearance and is octagonal. The top of the tower is like a sky furnace cover covering the tower body. From the top of the tower to the base of the tower body, there is a kind of complex Sanskrit engraved on it, and Chen Mo recognizes every word of the Sanskrit. Next to the stone tower, there is a granite pile as thick as an adult inserted deep into the ground. The pile is engraved with mysterious Sanskrit symbols. A bucket-thick sacred iron chain is wrapped around the pile, and the other end of the chain is embedded in the bottom of the stone tower. Looking at the stone tower that reveals the breath of time, Chen Mo's eyes flashed with excitement. He took a few steps forward and bent down to grab the sacred iron chain, but at the moment he held the iron chain, his arm sank suddenly. It's so heavy. The dragon bone relic is hidden in this stone tower. But there is no door in the tower. How can I get in? Can I only open the top of the tower? Chen Mo checked around the stone tower and found that it seemed that the only flaw was to push the top of the tower open and explore. So, Chen Mo did not hesitate. He used his feet on the stone tower to gain strength and made several consecutive jumps. His body easily stood on the top of the stone tower. Just when he was about to use brute force to push the top of the tower open, his eyes fell on the Sanskrit on the surface of the stone tower, and suddenly he had an idea. Dragon Prison Tower, Dragon Bone Relics. Since this tower is called the Dragon Prison Tower, maybe the dragon bone relics inside are really refined from a dragon. Then the Sanskrit on this stone tower must be extraordinary. Either give it a try, there is no loss anyway, otherwise when he breaks the stone tower, the Sanskrit may be destroyed. Make a wish. I want to know how to crack the Sanskrit secrets on the Dragon Prison Tower. This world's information is being analyzed, and the wish is being analyzed. Way 1. Memorize the Sanskrit on the stone tower. Go to Xiaoling Mountain in the Blood Netherworld to find a Mahayana Buddhist monk, and you can decipher the scripture of sealing demons in the heavens. The chapter of refining demons. Way 2. Memorize the Sanskrit on the stone tower, and go to the Zumi domain of the Blood Netherworld to collect the Sanskrit secret records. Upload them to the Hongming Array spirit computer in the center of the blue star for deduction, and you can decipher the scripture of sealing demons in the heavens. The chapter of refining demons. Way 3. Memorize the Sanskrit on the stone tower, go to the Ksitigarbha realm to find Lizoun, and ask him for advice on the Sanskrit, and you can decipher the scripture of sealing demons in the heavens. The chapter of refining demons. Fuck. As Chen Mo digested these text messages, he was more and more shocked. I really found a treasure. Today, he almost did something like buying a box and returning the pearl. Isn't this the scripture of sealing demons in the heavens? Refining demons more valuable than a dragon bone relic? Fortunately, he tried it with the idea of trying. It seems that he must pay more attention when collecting opportunities in the future. This golden finger wish is probably to give directly to things that can help him improve immediately as the first choice of opportunity. For things like this that require other ways to crack, it will not directly prompt him if it is not triggered. Then, Chen Mo's mind returned to the scripture of sealing demons in the heavens. Refining demons. Although the dragon bone relic can immediately improve his physical strength, the Sanskrit name of the refining demons is a great Buddhist method. Chen Mo likes it more. Sealing demons in the heavens, refining demons. This is too arrogant, and it seems to be the case. An ordinary stone pagoda, engraved with a magic refining Sanskrit forbidden spirit formation by a Buddhist monk, can actually refine the secret treasure dragon bone relic. It is really incredible. Chen Mo suddenly felt a strong desire for the Sanskrit text. He planned to contact Zhou Yan and others in Blue Star as soon as he got out, and ask them to help him collect some ancient Sanskrit texts and hand them over to the formation spirit computer to decipher. The second way is to go to Zumi domain to collect Sanskrit secret records. It must be that Blue Star has not obtained enough information about ancient Buddhist civilization and cannot deduce it. The Xiaoling Mountain and Mahayana Buddhism mentioned in the first way reminded him of the legend of ancient Buddhism. I wonder what this Xiaoling Mountain is related to Lingshan. What made Chen Mo pay more attention was that this time when he made a wish, he discovered a new world, the Ksitigarbha realm. In the past, there was Changguangjai Anzan who was trapped in the forbidden land of the Annihilation Immortal Dynasty in the Blood Netherworld, and now there is the great man Li Ziwen in the Ksitigarbha realm. This world is really getting more and more interesting. A trace of interest appeared in Chen Mo's deep eyes. Don't worry, take your time. Study development. One day he will be able to walk in front of these ancient powers, unravel the historical veil of this world, and become an immortal. Putting away the ripples in his heart, Chen Mo began to carefully memorize all the Sanskrit on the stone tower. Fortunately, he has now entered the stage of cultivating immortals, and both his memory and spiritual thoughts are much stronger. It took about half an hour, and Chen Mo finally imprinted all the Sanskrit in his mind. Then he climbed to the top of the stone tower again, bent down, and grabbed the edge of the stone tower with both hands. Rise. Boom. The top of the stone tower made a rumbling sound, but it only moved a little bit. It's so heavy. Chen Mo used all his strength and only moved the top of the stone tower a little bit. You know, he has now opened up the 3 major divine powers of Yongquan, Zhuhei, and Xianxu, and has the strength of the first-level mid-stage body refining. Rise. Still a little short. Damn. Chen Mo was sweating profusely, looking at the stone tower a little dejectedly. Could it be that after so many years, the seal of the stone tower has not completely dissipated? After resting for a while, Chen Mo suddenly slapped his head. He was so stupid that he actually forgot the magical power of fighting monsters. Since the golden finger path prompted him to come, he must have taken all his strength into account. Chen Mo stood up suddenly. He suddenly imagined a great wizard standing tall in his mind. Fight monsters, fight monsters. Fight. 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 With a magical power activated, Chen Mo seemed to have turned into a great wizard in the wilderness to face a group of giant monsters. A bloody battle broke out with fists hitting flesh and blood being torn apart. There seemed to be endless shouts of fighting in Chen Mo's ears. Boom. At this moment, the blood in his body boiled, and he seemed to have turned into a great wizard. The golden energy contained in his body completely exploded exponentially. Chen Mo stood on the edge of the tower with his feet, and a strong fighting spirit emerged from the depths of his eyes. He raised his hands high, clenched them into fists, and the veins on his arms bulged like dragons. Open. Boom. As his fists gave off a strong golden energy, they suddenly smashed down. Suddenly, the tower cover on the stone tower finally couldn't bear his power explosion, and was smashed by his fists and fell to the ground with a loud rumbling sound. Huh? At this time, the scene inside the stone tower instantly came into Chen Mo's eyes. Is this? Thank you all readers for your subscription support. Thank you Lin Qing for your reward again. Thank you Shenpa Banzan, Jun 23U, Book Friend 201705171721511377, Book Friend 202210221300028899 for your monthly ticket support, and many big guys who voted for recommendations. Exclamation mark. I finished writing a chapter in the afternoon, and I will post it first. There will be more in the evening. Thank you again for your subscription support. It's not easy for a newcomer to write. I beg the big guys to support me more. As long as the average subscription exceeds 500, the little author will quit this bird job, fire the boss, and go home to work hard every day. Exclamation mark. Chapter 78, Dragon Bone Relics, Reopening the Divine Treasure. What caught Chen Mo's eyes was a huge snake body about 6 or 7 feet long. Chen Mo had seen a picture and text description of the snake in the 6 Arts of Immortal Deo class, and it was almost the same as the snake that was coiled at the bottom of the stone tower before. The 6 Arts record that the snake is a poisonous snake that lives in the cold and poisonous swamp. It turns into poisonous dragon after 500 years, and the dragon turns into poisonous dragon after 1,000 years. Its skin can be used to refine magic tools and armor, its teeth can be used to refine magic weapons, and its poison sac is the favorite of poison cultivators. Its meat is extremely delicious and is the best spiritual meat, but if it is not cooked properly, it will backfire. This is the record of the snake in Chen Mo's mind. But the snake in front of him is much larger than the snake he saw in the record. Strictly speaking, this snake is only one step away from turning into a dragon. Because it has grown horns and dragon whiskers on its body, the only thing missing is the dragon claws that have shed from the soles of its feet. Chen Mo looked curiously at the snake dragon lying at the bottom of the stone tower. It glared with its 2 eyes as big as copper bells, and looked at the stone tower that trapped it with hatred. This was the first time he saw a snake dragon in reality. This dragon can be regarded as an ancient creature. However, there was no light in its eyes at this time. It was obvious that it had been dead for a long time. After observing for a while, Chen Mo jumped down. Bang! Chen Mo's feet landed at the bottom of the stone tower, shaking out a dull echo. After landing, just as Chen Mo stepped forward and reached out to touch the body of the snake dragon to check it, suddenly, the whole body of the snake dragon instantly turned into a pile of flying ashes and scattered on the ground. The dragon corpse that was still lifelike just now became a pile of ashes like a dream bubble. A pale golden relic the size of a walnut appeared in the ashes at the position of the dragon's belly just now. Chen Mo smiled helplessly. He had expected this in his heart. A snake dragon that had been sealed in the Forbidden Spirit Land for who knows how many years could not be preserved until now. The reason why Chen Mo could still see it was probably because the stone pagoda was sealed. Now that the stone pagoda was opened by him, he reached out and touched it and it naturally melted with the wind. Fortunately, Chen Mo knew that this dragon bone relic was indeed from a snake dragon. Seeing the dragon bone relic, he still had some ups and downs. Chen Mo excitedly picked up the dragon bone relic and put it in front of his eyes for observation. The relic was the size of a walnut, the texture was like a diamond, and there was a golden glow. I don't know how a sealed snake dragon could refine a relic. However, this question only flashed through Chen Mo's mind, and he didn't take it too seriously. What he cared about was how much strength this dragon bone relic could improve him. He did it right away. Chen Mo quickly looked around the stone pagoda. There was no environment more suitable for him to break through the body than the Forbidden Spirit Land. Gudong. The dragon bone relic was wiped on Chen Mo's clothes a few times and swallowed directly into his mouth. Chen Mo controlled the muscles in his throat and swallowed hard, and the relic slid into his stomach. Refine. Chen Mo's mind moved. The essence of the relic is actually a crystallization of energy essence. When the dragon bone relic entered Chen Mo's stomach, it gradually began to be absorbed and refined by the body, and strands of high-level energy began to slowly release. When this energy was absorbed, Chen Mo suddenly felt that his body seemed to have begun to transform from a settle point. He felt that this energy was much higher than the power of the Spirit Stone and the power of the Power Pill he had absorbed before. From the perspective of effect, it is a bit similar to the half-catenate gourd vine obtained in the Washingard realm, both of which directly acted on his physical body changes, but the essence of the energy was much lower than that of the innate gourd vine. However, this relic energy at this time was a timely rain for Chen Mo. After practicing the earth evil art, no amount of energy was enough for him. There are so many divine treasures in the human body waiting for him to open up. How can this little energy be enough? Continue, speed up the refining. After Chen Mo carefully compared it in his mind, he mobilized the energy characteristics of the Xianshu divine treasure and began to speed up the refining. Gulp. For a moment, Chen Mo's stomach and intestines were like a furnace with spiritual fire, running fast. Dragons have been called sacred beasts since ancient times. Dragons walk in the sky, turning the clouds and rain. The real dragon represents the ultimate power, the supreme, the ultimate. There used to be an ancient cultivation sect that measured the power of the great supernatural power by dragons. The power of the real dragon, the power of the heavenly dragon. As long as it is related to the dragon, its status is generally not simple. Even if it is a viper dragon. At this moment, under the operation of the power of the Xianshu Shenzang, the dragon bone relic in Chen Mo's body began to melt gradually. It turned into a stream of magnificent light golden energy, which moistened every cell in Chen Mo's body for comprehensive improvement. And this energy melted faster and faster, so fast that Chen Mo's body could not absorb it. Seeing this, Chen Mo did not hesitate to urge the excess energy to open up the Shenzang in his body according to the root of the Dishiju. There is a spring in front of the Shenzang, and the power connects the earth. Later, there is the Blood Sea Divine Treasure, which contains blood and generates power. The Xianshu Divine Treasure transfers and refines. The Leaked Divine Treasure refines wind and thunder in the lungs. Today, he just opened up the 5 great divine treasures in one go and advanced to the late stage of the first level body refining. With the energy of the dragon bone relic, Chen Mo was full of confidence at this moment, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. Boom! Under Chen Mo's urging, the majestic energy ran along his senses. Where is the Shenman acupoint? Open the Shenman Shenzhen for me. Split the Shenman today, calm my mind, and settle my heart for cultivating immortals. Bang! Located on Chen Mo's wrist, in the concave part of the palm side of the wrist, a virtual Shenzhen gate was sensed by Chen Mo and was completely opened immediately. A calming force surged from the Shenzhen, and Chen Mo felt that his hands became surprisingly stable in an instant. It can not only split mountains with open palms, but also find needles in the sea. After the Shenman Shenzhen was opened, the heat in Chen Mo's eyes became more vigorous. He vowed to take advantage of this opportunity today to soar, never stop, and never waste a bit of the relic energy. Continue. Bang! 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 Soon after, one after another of the Shenzhen gates were violently knocked open by Chen Mo. Niguan Shenzhen opened, refining the internal organs like a god, and the blood and qi gushed out. Guanyin Shenzhen opened, consolidated the foundation and strengthened my divine body. Feng Qi Shenzhen opened, clear wind and bright eyes, and refined the divine eyes. Shank Shenzeng opened, restored yang and rescued the adverse, and opened the orifice of the soul. The energy surged for a long time. I don't know how long it took, but the energy of the dragon bone relic in Chen Mo's body was finally completely refined by him. The breakthrough was very smooth, and Chen Mo successfully advanced to the late stage of the first stage of body refining. At this moment, Chen Mo opened his eyes, as if there was a divine light overflowing, and his ki rushed to Dao Yu, Yongquan, Zhu He, Xianshu, Leek, Shenman, Niguan, Guanilin, Fengqi, Shank. All 9 divine treasures were opened by him, and he completely advanced to the late stage of the first level body refining according to the Dishiju Gongfa. At this moment, Chen Mo felt that he had never been in such a good state as now. He felt that his whole person had undergone an earth-shaking transformation, and there seemed to be a primitive force in his body. Chen Mo didn't know how strong he was now, and whether he could fight across levels, but he had a hunch. Even if he faced a cultivator in the foundation building realm at this time, he would be able to compete for a while. After a few breaths, Chen Mo stared at his muscles that were emitting a bright divine light. He suddenly had the idea of testing it. Chen Mo then summoned the magic weapon spirit sword in his hand and suddenly chopped at his arm. Ling. The magic weapon spirit sword was bounced away, and only a shallow white mark was left on his arm. Is this the flesh of the first level body refining limit? Seeing this scene, Chen Mo was secretly surprised. To this day, he has finally taken another steady step forward on the road of cultivating immortals. Don't be in a hurry, take your time. Steady development. Next time, he only needs to open up another divine treasure to advance to the second level of body refining. That will be a body refining realm comparable to the foundation building realm. With the joy of the breakthrough, Chen Mo quickly left in the direction of Starry Sky University. But before leaving, he scraped off all the Sanskrit on the stone tower to prevent it from being obtained by others. Half a day later, Chen Mo rushed back to Starry Sky University. When he arrived at the place covered by the Erase Spirit, Chen Mo's military watch suddenly received a series of invitation messages. Song Yan, invite you to form a trial team. Li Wu, invite you to form a trial team. Xiang Long, invite you to form a trial team. Meng Zhao, invite you to form a trial team. Looking at the continuous pop-up messages on the watch, Chen Mo's eyes condensed. Is the trial about to begin? Thank you readers, brothers, and friends for your subscription support. At present, the highest subscription of this book has reached 306, and the average subscription of 500 is still a little short. I sincerely ask all brothers to continue to subscribe and support. Thank you! Exclamation mark. I am a young author who types slowly, and it is not easy for me to type every day. I implore the big guys not to support my books. Thank you very much. Chapter 79, Immortal in the Wu, Fishing for Money. Chen Mo opened the military watch and saw that there was indeed a file introduction to the trial task. The trial task was kill the plague immortal sect. The time was 5 days later. Task level, level 2. Organization, based on the Legion, a team of 5 people. Before the task started, the team must be formed by themselves. After reading the task introduction, Chen Mo knew what had happened in the past few days when he was refining his body. It turned out that after the Plague Immortal sect launched the plague again a few days ago, Star University and the military had already secretly tracked down the stronghold of the Plague Immortal sect as soon as possible, and used it as the trial task for the special recruitment of the military. After nearly a month of crazy breakthroughs, this group of young eagles in the military are finally going to see blood. A cold light flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. Coming to the real world of cultivation, he will not hold back. No matter who it is, he will just say kill. Then Chen Mo's eyes stayed on the names of several people who applied to team up with him, and began to think about teaming up. A 5-man team is generally a more commonly used organization, which can not only exert its own strength, but also complement each other to make up for its own shortcomings. Of course, if a large-scale battle is encountered, Blue Star has a more mature Legion-based combat plan. However, it is obviously not suitable for rookies like Chen Mo who have no battlefield experience to implement. For a 5-man team, the first thing to consider is the matching of team strength and trust. Let's not talk about the matching of strength. Now that he has been promoted to the late stage of the first stage of body refining, he is not afraid even if he faces people in the early stage of foundation building. As for the trust issue, to be honest, in the past month, he has been practicing hard in the room except for going out to get opportunities. He has not really been familiar with other people. Chen Mo thought about it for a while, and first decisively chose to accept the invitation of Song Yihan and Li Wu. These two people went from middle school to the mysterious realm of witch gods and then to Mars. They have a little understanding along the way, and they are still relatively reliable. The next candidate. Chen Mo looked at the number of invitations above. In addition to the scientific cultivator Xiang Long, there were more than a dozen people who invited him. This should be the reason why Chen Mo suppressed the whole scene and left a strong impression on everyone when the military department recruited. Chen Mo stared at the invitation name flashing on his military watch. He hesitated for a moment, then accepted the invitation from Xiang Long and Meng Zhao. Chen Mo had seen the power of Xiang Long's optical magnetic machine gun, which was simply sweeping across the battlefield. Meng Zhao, a second-grade Immortal Bone, was also very strong. After accepting the invitations of several people, Chen Mo told the 5 people about his requirements for the team members. After several people communicated, they finally took Chen Mo's opinion as the main one, and agreed to familiarize themselves with each other's attack methods in the next 2 days. After all, whether it was Chen Mo, Song Yihan, a powerful first-grade Immortal Bone, or Xiang Long, a special scientific immortal cultivator, they were all considered top talents among the special recruits of the 9th Army. In addition to the not weak Meng Zhao and Li Wu, their team was definitely a top-level team, and the other people naturally had no objections. After the trial team was formed, Chen Mo began to prepare for the final sprint. That was to practice the Jiang refining god method. Before practicing the Jiang refining spirit method, Chen Mo sent an interstellar letter to Langsing. He asked a Blue Star Modron laboratory to continue looking for Dan Chenzi to refine the power god pill. The second was to collect some ancient Buddhist Sanskrit for him to use. After finishing this, Chen Mo returned to his room and began to practice. There are many specific ways to practice the Jiang refining spirit method. Chen Mo's first choice is the 2 specific methods of keeping oneness and conserving thoughts, conserving the spirit, to refine the spirit. Keeping oneness trains his body and soul to reach the state of forgetting the form, so that the spirit will be strengthened in full. There are 2 methods of conserving thoughts, the inner scene method and the outer scene method. Chen Mo first chose the inner scene method, storing thoughts in the spiritual sea of consciousness in his head, so that when his spirit is strengthened, he can open up the spiritual sea of consciousness and advance. Just as Chen Mo was immersed in the state of practice, the Wangxin sect on the other side was not idle for a moment. There is a river about 3 or 4 miles wide in the depths of Wuling Mountain, named Yaojiang. The river is so deep that you can't see the bottom. All year round, there is a gray mist on the river surface, which makes it look cold and desolate. This is also the origin of the name of Yaojiang. I don't know when, maybe thousands of years ago, or maybe tens of thousands of years ago, a dilapidated boat was parked in the center of Yaojiang at Wuling Mountain. The boat is not big, only wide enough for 2 or 3 people to stand side by side, and about 3 meters long. The boat is covered with some dry grass that never weathers all year round. The dilapidated boat just flows quietly in the center of Yaojiang, not moving with the world, not knowing the changes of time, and silent forever. But since the boat was built in Yaojiang, according to the record of Mars, there have been rumors in history that birds cannot cross this place and people who pass by will drown. After a monk investigated, he said that a crippled immortal was sleeping in the boat parked on the river. Once the immortal gets angry, he will turn Yaojiang into a forbidden place where goose feathers cannot float, reed flowers will sink to the bottom, and it is 3,000 weak waters deep. Over time, Yaojiang has become a strange place on Mars, and few people come here. At this time, on the bank of Yaojiang River in Wuling Mountain, there are plague immortals who set up a plague spirit array and are constantly increasing their spells, trying to make the plague queen butterfly increase the erosion of the plague. On the other side, not far from the Wupeng boat, there is a hunched white-haired old woman who is kneeling and bowing to the Wupeng boat on Yaojiang River. The old woman has a numb expression and a wooden face. She seems to have lost her mind and just keeps kneeling and bowing mechanically. While she is bowing, she is mumbling something in a low voice, intermittently and vaguely. The fairy in the dock, fish for the strange money, kowtow 3 times, and worship the fairy 9 times. 1 kowtow, 3 worships, and the soul is full of the sky. 1 draw of the strange money, 2 lights, 3 sacrifices of the soul and flesh, 4 red clothes. The fairy in the dock, fish for the strange money, kowtow 3 times, and worship the fairy 9 times. 1 kowtow, 3 worships, and the soul is full of the sky. 1 draw of the strange money, 2 lights, 3 sacrifices of the soul and flesh, 4 red clothes. The white-haired old woman repeated these words vaguely, and kowtowed to the dock boat continuously, like a puppet. At this time, the elder Mu of the Plague Fairy cult and the Plague Fairy were standing next to her. The Plague Fairy bit her finger and drew a strange symbol on her palm and printed it on the white-haired old woman. "Here," the Plague Fairy muttered. The strange symbol drawn by her palm with blood in essence suddenly turned into blood and penetrated into the body of the white-haired old woman. Water Lady, wake up. Please tell me how to carve the ghost money." Casting this kind of spell seemed to consume a lot of mental energy. In just a moment, the face of the Plague Fairy turned pale, and cold sweat kept coming out of her head. Chapter 80, Human Skin and Money, the Plague Immortal Cult's Preparations. Elder Mu saw the cold sweat on the head of Fairy Plague Spirit. He stood aside with a trace of worry in his eyes. If Plague Spirit has not successfully solved the secret of the strange money from Waterpo, then they must leave here quickly. These days, he often feels uneasy, and even met Blue Star people when he was patrolling the periphery of Wuling Mountain a few days ago. He is worried that this place may have been exposed. If they don't solve the secret of the formula that Waterpo is chanting, and borrow the power of Wu Fairy, it will still be difficult for them to go head-to-head with Blue Star with their current strength. Wuling Yaojiang is a strange place that the Plague Fairy cult discovered when they first came to Mars, and Waterpo was once the powerful guardian of this Plague Fairy cult. When she learned about the rumors of Wu Fairy, she came here alone to get the secret of Wu Peng boat. Unfortunately, she was countered by the Kangxin and photographed as an old woman with a string puppet by the river. No one knew what happened during this process. Many people who came later even thought that this mysterious old woman was a puppet standing here like the Wuxin. Shuipo, please tell me what the ghost money is and how I can depict it. Fairy Plague Spirit was still using the secret method to try to communicate with the old woman. She cast the secret method to call again and again. She also used this method to briefly awaken a trace of Shuipo's soul more than a month ago. At that time, she only got a sentence that using the ghost money can avoid the control of the Wuxin and borrow the power of the soul. Seeing that Shuipo was still repeating the action of bowing like a puppet, Fairy Plague Spirit did not give up. Her eyes revealed an unshakable belief. After a while, she gritted her teeth and forced out a wisp of blood to cast a spell to continue calling. This time, when the symbol formed by the blood in her hand turned into blood mist again and penetrated into Shuipo's body, the figure of Shuipo, who was originally bowing to the Wupeng boat, suddenly stopped. The action she had repeated for 10,000 years suddenly stopped, and her eyes were a little confused, as if there was a sign of struggle. Seeing this, the eyes of the Plague Fairy suddenly lit up, and she called out excitedly, "Water Lady, please tell me what the ghost money is, how can I carve the ghost money? And how can I rescue you?" Hearing the Plague Fairy's urgent voice, the struggle of consciousness in the eyes of the Water Lady became stronger and stronger. "Ghost money. Ghost money. Ghost money. The sky is round and the earth is square, the sky is outside, the earth is inside, the periphery is round, and the middle is square. Ghost money is ghost money. Take ghost money made of human skin with a square inside and a round outside to feed the ghosts to avoid the invasion of ghosts, and you can also control the power of ghosts. When the ghosts are full, I can escape." As the intermittent words came out of the Water Lady's mouth, her struggle quickly weakened, and the only trace of clarity in her eyes was about to disappear and sink. After hearing the explanation given by the Water Lady, Fairy Plague Spirit had no time to be happy, and hurriedly asked, "Water Lady, how do you control the power of the underworld soul?" 2 lights, 3 sacrifices, and 4 red clothes. Fairy Plague Spirit's voice had just fallen. Water Lady's hunched body had gradually bent down. "Strange money, 1 kowtow and 3 bows, you can control the soul." 2 lights. When Fairy Plague Spirit said this, the voice of Water Lady stopped, and she turned back into the original body string puppet, repeating the previous actions over and over again. After Fairy Plague Spirit tried several times, she finally gave up dejectedly. Water Lady is controlled by something again. This secret method is too exhausting, and she can't try it many times in a row. However, this communication not only cracked the secret of the strange money, but also knew the way to save Water Lady, which can be regarded as getting what she wanted. Fairy Plague Spirit suppressed her surprise, turned to look at Elder Mu beside her and said, "Elder, you heard everything just now. Elder Mu, who was in the Golden Core realm, was already trembling with excitement. Those who really knew Shui Po knew that this person had a high status in the sect and great magical powers. Hearing Fairy Plague Spirit's question, he looked at Fairy Plague Spirit with joy, and said with a look of confirmation, "I heard it clearly. Using human skin to make ghost money can avoid the threat of Wuxin, and can also control the power of the soul." As for Shui Po's rescue method, Elder Mu pondered for a moment and continued to speculate. Shui Po said that when the soul of Wuxin is full, I can escape. It should mean that when the soul of Wuxin is full, she can escape from control. After listening to Elder Mu's explanation, Fairy Plague Spirit nodded. Elder Mu's words were consistent with her thoughts, which was why she made the plague plan based on Shui Po's words. Seeing Fairy Plague Spirit nod, Elder Mu smiled with great satisfaction. "Plague Spirit, you are really a genius of our Plague Fairy sect. The rise of our Plague Fairy sect still depends on you. After this matter is over, I will definitely recommend you to the sect as the Fairy Saint of our Plague Fairy sect." After hearing Elder Mu's praise, Fairy Plague Spirit nodded slightly modestly, and did not seem particularly happy because of Elder Mu's support. Because she knew that in the world of cultivating immortals, everything is respected by strength. Just like her current strength has been raised to the limit of foundation building, and the golden elixir is only one step away, who dares to look down on her? At this point, Fairy Plague Spirit suddenly smiled evilly and said, "There is no time to lose, let's start refining ghost money right away. This time we want all the people of Blue Star to die here, and become the resources to rescue the Water Woman." Hearing this, Elder Mu nodded and agreed. "Well, I will immediately let the followers go to various places to collect human skin to make ghost money." After saying that, he was ready to turn around and take action. At this time, Fairy Plague Spirit spoke up to stop them. "Don't bother with that. Don't we have it ready?" "Ready." Elder Mu looked at Fairy Plague Spirit with doubt in his heart. But he quickly realized it and said doubtfully, "Are you talking about using those messengers lurking here in Zushan Tower?" Fairy Plague Spirit nodded. "That's right. These bastards still want to plot against Hanley Star. Let's skin them and sacrifice them today." After hearing this, Elder Mu hesitated. He considered, the battle hasn't started yet. If we move their people now, wouldn't it be like alerting the enemy? What if Tai Wu Ai doesn't dare to come to help us deal with the Blue Star Army? Wouldn't it be a loss of a great fighting force? Fairy Wenling shook her head upon hearing this and shouted coldly, "Then don't let them know. Kill all the people from Zushan Tower on our side and make ghost money. Next, as long as the coordinates of Hanley Star are not obtained, Tai Wu Ai will definitely come to help us. These bastards will do anything for that new world. Do you think Tai Wu Ai will take these Blue Star people seriously? It's just a few more cheap lives. Besides, with the power of ghost money to control the soul of the underworld, Tai Wu Ai is just icing on the cake." After listening to Fairy Wenling's analysis, Elder Mu said solemnly, "Okay, then act according to your plan. To prevent the news from leaking, I will deal with this matter personally." After the two of them discussed it, a silent killing sounded in the Wuling Mountains. Soon, a bunch of bonfires were set up in the Plague Fairy cult's camp. Hanging above the bonfires were freshly torn bloody human skins. After being slightly roasted, the human skins were quickly made into pieces of human skin ghost money by the Plague Fairy cult people. They were slightly smaller than a palm, round on the outside, and had a square hole in the middle. Chapter 81, War Begins, The Secret of Wuxin. Deep in Wuling Mountain, a breeze blew, and the leaves swayed. At the bonfire of the Plague Immortal sect, there were still waves of residual meat aroma lingering in the air. But at this time, there was no sign of barbecue around. There was only a newly dug large earth pit several feet wide not far from the bonfire. The blood pool meat sauce in the pit was like a boiling magma pool, and blood bubbles kept coming out. After Elder Mu threw a few gravine-like materials into the blood pool, the blood sauce in the pit instantly turned into a thick gray swamp, exuding a gray plague smell. Hurry up and absorb and refine it. It won't be long before there is a tough battle to fight." Elder Mu shouted hurriedly after throwing the gray source of the plague. "Thank you, Elder, and the Plague Immortal bless you." "Thank you, Elder, and the Plague Immortal bless you." Hearing this, the disciples of the Plague Immortal sect on the side were like hungry ghosts reincarnated, and excitedly rushed to the side of the big pit to start refining the plague gas that was emitted. Seeing this, Elder Mu walked to Fairy Wenling who was standing nearby and said, "The physical bodies of these disciples of Zushan Tower are good. After turning into a plague pool, the disciples should be able to improve their strength in the next 2 days. Fairy Wenling heard this and nodded slightly, without commenting. A physical body of a high-level key training disciple, or even a physical body of a foundation-building disciple, should be fine. If all the geniuses specially recruited by the Blue Star Military Department can be refined this time, that would be a happy thing. When the Plague Fairy sect occupied the Mars, they lived a comfortable life. After a while, just as the two were discussing the next major event with other elders in the sect, suddenly, a violent spiritual power fluctuation came from afar. Elder Mu's ears suddenly trembled slightly as if he had foreseen it. Then, he shouted fiercely, "Someone is coming." Fairy Wenling frowned, stretched out her hand and waved, stopping the others from talking. It could be Tai Wuai. After giving the warning, Elder Mu immediately glanced at the big pit next to him and found that the plague methane in it had been refined. So he relaxed his brows and explained, "It's okay." Sure enough, not long after they finished speaking, a total of more than 20 figures, led by Tai Wuai, quickly stepped into the air. Among them, Liu Hai and Liu Sanchu were among them. After landing, Tai Wuai's nose twitched slightly, and his expression teased, "You still have the leisure to eat and drink here. I have received news that Blue Star has discovered your traces and has made the elimination of your Plague Fairy sect their trial mission this time. I'm afraid it won't be long before the geniuses specially recruited by the military will arrive." Facing Tai Wuai's ridicule, the Plague Fairy glanced at the bonfire not far away and smiled meaningfully. "Tai Wuai, don't tell me that you didn't deliberately lead those people here." It seemed that the sarcasm in the Plague Fairy's voice was heard. Tai Wuai said casually, "Oh, aren't you going to take revenge on the Blue Star genius?" "Humph." Fairy Plague Spirit snorted coldly. No one replied, but they all had their own agenda. Seeing Fairy Plague Spirit kept silent, Tai Wuai quickly glanced at the Plague Fairy cult's crowd, then looked at Elder Mu, and said casually, "Elder Mu, there are some other disciples in your sect, right? Now that the war is about to start, why don't you see them?" Hearing this, Elder Mu replied indifferently, "There are other tasks in the sect." After that, he pointed at Liu Sanchu and others and asked, "Sir Tai Wu, these people are all the strength of your Zushan Tower?" Tai Wuai nodded. "That's right, this time I brought all the elite disciples of Zushan Tower on Mars." Although Tai Wuai was alert to those disappeared figures, he couldn't get angry now if the other party didn't say anything. At this point, he paused, then looked at Fairy Plague Spirit again, suppressed the urgency in his eyes, and said, "Fairy Plague Spirit, now the news has been delivered, and our people have also come. Now you can give me the world coordinates of the remaining half of Hanley Star." Fairy Plague Spirit, after hearing Tai Wuai's words, just smiled coldly, and said without scruples, "Tai Wuai, from the time you cooperated with us to cast the Dark Butterfly Plague, to the time when the military genius arrived on Mars, and then you deliberately exposed our whereabouts to lure the Blue Star people to come and clear them out. From the beginning to the end, you only threw out a little bit of information. This is not the full cooperation we agreed on at the beginning. When the Blue Star people arrive, you help us deal with the Blue Star genius, and then I will naturally give you the world coordinates, and everything else is out of the question." Looking at Fairy Plague Spirit's arrogant and disdainful face, Tai Wuai secretly hated her. "Damn, you bitch from the Plague Spirit cult. You're really a bitch who won't give up until you get the coordinates. I'll fuck you to death on the bed when I get the coordinates. After you're done, I'll put you in the corridor as a prostitute." But despite his dissatisfaction, Tai Wuai pretended to be calm. Because he had dealt with the Plague Fairy cult more than once or twice, and knew that they were all a bunch of stubborn plague ghosts. "If you want to pay me back, I'll give it to you when the war starts. If the Plague Spirit Fairy still doesn't give it to you, then the Plague Spirit Fairy will be responsible for all the consequences." Finally, Tai Wuai said with great anger. Hearing Tai Wuai's threatening words, the Plague Spirit Fairy snorted disdainfully, thinking, "I'll talk about it when you can escape from here." On the other side, in Starry Sky University, after a few days of practicing the Jiang refining spirit method, Chen Mo has been able to enter the state of guarding and thinking at any time in a quiet environment. Then the day before the trial mission begins, Chen Mo, Song Yihan, Li Wu, Xiang Long, and Meng Zhao entered the metaverse and conducted multiple simulated team battles. They also had a general grasp of their respective strengths. Chen Mo, Song Yihan, Li Wu, and Meng Zhao all entered the 7th level of key training, and Xianglong reached the peak of the 6th level of key training. However, Chen Mo only revealed his strength in the key training realm in front of everyone. As for his physical strength comparable to that of the foundation building, he did not show it. Everyone only knew that his physical body was also very powerful, and it was suspected that he had practiced a body training method, but no one knew how powerful it was. In the world of immortal cultivation, no one would deliberately dig out the hidden strength of others. If they did so, they would only be regarded as enemies. The next day, as soon as the sky was bright, Chen Mo and his team received an emergency assembly and the order to start the trial. But for some reason, when Chen Mo quickly rushed to the playground to assemble, he suddenly felt a little depressed. He didn't know whether it was the tension of the first battle, or some kind of induction in the dark. Chen Mo knew that immortal cultivators sometimes had some inductions in advance about what was about to happen to them. This is often a sign of something that one has in mind. Seeing this, he dared not relax easily. He sorted out his thoughts in his mind and said resolutely in his heart, "Make a wish, I want to know how to come back safely in this trial. This world's information is being analyzed, and the wish is being analyzed. Way 1, when the Battle of Yaojiang River in Wuling Mountain begins, leave your team and return as soon as possible. Leave the 2 banks of Yaojiang River for 80 miles within 10 minutes to avoid the invasion of Wuxin's soul and return safely. Way 2, at the beginning of the war, seize the human skin and ghost money from the Plague Immortal cult members to avoid the harm of Wuxin's soul. After killing a Plague Immortal high-level key training member, hide in a large pit several feet underground in the Plague Immortal cult camp, and use the plague breath of this pit to avoid a search of the Plague Immortal cult. You can return safely after 3 days. Way 3, within 10 minutes, tell Blue Star Master Bian Chen and Major General Leng Chuan that there are remnant immortals hidden deep in the Plague Ridge Mountain, and that the Plague Spirit cult is the means to borrow the power of remnant immortals, and persuade them to ask an ancient Blue Star immortal who sits in the Blood Netherworld to come to help, so that they can return safely. Way 4, tell Major General Leng Chuan that after the war, stop the Plague Immortal cult members from collecting corpses, and peel off the enemy's human skin before them to make square hole netherworld coins with a round outer circle and a square inner circle on their bodies, so as to avoid the harm of the Wuxin netherworld soul and return safely. After the war, stop the Plague Immortal cult members from collecting corpses, and cut off the enemy's heads before them to make lanterns, and light them with their meat oil, so as to drive away the harm of the Wuxin netherworld soul and return safely. After the war, stop the Plague Immortal cult members from collecting corpses, and cut off the enemy before them, and seal their souls in flesh and blood to sacrifice to the Wuxin, so as to drive away the harm of the Wuxin netherworld soul and return safely. After the war, stop the Plague Immortal cult members from collecting corpses, and capture and seal the enemies before them, dress them in red clothes, cover them with veils and sink them into the Yaojiang River for sacrifice, which can drive away the harm of the Wuxin ghost soul and return safely. Thanks to Shen Pabanzan, Lianfeng, and Yati for their support, and the names of the recommended votes. The little author did not write them out, too many to write. 3 more chapters are presented, and thanks to all the brothers who subscribed again! Exclamation mark. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82. The first commitment battle begins. As a stream of information rushed into Chen Mo's mind, lines of handwriting emerged into his consciousness. Chen Mo's expression froze and his face changed slightly. This trial was indeed not easy. Looking at the prompt, it was clear that the other party had already set up the cage and was waiting for them to get in. Fortunately, he made a wish on a whim to verify it, otherwise he might have failed this time. Chen Mo withdrew his mind and focused on the wish analysis. Path 1 is definitely not an option. He would become a deserter when the war started, unless he didn't want to be in the Blue Star forces. Moreover, leaving the 80 miles on both sides of the Yaojiang River within 10 minutes would definitely involve unknown dangers. Any delay would mean death. Path 2 was also ruled out by Chen Mo. He took the human skin and ghost money at the beginning of the war, avoided the harm of the Wuxin ghost soul, and avoided the Plague Fairy cult for 3 days before returning. Although he escaped with his life, the prompt showed that the Blue Star side should be defeated, which was not the result he wanted. The prompt of Path 3 surprised Chen Mo slightly. This was the second time he heard about the existence of immortals on Blue Star. The first time was from Han Feng. This time, he clearly heard in the wish path that there was an ancient immortal on Blue Star who ruled the blood netherworld. Ancient immortal. What does it mean? Chen Mo pondered in his heart. From the literal meaning, is it an ancient immortal on Blue Star? Or is it just a title? After traveling to the future, he found that this world was becoming more and more complicated. There were too many secrets waiting for him to pursue on the road of cultivating immortals, but this path was also ruled out by Chen Mo at the moment. Because he was not sure that he could persuade Ling Chuan and Master Bian Chen to invite an ancient immortal from the blood netherworld within 10 minutes. How could an immortal who ruled a world leave so easily? Next, only the analysis of Path 4 was in line with his choice. From the hints revealed in Path 4, Chen Mo understood that the Plague Immortal cult dared to confront Blue Star this time. Obviously, they knew from somewhere how to borrow the power of the Wuxin, so they dared to rely on it. Square hole underworld money, isn't that the ghost money that people used to scatter on the road to clear the way to the underworld after they died? Human oil lamp, soul and flesh, red clothes sinking into the river. Looking at these hints that reveal a strange atmosphere, Chen Mo couldn't help but be surprised at what kind of ghost this Wuxin is, and it's so evil. Half human, half ghost, half immortal? Fortunately, this way, as long as the plan of the Plague Immortal cult is cracked in advance, the trial can be completed safely. Chen Mo quickly prepared to deal with Major General Ling Chuan's words in his mind. At this time, everyone at Starry Sky University quickly gathered in the square of Starry Sky University according to their respective legions. Chen Mo, Song Yihan, Li Wu, Xiang Long, Meng Zhao, a 5-man team, also stood at the front of the 9th Legion. Chen Mo looked up and saw Major General Ling Chuan again in front. He had said before that he would come to test it in person during the trial, and he came as expected. Standing next to him were many foundation building and golden elixir masters who exuded a powerful aura, such as Master Bian Chen. This trial is to wipe out the Plague Immortal sect. Chen Mo and his key training rookies alone cannot cope with it. He estimated that these people should be specialized in dealing with the Plague Immortal sect's high-level combat power. Seeing that everyone's team has been assembled, Master Bian Chen encouraged his breath and stepped forward to give the final instructions. All military disciples. Your special training trial on Mars begins now. The goal is to eliminate the remnants of the Plague Immortal sect. The battlefield of cultivating immortals is unpredictable. Do your best to fight the enemy. While Master Bian Chen was speaking, Chen Mo decisively changed the prompt of Path 4 and quickly sent it to Ling Chuan through a military watch. As soon as the message was sent, Chen Mo received Ling Chuan's serious telepathic transmission. Where is the source of the message? Is it reliable and true? Chen Mo looked up and happened to meet Ling Chuan's gaze. Chen Mo nodded and responded according to the mental draft he had thought of in his mind before. The news is absolutely true. This is what I got from a core disciple of the Plague Immortal sect when I was traveling in the Barret Sword Valley. I just found it from his secret scroll. After getting Chen Mo's confirmation, Ling Chuan quickly transmitted his voice. Okay, as you said, you should make the first contribution in this trial. At that time, I will apply to the military for a special opportunity that will be of great use to you at the moment. After that, Ling Chuan quickly began to use his divine thoughts to communicate with the military and the senior management of Star University to adjust the arrangements. Not long after, the military watches on the hands of Chen Mo and others received a task reminder. Chen Mo opened it and saw that it was the information about the 4th channel that he had just reported to Ling Chuan. Chen Mo couldn't help but look forward to the special opportunity that Ling Chuan said would be of great use to him at the moment. The special opportunity of the military must be an incredible good thing. At this time, Master Bian Chen on the field waited for everyone to check the information just sent, and then he continued. The special matters and routes to be paid attention to in this battlefield have been issued. Everyone must remember to act cautiously according to the instructions. Remember, no matter who the enemy is in this trial, 3 words, kill without mercy. Kill without mercy. As soon as the 3 words fell, a wave of murderous aura rose to the sky. Let's go. Suddenly, the team of nearly 1,000 people on the field, in units of several large legions, suddenly took off into the air and quickly flew towards the depths of Wuling Mountain. Oh, kill! Some middle school boys even shouted excitedly in the air. For a while, the team turned into a dense and overwhelming figure galloping in the sky. Some people flew with swords, Some stepped on flying instruments such as White Cloud, and even Chen Mo noticed that there were scientific immortal cultivators wearing iron-winged mechas and carrying power flying furnaces. This scene was also the first time Chen Mo saw it. Nearly 1,000 immortal cultivators galloped in the sky, and the figures stepping on clouds and flying on the moon had the momentum of heavenly soldiers and generals descending to the earth to capture monsters. Chen Mo and his team were flying in front of the 9th Legion. He noticed that Xianglong's celestial armor had changed again. This time, a pair of steel wings stretched out from behind his armor. The steel wings fluttered and set off gusts of wind, which looked majestic and attracted a lot of attention along the way. This is the unique feature of Blue Star's development of scientific immortal weapons. Chen Mo is looking forward to the help he will get from his Motian laboratory in the future. After flying for a while, crossing countless wild mountains, the military disciples quickly found the Plague Immortal cult members hiding in the depths of Wuling Mountain. The Plague Immortal cult members seemed to have been prepared for a long time and did not show any panic. Hundreds of cultivators were ready to fight the enemy along the Yaojiang River. The two sides met each other's eyes. Kill. Without any hesitation, the two sides quickly fought. After decades of fighting, the two sides had already formed a deep hatred. The Plague Immortal cult believed that the Blue Star people had taken the Mars from them. Lanzing found Mars from clues in ancient books, and Mars has the heritage of ancient cultivators from Lanzing. Lanzing believes that he is just taking back his ancestral land. In the world of cultivating immortals, there is no right or wrong, only strong and weak. Chen Mo's team flew in front and instantly collided with several key training guys from the Plague Immortal cult. Chapter 83, Killing People and Taking Their Bodies to Make Money. Bang! The violent collision of spiritual power stirred up a lot of sound waves. In an instant, deep in Wuling Mountain, the spiritual energy roared, and the sky shook. There were fierce sounds of magic battles everywhere. Not only Chen Mo and his team, but other places also quickly started crazy battles. Above Chen Mo and his team, Bian Chen Zhenren and his team quickly locked the foundation building and golden elixir masters of the Plague Immortal sect with their divine thoughts, isolated them in another space and started a high-level battle. Below was left for the military disciples to conduct combat training. The enemy against Chen Mo was a tall, thin and sinister cultivator of the 8th level of key training. His combat power was very strong, and the masters of the Plague Immortal sect were often accompanied by strange green plagues when casting spells. Seeing this, Chen Mo hurriedly cast the water control technique. Chen Mo stretched out his hand and a stream of water spiritual power around him instantly turned into a water-shaped barrier, instantly blocking the opponent's green plague in the air. Then his Immortal Bone's innate magical power took action. Ice Edge Sword Domain. As Chen Mo's mind fell on his Fairy Bone rune. In an instant, a very cold black ice with a speed far exceeding the magic spell turned into an ice cage to trap the opponent. At this moment, the tall and thin monk's hands, feet, hair and beard were all frozen. Only the terrified pupils could move, and he was frantically warning in his heart. What kind of magical power is this? The opponent is obviously only a key training level 7 with a lower cultivation than me. How can he freeze me? He looked at Chen Mo in horror, frantically encouraging the spiritual power in his body to break free from the shackles of Chen Mo's magical power. But Chen Mo didn't give the opponent any chance to fight back. He used all his strength as soon as he attacked, just to catch the opponent off guard. If the opponent had prepared in advance, Chen Mo's magical power would not have had the opportunity to produce such a great effect. Taking advantage of the opportunity that the Plague Immortal sect master was still trying to break free, Chen Mo used the first move of the Kangyang sword art in succession. The sword rises in the Kangyang, and the spiritual light shines. Chen Mo was seen controlling the magic weapon longsword in his hand and gently sending it forward. The spiritual power containing his storm sword intent twisted gently like a spiritual power thread. Crack! A big head that was frozen in ice fell. Chen Mo stretched out his hand, and the spiritual energy surged, and he lifted the head in his hand. All this sounds slow, but in fact, the series of actions were completed almost in an instant. Chen Mo completed the first kill of the day. Whether it was Song Yihan and others around him, or the remaining few Plague Immortal cult monks on the other side, they were still fighting each other at this time and had no time to react. Chen Mo, awesome! Xianglong, who was fighting against the enemy with Li Wu at this time, saw Chen Mo's record and shouted excitedly. The remaining Plague Immortal cult members stared at Chen Mo angrily. After seeing their teammates being killed, They surprisingly did not stay to continue fighting. Instead, they looked at each other and quickly retreated behind them. Their original mission was to spread out a little, kill a group of weaklings in the key training realm unexpectedly, plunder their bodies to make more ghost money, and then lead the Blue Star people to the Yaojiang River to borrow the power of Wuxin's soul to deal with them. But they didn't expect to encounter a group of tough guys, and one of them was killed by the other party when they met. Since this group of people is not easy to deal with, it is better to leave first, and don't want to lose your life here. Even the teammate's body was not dared to go forward to take it back. After all, no one wants to die. Seeing that the other party wanted to leave, Xianglong and his team would naturally not let it go. Li Wu, get out of the way. Let me do it. Xianglong shouted angrily, shouting to Li Wu who was blocking the pursuit in front of him. As soon as he finished speaking, his signature weapon War Slut was launched. Xianglong carried 2 optical magnetic machine guns and fired crazily. 2 angry energy fire dragons chased the plague immortal cult's buttocks and bit them crazily. On the other side, Song Yihan and Meng Zhao were not idle either. The combined strength of the 2 of them suppressed an 8th level key training plague fairy master and beat him wildly. After killing the first enemy, Chen Mo felt a little relieved. For a while, Chen Mo's 5-man team had an absolute advantage in the first fight. Seeing this, Chen Mo did not rush over to help, but started to make ghost money as soon as possible. If his guess was correct, the Plague Fairy members he encountered now were just bait thrown out. Regardless of whether these people win or lose, they can provide enough corpse materials for the Plague Fairy masters. At this time, the Plague Fairy might be hiding somewhere to communicate with a ghost of the Wuxin to deal with them. The first priority at the moment is to make ghost money for self-defense first, and the human lamp is the first priority. This is also the order that Leng Chuan and others gave before departure. Don't be greedy for merit, don't be reckless, safety first. Lanzing's strength is stronger than the Plague Fairy, and they have seen through the other party's conspiracy in advance, so they are not afraid of them making moves. Chen Mo put the head aside, then stretched out his hand and took the other person's frozen body into his hand. This is the second person he has killed in the world of immortal cultivation. Another one from the Plague Immortal sect. Chen Mo looked calm, with the raised corner of his mouth, thinking that the Plague Immortal sect probably had a grudge against him in his previous life. Chen Mo shook his head and laughed a few times. Then he began to follow the first rule after killing someone in the world of immortal cultivation. Kill the person and touch the corpse. Chen Mo first took off the other person's storage ring, and after using his spiritual thoughts to break through the other person's mark, he found that in addition to a little spiritual stone, the ring contained the materials used by the Plague Immortal sect to cultivate the plague poison, as well as a booklet on the foundation of the Plague Immortal sect's key training spells. Poor guy. Chen Mo pursed his lips slightly in dissatisfaction. Compared with Bloodstain, this guy is simply a million miles away. Then he checked the man up and down, and after finding nothing else, Chen Mo was ready to follow the instructions and take off the other person's human skin to make square whole hell money. After a short while, under the control of Chen Mo's spiritual power, a complete human skin was peeled off. Chen Mo felt a little uncomfortable at the beginning of the process, but when the whole human skin was peeled off, he got used to it. If you can't stand this disgusting feeling in the world of immortal cultivation, then don't cultivate immortality. Chen Mo secretly warned himself that he might encounter more brutal and vicious things in the future. During the process, Xianglong, Song Yihan and the other 4 also brought back a corpse. This corpse was the one that Song Yihan and his friends were chasing. Seeing the slightly dissatisfied expression on Xianglong's face, Chen Mo already knew the answer. But with 2 corpses, it should be about the same. Soon, they cut the human skin of the Plague Immortal cult into square whole ghost coins with round outer edges and square inner edges. The flesh and blood of the corpses were refined into corpse oil, and the head was made into a 7-hole human skin lantern, which was carefully put away. Looking at the human skin lantern in Chen Mo's hand, Song Yihan grumbled slightly dissatisfiedly, "I don't know who came up with such an evil and cruel method. If you don't know, you would think we are the evil cult poison cultivators. After all, she is still a little girl who has just entered the world of immortal cultivation." Although Song Yihan understands the military's approach, she is still emotionally resistant to this approach. Hearing this, Chen Mo's face trembled slightly and responded, "Okay, who knows what means the Plague Immortal cult has? When this thing can save lives, you will know the benefits. Besides, The military arranged for us to take the trial. Isn't this a process of adapting to the cruelty of the world of immortal cultivation? Otherwise, do you think the military really lacks our manpower? After hearing Chen Mo's persuasion, Song Yihan finally reacted and nodded to Chen Mo. Just as Chen Mo was making the ghost money and human skin lanterns in a hurry, suddenly, a roar came from the sky not far away. "You are Tai Wuai. How brave, you Zushin Lao really betrayed Blue Star. Kill these traitors." Chen Mo and others followed the voice and looked over. I saw a figure wearing a ghost mask and a black robe, running quickly along the bank of Yaojiang River. I was slacking off at work today and got scolded by my boss, so I was delayed. The third chapter will be very late. Brothers don't have to wait, you can come and read it tomorrow. Thank you for your support. Chapter 84, Zushin Tower Exposed Plague Fairy Worshipping Souls. The one wearing the ghost mask is Tai Wuai. Chen Mo looked at the figure disappearing in the dense forest, and was a little shocked. Since the last time the plague broke out in Jiangcheng, Liu Sanchu colluded with a plague fairy, and he has been paying attention to the situation of this force. Liu Sanchu's Changlier group belongs to Zushin Tower, and Zushin Tower belongs to the largest official force in the Blue Star Federation that believes in Amaterasu and the Ghost Beast country. Tai Wuai is a Jindan's Henrin who is one of the members of Zushin Tower. The betrayal of Zushin Tower means the betrayal of the Ghost Beast country. It turns out that the Blue Star force that colluded with a plague fairy cult is the Ghost Beast country. There was no official evidence for this information before, and it was only speculated among the top leaders. Now that the Jindan teacher shouted, Zushin Tower is afraid that it can't hide. There are nearly 1,000 genius disciples from all over Blue Star who heard this. But at the same time, many people have a doubt in their hearts. As a national force in the Blue Star Federation, what is Zushin Tower for? Children distinguish between right and wrong, and adults only consider the pros and cons. There is no great benefit. It is impossible for the Gichul country to do such a dangerous thing, because this ethnic group has always been a brutal, mean and profit-seeking nation. Not to mention Chen Mo's guess in his heart. At this moment, Song Yihan's expression was also a little shocked and complicated after hearing about Zushin Tower's betrayal. At this time, she hesitated a little and quietly walked to Chen Mo's side, whispering, "Chen Mo, I seemed to see Liu Hai's figure when I was chasing the plague fairy just now." At this point, she paid attention to Chen Mo's expression. When this came out, only Chen Mo and Li Wu could instantly understand what she meant. As a classmate of Liu Hai, everyone knew that Liu Hai's confidence in Zhang Guiyang's tyranny was that his father was a foundation building, and his father's Changliu group was an enterprise under Zushin Tower. After the outbreak of the plague in Jiangcheng, Liu Hai and his son lost their traces. And now they appear here, even a fool knows what it means behind it. And Chen Mo was bullied by Liu Hai before his rise. Hearing Song Yihan's words, Chen Mo was stunned at first, then he smiled meaningfully and asked, "Oh, where's he?" Song Yihan pointed to the place where she had just found Liu Hai. "Let's go, killing this traitor who betrayed his ancestors is everyone's responsibility," Chen Mo said loudly without any hesitation. As soon as the voice fell, he carried the human skin headlamp of the plague fairy cult in his hand and ran towards the place where Song Yihan pointed. Last time, Chen Mo was unable to do anything to Liu Hai because of the school rules. After Chen Mo grew up, Liu Hai and his son had already fled Blue Star with the plague fairy, leaving Chen Mo no chance to do anything. Today, he didn't expect to meet him here, and Chen Mo would never miss this opportunity. He never claimed to be a saint or a gentleman. He doesn't deceive others, and if someone deceives him, he must repay them with blood. When Chen Mo moved, Song Yihan and Li Wu paused slightly, then looked at each other, and followed without hesitation. Xiang Long and Meng Zhao, who were standing by, didn't know the details, but they roughly guessed something after hearing about killing the traitor. "Let's go, kill the traitor." Xiang Long grinned and shouted behind Chen Mo. Tai Wuai quickly rushed to the plague fairy, feeling extremely angry. He felt that today was definitely his worst bad luck. He came here today to pretend to help the plague fairy cult deal with Lanzing, and then quickly leave after getting the world coordinates of the plague fairy. Who knew that he had already worn a spiritual mask that concealed his aura and ran to the edge of the area to paddle, but still ran into Lanzing, the Jindan's Henrin, who had explored the ruins with him in the early days and obtained the immortal cultivation method. This move was recognized by the other party. The nature of his magic power was exposed on the spot, and he couldn't even deny it. Tai Wuai knew that after today, The Ghost Beast country would have no way out. It was really a 1,000-mile plan, ruined by an accident. He really wanted to kill everyone here, but unfortunately he couldn't do it with his strength. While running away, Tai Wuai quickly performed a special concealment technique to temporarily get rid of the old acquaintance's pursuit. He quickly came to the hiding place of the Plague Fairy on the bank of the Yaojiang River. Plague Fairy, you saw it just now. My Zushan Tower has been fully helping your Plague Fairy sect to fight the enemy. Now you should give me the coordinates of Hanley Star. His voice was like a raging pool of magma about to erupt, and his expression was full of naked threats and madness. If the Plague Fairy sect dared to play tricks on him this time, he didn't mind fighting the Plague Fairy sect to the death first. The Plague Fairy was facing the dock on the Yaojiang River at this time, kneeling on the ground seriously. Hearing this, she showed a sneer and said lightly, "Okay. Hanley Star is in the same domain as the Beast God Realm, with coordinates of 15 degree Yazhou 75 degree Shianshan 9758 degree, Didi 1341 degree. World coordinates, the upper and lower parts are the universe, the four directions are the universe, the heaven is the chess, and the earth is the board, so the coordinates are the four symbols of the universe and the earth." Hearing the Plague Fairy read out the coordinates of the Hanley Star so readily, Tai Wuai was happy at first, but then frowned and looked at the Plague Fairy with suspicion. She gave him the world coordinates so easily. You know, for this new world coordinate, their Ghost Beast country cooperated with a Plague Fairy cult and did countless immoral things. The other party would throw away this bargaining chip so easily. Don't believe it. The Plague Fairy sneered at Tai Wuai. Plague Fairy, it's better for you to swear by your own Tao heart. Facing the Plague Fairy's sarcasm, Tai Wuai still firmly asked the other party to swear by his Tao heart. Fairy Plague Spirit, swear by my own Dao heart that if the coordinates of the Hanley Star world I gave Tai Wuai are false, my Dao will collapse and my soul will perish. Is that alright? As soon as the voice fell, Fairy Plague Spirit no longer entangled with Tai Wuai. Seeing that Fairy Plague Spirit really swore by her Dao heart, although he was surprised, Tai Wuai no longer entangled. Because he knew very well that a genius of the Plague Fairy sect like Fairy Plague Spirit would never give up his own Dao for any external things. Okay, then goodbye. After reading it, Tai Wuai's face was happy and he said goodbye suddenly. If he didn't leave, the concealment spell on his body would be invalid, and then he would probably face the pursuit of the entire Blue Star. When Tai Wuai's back disappeared, Fairy Plague Spirit gave a disdainful smile. If you had left earlier, you would still have time to leave. Now that your identity has been exposed, I'm afraid those Blue Star people hate you more than I hate the Plague Fairy sect. Is it that easy to leave? After the taunting. Then, the Fairy of Plague Spirit faced the Wu-Peng boat in the center of Yaojiang River, and her expression suddenly became serious. 3 kowtows, 9 worships of the immortal, 1 kowtow and 3 worships to the souls of the sky, 1 draw of the ghost money, 2 lights of the lamp, 3 sacrifices of the soul and flesh, 4 red clothes. Although she did not know the deep meaning of the formula at the end, as long as she knew one of them, she could still borrow the power of the Wu-Peng Fairy. Plague Fairy, please blast me. Water Lady, please blast me. Today, I will dare to borrow the power of the Wu-Peng Fairy to avenge my ancestors of the Plague Fairy sect and save Water Lady from being born. After the Fairy of Plague Spirit prayed softly in her mouth, she carefully took out a pile of human skin ghost money that was taller than a person from her storage ring and placed it in front of her. She silently memorized the decryption that Water Lady gave her. The Fairy of Plague Spirit stood up and bowed solemnly to the Wu-Peng boat. Bow. Bow again. Bow again. 1 kowtow. Dong. The Fairy of Plague Spirit knocked her head to the ground, and there was a dull sound of dong. She kowtowed without using any magic power to protect herself. Please help me, Wuling Fairy. Plague Fairy said silently in her heart. After bowing her head, Plague Fairy repeated the action for the second time. Bow. This time. Suddenly, on the surface of the 3 or 4 li wide Yaojiang River, the cold and gray fog began to roll up and change rapidly. For a moment, the sky above Wuling Mountain was filled with wind and clouds, and gusts of cold wind. Chapter 85, Blast the person, rape the corpse, and make a wish. Bow. Fairy Plague Spirit prayed with concentration, bowing for the second time. The sky in this area suddenly became gloomy. Gurgle, a long string of water droplets and bubbles suddenly appeared under the surface of the Yaojiang River, as if the gate of hell under the Yaojiang River was opened and something wanted to emerge from the bottom of the water. Bow again. Fairy Plague Spirit bowed devoutly for the third time. Looking at the changes in the sky, Fairy Plague Spirit's eyes were excited. The pile of human skin ghost money in front of her suddenly began to tremble, as if the ghost money made of human skin still contained the residual souls of the people in their previous lives. They seemed to sense something terrifying and instinctively became afraid. Woo woo. The sky became gloomy and dark, the wind howled, ghost fog appeared on the river, and the strange celestial phenomena of bubbles in the water quickly attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. What's going on? When Fairy Plague Spirit started to worship the soul, a genius in the military looked at the various strange phenomena around him and felt fear in his heart. It seemed that a terrifying creature was gradually waking up here. Chen Mo and his men were not moved at all, and quickly chased in the direction of Liu Hai. Along the way, whenever they met someone from the Plague Fairy sect, they would attack and kill them together. Not only the Blue Star side noticed this change, but the Plague Fairy sect members were even more excited when they saw it. Quick, Plague Fairy Ling is about to succeed in borrowing the power of the Wuxin. Collect all the dead bodies on the ground and use them to rescue the Guardian. The Plague Fairy sect members, who were originally completely suppressed by the Blue Star people, suddenly became brave, and they desperately attacked the Blue Star geniuses. Above the battlefield, there were several figures of the Golden Core true persons of the Starry Sky University. Seeing this, they did not rush into the battlefield, but were cautious. This battle was essentially a trial battle. As long as they could ensure that there was no power beyond the great realm of the students on the battlefield, they would not take action. And with the overwhelming numerical advantage of the military geniuses, if some people died unexpectedly, it would not be their fault. It was at this time. Boom. The Plague Fairy knocked her head heavily against the Wu-Peng bolt for the second time. She chanted quickly in her heart. Please help me kill the enemy, Wu-Peng Fairy, and these ghost money will be used for your food. As soon as her thoughts fell, suddenly from the Yaojiang River came a series of eerie and terrifying cries of crows and cranes. Woo woo woo. Wow 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 ah ah ah. Suddenly, a series of ghost cries and wolves howled over Wuling. I saw countless black souls flying out from under the Wu-Peng boat. Wow, so much money. Such a strong smell of living souls, it smells so good. Countless remnants of thoughts were whistling wildly in the sky. Wu-Peng Fairy's ghost souls were born. After these ghost souls emerged from under the Wu-Peng boat, they quickly swarmed to the human skin ghost money in front of the Plague Fairy. I saw that the ghost money piled in front of the Plague Fairy suddenly ignited without wind when it came into contact with these black ghost souls. Wisps of light white smoke emerged from the human skin, whimpering, and were finally swallowed by these ghosts. Call me. What do you want to do? A discontinuous and somewhat unclear divine thought suddenly sounded in the mind of the Plague Fairy. The Plague Fairy's eyes lit up. She quickly responded with thoughts in her mind. I have brought nearly 1,000 fairy seedlings here to provide food for the immortals. Please help me. This thought sounded in her mind, and she concentrated and waited for the other party to continue to respond. After more than 10 breaths, only then did a vague divine thought sound in her mind. Enter my forbidden land. Die without cause and effect. When this vague divine thought was finished in the Plague Fairy's mind, suddenly, endless ghosts rushed towards the people on Wuling Mountain. Seeing this, the Plague Fairy felt relieved and suddenly let out a long roar. Disciples of the Plague Immortal sect, Wuxin has helped us. Follow me and kill these blue star bastards. As she shouted, countless disciples of the Plague Immortal sect responded one after another. They took the human skin ghost money they had prepared in advance and stuck it on their bodies, rushing towards the battlefield. Looking at the soul shadows that suddenly rushed over the field. Wuxin's ghost soul. Chen Mo's expression suddenly changed. He immediately remembered the previous path prompt and hurriedly reminded. 1 bow and 3 worship souls all over the sky, 1 draw ghost money, 2 light the lamp, 3 sacrifice soul flesh and 4 red clothes. Quick, sacrifice the human skin ghost money. After saying that, he took the lead in sticking the prepared human skin ghost money on his body. He was still not at ease. At the same time, he lit the lantern made of human head corpse oil with spiritual power, emitting a hazy yellow light. The 9th Legion, listen to my orders. Raise the human skin ghost money quickly and light up the headlights. If you don't have ghost money for the time being, quickly go behind the other students and gather a large formation to deal with it. Victories at this moment, kill. Almost at the same time, Leng Chuan and the general's orders rang out in the sky. For a moment, the intensity of the battle on the battlefield instantly increased countless times. When the soul shadows in the sky rushed over, they found that most of them were covered with the living soul ghost money they wanted to eat the most. With ghost money and headlights in hand, the ghost souls that rushed over instinctively stopped their attacks and began to step aside and quietly absorb the ghost money and the wisps of white smoke from the lanterns. This is the instinctive Wuxan rule left in their incomplete thoughts. Living people pass through the aisle, spend money to buy the way. Conclude cause and effect, regardless of immortals and demons. The fierce battle had just started. Suddenly, a strange scene happened. The black soul shadows that had originally rushed towards the Blue Star disciples stopped their actions and began to quietly absorb the white smoke from the surrounding ghost money. The only ones who were not protected by the ghost money were the 20 or so people from Zushan Tower brought by Tai Wuai. The empty souls rushed towards them. Those who reacted quickly took away the human skin from the hands of the plague fairy, and those who reacted slowly were instantly caught and besieged by the ghosts. Ah! What the hell? The people of Zushan Tower screamed one after another. Their souls were gnawed by countless ghosts and they sobbed and begged for mercy. This scene shocked everyone. But what shocked, frightened and angered Fairy Wenling and the others even more was that the Blue Star people also had ghost money to avoid a ghost of Wuxan. And some people were holding 7 whole lanterns made of human heads that could avoid souls. Such a scene instantly made their previous plan useless. The sudden reversal made Fairy Wenling suddenly feel a chill on her body. Is the plague fairy going to face a catastrophe today? Who betrayed the news? No matter how shocked, angry, and regretful the disciples of the plague fairy were, the battlefield would not give them any chance to breathe. After a short period of adaptation, the situation soon became one-sided, and it became a massacre of Blue Star military disciples. The masters of Zushan Tower were even worse. Not only did they have to deal with the invasion of soul shadows, but they also had to face the pursuit of Blue Star masters. Chen Mo looked at the black soul shadows that retreated to the side, and after finding that they had no intention of attacking, he quickened his pace. There. Suddenly, Song Yihan pointed to a valley not far ahead. Sure enough, Chen Mo saw Liu Hai and his father, with blood on their faces, squatting beside the corpse of a disciple of the Plague Immortal sect, trembling and holding their heads in pain. It turned out that when Liu Sanchu realized that the situation was not right, he wanted to take Liu Hai away from here as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he didn't have a chance of good luck this time. Facing the attack of the ghost souls, they couldn't escape anywhere. More than a dozen black soul shadows lay on them and gnawed hard at the living souls in their bodies. Ah! It hurts so much seeing this. Chen Mo and others couldn't help but frown. This black soul shadow is so fucking weird. It's like a ghost from the netherworld. A cultivator at the foundation building stage couldn't stand their invasion. It seemed that someone had arrived. Liu Sanchu, who was originally resisting painfully, suddenly looked up. When he found that it was Chen Mo and Song Yihan who were approaching him, a flash of shock and jealousy flashed through his mind. That's right, he recognized that Chen Mo and the others were Liu Hai's classmates. Life and death are different. At this time, he wanted to use the power in his body to seize the head lantern in Chen Mo's hand, but he found that the soul in his body had been eaten and was incomplete, and he couldn't mobilize any mana at all. In the end, his face showed a complex expression of pain, dejection, and pleading. Give us a quick death." Seeing this, Song Yihan nodded and was about to kill the two. Although she hated the traitors, she didn't deliberately watch the two being bitten by the weird soul shadow. Just as she was about to make a move, Chen Mo suddenly stepped forward and stopped her. Chen Mo looked at Liu Sanchu's painful expression indifferently. "You can be free if you want. Tell us, Tai Wei, Zushan Lao, why did they collude with the Plague Fairy sect and betray Blue Star?" Hearing Chen Mo's words, Liu Sanchu betrayed Tai Wei without any hesitation. At this moment, he just wanted to end this pain as soon as possible. "I only know that Tai Wei wanted to get the coordinates of a new world called Henley Star from the Plague Fairy sect. I don't know anything else." After saying that, he glanced painfully at Liu Hai, who had already fallen into half-dead coma. "Ah!" Liu Sanchu finally let out a long sigh of unwillingness. "Do it." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mo suddenly slapped a palm of spiritual power in front of him. Puff! Puff! The two heads were instantly smashed by Chen Mo's palm like a broken watermelon. Those black soul shadows gave out waves of creepy cheers. They began to scramble for the remaining residual souls. Chen Mo looked at the bodies lying on the ground indifferently, walked up quickly, and took off their storage rings and storage bags. Then he cut off their heads and burned their bodies to completely refine them into corpse oil. Then he stood up and said to them, "Let's go, let's kill a few more plague immortal believers. This is a good opportunity to reap." After saying that, Chen Mo shook the storage bag in his hand at them. Yes. They nodded and started running towards the next part of the battlefield. At this time, Chen Mo also started to make a new wish in his mind. I wish that I know how to get the world coordinates of Hanley Star. Chapter 86, Counting the Harvest, Robbing Wuxin. Make a wish. I want to know how to get the world coordinates of Hanley Star. This world information is being analyzed, and the wish is being analyzed. Path 1. 5 minutes later, go 50 miles south from here, and you will meet Tai Wu Ai, who is in a cliff cave. There is a jade slip in the storage ring on his right finger, and the jade slip contains the world coordinates of Hanley Star that he has marked. Path 2. 3 miles away from here, the Plague Fairy and Elder Mu of the Plague Fairy cult are fighting with Bai and Chen Zhenren, Leng Chuan, Luo Feng, and Wu Mu. Within 3 minutes, before they kill the Plague Fairy cult's senior leaders, report the information of Hanley Star to Major General Leng Chuan, and you can temporarily save the Plague Fairy. After 10 days, you can get the coordinates of the new world of Hanley Star from the military. After reading these 2 prompts, Chen Mo knew that the Plague Fairy cult here was going to be finished. The Plague Fairy cult already had much fewer people than Blue Star. Now without the help of Wuxin Minghan, if this trend continues, the Plague Fairy cult will soon be killed by them. Even the top leaders of the Plague Immortal sect will be wiped out within 3 minutes, let alone the others. Chen Mo thought about it for a while and decisively chose the first path. The second path was too troublesome for him, and it would be a lie to say that Chen Mo was not tempted by the world address that Zexin Lao risked his life to get. He was not great enough to hand over such a precious thing to Blue Star. Thinking of this, he suddenly stopped and called a few people with a human head lantern. Everyone stop. Song Yihan and the others stopped and looked at Chen Mo curiously. Now the Plague Immortal sect has lost a lot of manpower and has become a dog without a home. I have a suggestion. From now on, everyone will act separately. As long as we can hunt down more Plague Immortal sect disciples, we will gain more in this trial. What do you think? After listening to Chen Mo's words, Xiang Long and others observed the situation on the battlefield and felt that it was indeed as Chen Mo said, so they nodded in agreement. At this point, Chen Mo quickly separated from everyone and walked south quickly with a lantern in hand. Worried that he didn't have enough ghost money, Chen Mo also killed a Plague Immortal cultist along the way with his own body refining strength to take his skin and refine his corpse. Although he didn't encounter any danger during the process, to be honest, the incident of the Wuxin ghost soul he encountered this time really made him see the weirdness and cruelty of the world of immortal cultivation. To this day, he can't imagine what kind of existence this Wuxin is and how he came up with such weird methods. With doubts in his heart, it didn't take long for Chen Mo to reach about 50 miles away and began to look for cliff caves. Sure enough, it didn't take long for him to find a cliff cave at the foot of the mountain not far ahead. Chen Mo walked forward carefully and found Tai Wu Ai lying on the ground with a ghost face mask. Well, this person's body is not short, it looks like he is about 1.8 meters tall. However, Chen Mo found that Tai Wu Ai's chest was obviously sunken, and it was obvious that his coma was also related to this serious injury. Chen Mo guessed that this injury might have been caused by the teachers of Star University when they were chasing him. What surprised Chen Mo even more was that this place was 50 miles away from the battlefield, and there were actually several black soul shadows lying on Tai Wu Ai's body, constantly gnawing at his soul. Tai Wu Ai was lying on the ground, his eyebrows were wrinkled into a clear shape, and even his body was twitching instinctively. I'm afraid that even without Chen Mo, it would be difficult for him to survive. Seeing this, Chen Mo was completely relieved. Who would have thought that a Jinden's Henren would end up like this? Humph. Chen Mo sneered twice, took 2 steps forward, drew out his magic weapon sword and slashed it directly. Puff. A stream of blood splashed. Tai Wu Ai's head rolled to the side, and his body was split into 2. Kill this traitor. Chen Mo was still not satisfied, and then he used 3 consecutive swords to split Tai Wu Ai's body into 3, and burned him completely with fire, and then he was relieved. He felt that facing a Jinden's Henren, even if he was cautious, It would not be too much? After killing Tai Wu Ai, Chen Mo carefully pulled off an ancient ring made of unknown material from Tai Wu Ai's right ring finger. I got the stuff. Chen Mo was delighted. He found that it was good to have a golden finger, so that he could encounter such a chance to pick up bargains. A giant's henrin died in his hands in such an unclear way. I'm afraid Tai Wu Ai would cry out for injustice when he went to the king of hell. Then Chen Mo found a clean place and began to attack the mark in Tai Wu Ai's stored ring. An hour later, without the support of Tai Wu Ai's mind, the mark of the storage ring was quickly opened by Chen Mo's spiritual mind. Suddenly, a storage space the size of a house came into his eyes. Fuck, such a big space. I've made a fortune this time, so many things. Chen Mo's spiritual mind quickly swept through the storage ring and found a pile of medium-grade spiritual stones in a corner of the space. Next to the spiritual stones, there was a black wine jar-like spiritual weapon that was particularly conspicuous. In addition to the spirit stones, there are also some cultivation materials and commonly used elixirs for restoring spiritual power, such as the top-grade key increasing elixir, key recovering elixir, and wound healing elixir. As long as these things are digested, Chen Mo's wealth can be at least doubled by more than 10 times. If the storage rings he got from several disciples of the Plague Immortal sect are added, the mid-grade spirit stones he earned on this trip are worth at least tens of thousands. Chen Mo sighed in his heart and began to count the things in Tai Wu's storage ring excitedly. Soon he found a jade slip from a box. Chen Mo carefully put the jade slip on his forehead, and as his spiritual thoughts poured in, the coordinates of a world suddenly flooded into his mind. Hanli Star is located in the southeast region of the Beast God realm, with coordinates of 15 degrees, 75 degrees, 9,758 degrees, and 1,341 degrees. Hanli Star. Chen Mo pondered. He had never found the introduction of this world in the Book of All Worlds before. I don't know what's so special about this world that makes the Ghost Beast country betray the Blue Star Alliance. But he does know about the Beast God realm. Should I make a wish to check it out? Chen Mo was very excited when he suddenly got the coordinates of a new world. You know, the entire Blue Star Federation has only 10 resource worlds under its direct control so far. If he can get a world that belongs to him, then Chen Mo will have the foundation to directly advance to the top forces of the Federation. But just as he was about to make a wish to check it out, he suddenly changed his mind and gave up the idea. Forget it. Compared to knowing a world that can only be seen but not used at present, it is better to keep the spirit. Making a wish for the opportunity to get the Wuxin is the most important thing. After Chen Mo packed up, he quickly rushed back to the battlefield. From the perspective of time, it should be the end of a battlefield now. This trial, with a method that Chen Mo gave in advance to crack the Wuxin ghost soul, it can be said that there was no danger. The rhythm of the entire trial was following the steps planned in advance by Blue Star. Although some disciples died at the hands of the Plague Immortal sect during the battle, this is also a very common thing in the world of immortal cultivation. Since you have entered the world of immortal cultivation and chosen to enter the military battlefield, you have already prepared to lose your life. Either you will be reborn in the battlefield and rise quickly, or you will be reborn as soon as possible and start all over again. But Chen Mo has always been curious about how these Wuxin ghosts awakened by the ghost money will end up. A few minutes later, Chen Mo drove the magic weapon back to the battlefield quickly. Sure enough, everyone had ended the battle at this time and began to clean up the battlefield and prepare to evacuate. Chen Mo walked on the battlefield with a headlamp in his hand. He took a look and saw the black soul shadow that had been following him and constantly inhaling the white smoke of the lantern. Then he looked at the water woman who had been going to the Wupang boat on the river from beginning to end on the bank of the Yaojiang River. He became more and more curious. The one hiding in that boat is Wuxin. What's his current situation? What will happen if these souls finish absorbing the ghost money here? Will they continue to return to the Wupang boat or stay outside to harm people? Chen Mo noticed the teachers of Starry Sky University not far away. Seeing that they seemed to be discussing something, he turned his head and looked at the Wupang boat in the center of Yaojiang River. His eyes were slightly absent-minded, but he was actually thinking about something. I don't know if this Wuxin has any opportunities. No matter what, I don't care whether you are a ghost or a fairy. Since you have already appeared, you must leave something for me. Chen Mo's idea was a bit bold, but it was in line with common sense. He was used to making a wish to find it no matter where he went. Even if it was a rotten boat, he would knock out a few nails. Make a wish, I want to know how to safely get the opportunity of Wuxin. This world is analyzing information and wishes. Way 1, blood sacrifice of thousands of lives, making ghost money, human lanterns, soul meat, red clothes sacrifice to Wuxin. You can wake up Wuxin and ask him to help once. Way 2, go to the blood netherworld and worship Hanfu, the ancient blue star immortal, as your master. You can ask him to come and use the immortal talisman to completely seal Wuxin, and get a broken soul devouring sutra from him. Way 3, use ghost money, 7 whole skull lantern, and soul meat as guides, throw them into the soul melting jar in the ring, and attract Wuxin's soul to feed. Then use spiritual power to activate the soul melting jar to seal a wisp of Wuxin's soul clone, refine it into soul liquid and melt it. You can get the half-style soul swallowing magic of the Soul Deo golden body method. Swallow the 9 netherworlds and 10,000 souls to condense the supreme soul drinking golden body. After sealing a wisp of soul clone, you need to stay away from this place for 200 miles in half an hour, and you are not allowed to set foot here within a year. This time, it took a full 30 hours and a few breaths for the specific way information to appear in Chen Mo's mind. Boom. As these torrents of information were digested by Chen Mo, his eyes bloomed with a terrifying divine light. There really is a way. Path 1, blood sacrifice of thousands of lives. Chen Mo is not a demon cultivator, he can't do it and won't do it. Give up. Path 2, ancient immortal Hanfu. This is the first time he knows the real name of an ancient blue star immortal. Worship him as a teacher. It's not something that can be done at the moment. Give up. Path 3, use the ghost money soul and flesh as a guide. Use the soul fusion bottle to seal a wisp of Wuxin's soul clone, and refine it to obtain half of the soul devouring magical power. Fuck, this path is awesome. So bold. This is simply robbing an immortal. Chen Mo's heart was instantly filled with excitement. Do you want to do it? Isn't it just half an hour away from here, 200 miles? Isn't it just not setting foot here for a year? The thoughts in Chen Mo's mind collided fiercely. Do it. Chapter 87 The Soul Melting Bottle. The soul melting bottle strengthens the spirit. Thinking of being able to obtain half of the immortal's magical power, soul swallowing magical power of the Soul Deo golden body method. At this moment, Chen Mo's heart was full of motivation. Damn. Chen Mo quickly took out a black wine jar-like spiritual tool he got from Tai Wu Ai from his ring. Is this the soul melting jar? Chen Mo was a little confused, because in his storage ring, apart from this thing, there was no other tool that met the requirements of Path 3. Chen Mo held the soul melting jar in his hand and tried to send a stream of spiritual power into the spiritual tool. Hey, it really reacted. After the spiritual power entered the soul melting jar, Chen Mo felt that there were many layers of mysterious formations engraved inside this thing. After absorbing Chen Mo's spiritual power, the formation began to fluctuate. 1 minute later, as Chen Mo increased the spiritual power transmission, he quickly refined the outermost formation inside. Chen Mo reached the point where he could initially master this magical tool. After refining a little of the outer formation, he found that the soul melting bottle could change its size at will with the support of his spiritual power, and could also activate a sealing formation of the soul melting bottle. After refining the first major formation, Chen Mo felt that this soul melting bottle was definitely not as simple as he imagined, and it was probably more than a spiritual weapon level. I really don't know where this guy Tai Wu Ai got it from. Big. Soon, Chen Mo walked to a slightly remote place and activated the soul melting bottle to the size of a 3-legged tripod. Then, Chen Mo, without any hesitation, quickly threw the extra human skin ghost money, head lantern, and the corpses of the plague immortal cult members into the soul melting bottle. Boom. With the addition of human skin ghost money and corpse oil, it burned. Suddenly, the head lantern flashed a bright yellow light in Chen Mo's soul melting bottle, like a beacon. It smells so good. What a strong smell of living souls. In less than a breath, the black soul shadows that were originally wandering around suddenly rushed into the soul melting bottle like a swarm and began to suck wildly. Come on, eat more. The more you come in, the greater the benefit I will get after refining it. Chen Mo looked at the black soul shadows that rushed over one after another. Not only was he not afraid, but he became more excited. He calculated the time to leave here, holding the soul melting jar that looked like a big tripod, and began to run quickly around the battlefield. Wherever there were corpses of the plague immortal sect, there was his figure. Wherever there were many black soul shadows, he ran there. For a while, a strange figure appeared on the battlefield. Chen Mo was holding a jar that looked like a big tripod, picking up corpses everywhere and throwing them into the big tripod to burn. He went into the pile of black soul shadows that others avoided. "Chen Mo, what are you doing?" Song Yihan asked hurriedly when he saw Chen Mo passing by with a big tripod. Chen Mo ran and responded casually without looking back. "Clean up the bodies." More and more black soul shadows poured into the soul melting bottle and began to fight for it, making ghostly cries. "Smell, really smell." 10 minutes later. "Time is almost up. If I don't run now, I'm afraid it will be too late." Chen Mo stopped picking up the bodies and immediately ran towards Starry Sky University with a cauldron. As he ran, he quickly activated the seal formation of the soul melting bottle. Wow! A complex dark blue pattern lit up on the bottle. Above the mouth of the soul melting bottle, a sealed aura suddenly appeared and sealed all the black soul shadows inside. Success! Looking at the lit seal pattern of the soul melting bottle, Chen Mo was excited. Although he had the reminder of the golden finger, he was still a little nervous at first. After all, the object of his plan was an immortal. If something went wrong, he would give up this action. Small, small, small. Soon, the soul melting bottle turned back into a small wine bottle. After Chen Mo threw it into the storage ring, he looked back at the shadow of Wuling Mountain behind him for the last time, and then flew madly towards Xinjiang University. As long as he was 200 miles away from here within half an hour, he would be safe. Yet, who is robbing a trace of my soul shadow? In a dark space, there was a fallen immortal whose soul breath was enough to shake the 9 heavens. At this moment, his eyelids, which had been closed for who knows how many years, suddenly trembled, as if he wanted to open his eyes to see the vicissitudes of life in which Little Bug was harassing him. But for some reason, his eyelids only moved a few times, and then returned to a calm state. And this time was when Chen Mo ran 200 miles away from Wuling Mountain. At that time, Chen Mo suddenly felt a fatal fear in his heart for no reason. But fortunately, his figure quickly passed 200 miles away, and this unreasonable shock disappeared without a trace. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment just now, he really felt as if there was a fierce god with the power to destroy the 9th heaven watching him. This feeling made him never want to experience it again. After returning to Starry Sky University, Chen Mo immediately sent a message to his team that he had returned to school for retreat. After the trial, there must be a head count. Tell Song Yihan and the others in advance so that they can help him deal with things. In the world of immortal cultivation, it is normal to encounter a retreat for enlightenment occasionally. As long as it does not affect the mission, the military will generally not impose special restrictions. After the explanation, Chen Mo directly found an advanced training room in Starry Sky University and started the training process of refining the Wuxin Minghan clone. Before, when he was refining the initial soul fusion bottle, Chen Mo knew that as long as he increased the input of spiritual power, this artifact could speed up the sealing and refining of the formation. According to the instructions of the third path, as long as he refines this strand of Wuxin Minghan clone, it will become soul liquid. As long as he merged this soul liquid, he would be able to obtain the soul-devouring divine power of the half-soul Dao golden body technique, swallowing the souls of the 9 netherworlds of heaven and earth to condense the supreme soul Dao golden body. Chen Mo didn't know what the soul Dao golden body was, but just looking at the description, it was an incredible divine power. Chen Mo took out the soul melting bottle and placed it on the ground. Under the urging of his spiritual power, the soul melting bottle once again turned into a large tripod with 3 legs. Chen Mo controlled the formation and threw out the original human skin, ghost money, and soul flesh in the bottle. In the cauldron, at this moment, there were only countless black soul shadows whimpering and shouting wildly. These soul shadows gave Chen Mo the feeling that they had no intelligence, and only a trace of instinctive desire rules were driving them to act. At this time, under the seal and refining of the soul melting bottle, their originally black soul shadows seemed to be gradually fading, with signs of melting. Observing this scene, Chen Mo was also a little curious. According to the prompt, these black soul shadows were the ghost soul clones of Wuxin, but at this moment, they were gradually refined by himself. I don't know what state that Wuxin is in. If it is normal, this situation will definitely not happen. Is it because of practicing the soul-devouring sutra that the other party fell into this weird state? However, these things can only be solved after he becomes stronger. Now his strength is still too low. Even if he knows the way, it is difficult for him to complete a big wish, or some wishes will fail directly. In the world of cultivating immortals, strength is respected after all. One day, after I am promoted to the immortal way, I will be able to solve all these secrets. What Wuxin, Wangu Cave, as long as it is beneficial to his practice, it will become his nourishment. Chen Mo is refining the soul shadow in the soul melting jar while thinking about this matter in his mind. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed slowly, and Chen Mo's military watch also received the news that Song Yihan and others had returned. After learning that Chen Mo was in seclusion, the military did not come to Chen Mo specifically, but this time the military trial, Chen Mo's contribution had already entered the side of the military's top leaders. Although this trial has ended, it is the real beginning of cultivation for Song Yihan, Xiang Long and others, and also an opportunity for them to improve their strength again. After fighting with the Plague Immortal sect, whether it is the perception of cultivation or some resources seized, it is a good opportunity to break through. This trial is also the first lesson for these young geniuses to adapt to the world of cultivation. In the past, they relied on reward resources to accumulate cultivation, but this time they really faced the cruelty and killing of the world of cultivation. These processes would have taken a few years for them to transition and adapt in college. But after entering the military special recruitment list, they were directly given drastic measures. Resources are given directly, opportunities are also available, and of course fighting is indispensable. As long as you dare to fight and kill and can take it, you can seize the opportunity to quickly improve your strength. The next day, Chen Mo noticed the changes inside the soul melting bottle, and his eyes suddenly lit up. It's done. At this time, all the black soul shadows in the soul melting bottle had been refined into nothingness, leaving only 7 drops of pure transparent liquid lying at the bottom of the soul melting bottle. Small. As Chen Mo thought, the soul melting jar once again turned into a wine jar the size of a palm. Chen Mo looked at the transparent water droplet at the bottom with some curiosity. This is the soul liquid of a wisp of Wuxin's soul clone. At this moment, Chen Mo's heart quickly calmed down. He knew that if he wanted to melt soul-type treasures, the effect would be best when his mind remained clear and stable. Chen Mo did not hesitate, and directly picked up the wine jar and swallowed the 7 drops of soul liquid in the jar into his stomach. The soul liquid entered his mouth and instantly soaked into his body, turning into a stream of clear air and pouring into his mind. There was no time for Chen Mo to react. He only felt that his spiritual consciousness was rapidly transforming and growing, and at the same time, a mysterious meaning about the use of souls was pouring into his mind. Smooth, clear and subtle. Clear and subtle. At this moment, countless mysterious and indescribable feelings poured into Chen Mo's mind. He felt that his thoughts became particularly clear, and some of the things he didn't understand about the practice of cultivation in the past were suddenly clear. Moreover, the scope of his spiritual thoughts became larger and more solid. He knew that this was the feeling brought to him by the rapid growth and transformation of his spiritual consciousness. Generally, cultivators in the key training stage can only condense their spiritual thoughts. When the spiritual thoughts grow to the limit and advance to the foundation building stage, they will transform into divine thoughts, and the level of divine thoughts is 1 level higher than spiritual thoughts. Chen Mo felt that his spirit was getting stronger and stronger at this time. This was a manifestation of the rapid qualitative change of spiritual thoughts. Once his spirit and spiritual thoughts grew to the extreme, it was the time when he successfully opened up the sea of consciousness and condensed divine thoughts. There are 3 major levels for the key training stage to successfully advance to the foundation building stage. The first is the spiritual power level. The second is the spiritual thought level. The third is the physical body level. Only by training all 3 levels to the extreme of the realm can you successfully advance to the foundation building stage. Chapter 88, Divine Mind Devours the Soul, Dinghe Root. The first level, the spiritual power level, is what is usually called the key training realm. Only when you advance to the 9th level of key training, you will have strong spiritual power in your body to impact the foundation barrier. The third level, the physical body level, refers to the strength and lifespan of a person's physical body. Chen Mo learned this part of knowledge in the Chinese class on Blue Star. Why are there many older high-level key training cultivators on Blue Star unable to build a foundation? It is because they have missed the best age for cultivating immortals when the spiritual power of Blue Star is revived. When they practice to the high level of key training, their lifespan is aging, and basically the physical body's origin is not enough to meet the conditions for impacting the foundation. The second level, the spiritual mind level, actually refers to the strength of a person's spiritual mind, which is a condition that potentially affects the success rate of foundation building. The spiritual power realm and the physical body's origin have reached the conditions. As long as the spiritual mind strength reaches the upper middle level, there is generally a small hope of breaking through the foundation with your own strength. But if the spiritual mind level is average, forcing the foundation to be built will mostly result in death, and the better ones will also end up with a collapse of the body's origin, and will never make any progress in their lives. This is why people now need foundation building pills to assist in breakthroughs. If someone can condense his spiritual thoughts to the extreme and advance, he has basically passed the most difficult level of the foundation building realm. Because since ancient times, it is easy to improve the spiritual power realm, but it is difficult to cultivate the spiritual strength. And now Chen Mo feels that his spirit is growing rapidly. He thought that melting the ghost soul clone of Wuxin would only give him half of the soul-swallowing magical power. But he didn't expect there would be such an unexpected benefit. Chen Mo quickly kept his mind and waited for the end of the spiritual transformation. At this moment, his thoughts and inspirations also burst out like a blowout. He immediately thought that maybe at this time he could practice with the inner scene storage method in the purple yang refining spirit method to open up the sea of consciousness and advance. This thought flashed in his mind, and he immediately acted accordingly. With the practice of the purple yang refining spirit method, Chen Mo found that he was absorbing the soul liquid and pure air faster and faster. At the same time, he slowly gained more insights into the half-spirit divine power in his mind. Boom! Suddenly, Chen Mo felt his spiritual sea of consciousness suddenly shook. At this moment, he felt that his spiritual thoughts had suddenly undergone a transformation after being strengthened by the soul liquid and pure energy. He advanced to a higher level of divine thoughts, and his sea of consciousness also underwent earth-shaking changes at this moment. Originally, Chen Mo could only feel that there was a mustard seed space the size of a bead in his mind to accommodate his spiritual thoughts. At the moment when Chen Mo's spiritual thoughts were completely advanced to divine thoughts, this mustard seed space was suddenly opened up into a 10-foot wide spiritual sea of consciousness under Chen Mo's inner vision. Chen Mo tried it, and at this moment his divine thoughts could be projected outward to a distance of 100 feet. Within this distance, the sound of insects falling, the movement of mice, and the flying of cicadas can be heard. Chen Mo can even control his divine thoughts to attack and move some tiny objects. The divine thoughts have transformed, and the sea of consciousness has been successfully opened up. Chen Mo suddenly said in surprise after noticing the changes in the sea of consciousness. You know, this level is often something that can only be done in the foundation building stage. And he had already opened up the spiritual sea of consciousness in advance in the key training stage. It can be said that Chen Mo is now only one step away from the foundation building stage. As long as he raises his cultivation to the 9th level of key training, he can directly break through to the foundation building stage perfectly. The two most blissful things in cultivating immortals are getting opportunities and breaking through realms. Chen Mo has never felt that the foundation building is so close to him. The spiritual thought barrier has been broken through, and his physical body barrier has also reached the limit of the first level body training comparable to the foundation building. The only thing left is the spiritual power realm barrier, and Chen Mo, who has the qualification of the first grade Immortal Bone. The key training realm is the least worrying thing for him. The surprise at this time is not over yet. Today is destined to be a day of harvest for him. Just when Chen Mo opened up the sea of consciousness and successfully condensed the divine thought, the half-style soul-swallowing magical power obtained by absorbing the Wuxin soul liquid also appeared in his soul memory. Magic power swallows soul. Directly devour the souls of others and absorb the power of souls to forge your own soul golden body. What a domineering magical power! After feeling the feedback of the perception brought to him by this half-style magical power, Chen Mo was really shocked. Swallowing the souls of the 9 netherworlds of heaven and earth to condense the supreme soul golden body, as long as it is a soul, it can be swallowed and refined. Of course, the premise is that you can swallow it without being choked to death. Is this the magical power of Wuxin? No wonder he can condense so many ghost soul clones. However, as Chen Mo's perception became deeper and deeper, he soon discovered the disadvantages of this half-style magical power. That is, when he devours other people's souls, he will suffer the backlash of other people's souls and resentment and the impact of consciousness. And if this kind of soul backlash is not endured, It will make his soul confused at best, and his soul will be shattered at worst. After realizing this, Chen Mo's expression suddenly condensed and secretly warned himself. Well, this magical power is really good, but the danger is really great. Unless it is a matter of life and death, it must not be used lightly, especially not against people with souls of similar strength or stronger than yourself. But Chen Mo thought about it and soon thought of a way to make up for this defect. That is the soul fusion jar. Chen Mo found that the soul melting bottle in his hand and this half-style soul devouring divine power were a perfect match. Killing people with the Vajra method, using the soul melting bottle to refine the soul, and then practicing the soul refining method. Chen Mo raised his eyebrows. He felt that he had found a great way to cultivate his spirit and soul. Sure enough, finding a high-level opportunity is the biggest way to quickly improve your cultivation. At this moment, Chen Mo really felt that Tai Wui's death was not worth it. He had such a magical weapon in his hand but died in vain in his hands. The final breakthrough ended. Chen Mo glanced at the time. It was already the 10th day of his retreat. It would not take many days for him to go to the blood underworld. He believed that there were more opportunities waiting for him there. Key training has the book of longevity in the vast sea. Body training has the secret of the earthly evil and the secret of the 9-turn golden body. Soul refining has the purple sun refining divine method, the soul melting bottle and the soul devouring divine power. Key, body, and spirit 3 cultivations. As long as I cultivate these 3 ways to the extreme, I will definitely be able to dominate the immortal world and become the most powerful immortal. After Chen Mo determined his path to immortal cultivation, a firm belief emerged in his heart. Yes, but don't be impatient. Take your time and develop steadily. With a golden finger in hand, you can definitely seize the greatest opportunity in the world of immortal cultivation and find the safest way. Thinking of this, Chen Mo suddenly remembered that Major General Leng Chuan had promised him that he would give him the first merit after this trial and apply to the military for a special opportunity that would be of great use for him. I don't know how things are going. Chen Mo looked through the unread messages on his military watch. No. Maybe the trial has just ended, and things haven't moved so fast yet. After Chen Mo found a reason for Leng Chuan in his heart, he prepared to use the next time to continue refining the array pattern in the soul melting bottle. At first, Chen Mo thought that the soul melting bottle was just a strange spiritual weapon. But after seeing the power of the soul melting bottle, even the dumbest person could not regard it as a spiritual weapon. Chen Mo knew that the generally recognized levels of magic tools in the world of immortal cultivation were as follows. The lowest level of magic tools, which were also used by most of the lower-level disciples in the key training realm in the world of immortal cultivation. Then there were spiritual tools, which were used by people from the key training realm to the nascent soul masters. Above spiritual tools were higher-level Dao tools. Dao tools, as the name implies, had risen to the level of Dao, and contained a trace of the power of Dao, which was definitely not something that ordinary weapon refiners and ordinary cultivators could master. Above Dao tools were immortal tools. Currently, Chen Mo had a broken and dormant immortal tool, the Changguang Immortal Sword. And each level of magic tools, according to the power, was divided into 4 levels: top grade, upper grade, middle grade, and lower grade. Chen Mo guessed that the soul melting jar should be at least a Taoist tool that was not inferior to the middle grade one. What level it was, he would know after his cultivation level was improved and he refined all the array patterns and restrictions in the soul melting jar. Just when Chen Mo was in seclusion and immersed in refining the array patterns of the soul melting jar, far away in the blood underworld, in the room of Hong Tong, the army chief of the 9th Army, Leng Chuan was respectfully reporting to a sturdy and rough middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was the army chief of the 9th Army of Blue Star, Hong Tong. Under his rough and calm appearance, he revealed an infinite momentum that could melt the world and suppress a large area. Report to the army chief. This time, our 9th Army has specially recruited 234 talented disciples on Blue Star. 78 of them are of the 1st grade and 156 of them are of the 2nd grade. In the trial of clearing the remnants of the Plague Immortal sect on Mars, our 9th Army disciples suffered 0 casualties. Break the Plague Immortal sect's tricks and solve the disaster of Wuxin. The first meritorious person is Chen Mo, a disciple of our 9th Army. Period. As Leng Chuan spoke. A few minutes later, he briefly and concisely told Hong Tong the situation of the special recruitment of disciples in the army in the past 2 months. After listening to Leng Chuan's story, Hong Tong asked with a little surprise. Oh. Is Chen Mo really as good as you said? Leng Chuan nodded and responded. From suppressing the geniuses of the same period when the military was recruiting, to clearing out the Wangsun sect on the Mars, he has indeed performed very well. If he hadn't seen through the other party's tricks in advance during the clearing out of the Wangsun sect, I'm afraid we would have suffered a big loss this time. And this person has a clean family background. It is worth the Ninth Army to focus on training. Hong Tong nodded after listening, and asked back after a silence. What do you mean? Leng Chuan bowed to Hong Tong and said seriously. Military commander. Our Ninth Army has always been based on merit and not on seniority. As long as there is merit, we will reward, and if there is fault, we will punish. Since Chen Mo has indeed made the first contribution, I suggest to the military that he be rewarded with Dinghagen. Dinghagen. Hong Tong heard this and repeated it in his mouth. Leng Chuan nodded seriously on the side. Hong Tong glanced at Leng Chuan, thought about it for a while, and then spoke. Okay, his contribution is indeed worth this magical medicine. You can go to the military department later to take this Dinghe route to him. At this point, he paused for a moment and muttered, I hope he can break the limit of the key training period with this. Thank you, Mr. Lin Qing, for your reward and monthly ticket support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, Spiritual Sea Limit, Key Training Level 9. The next day, when Chen Mo refined the fourth layer of the array pattern restriction of the soul melting bottle, which was the size of a palm and looked like an ancient three-legged wine bottle, instantly turned into a spiritual light and entered Chen Mo's body. Finally, I have finished refining the fourth layer of the array. The restrictions in the soul melting bottle are too difficult to refine, and each layer takes longer and longer to refine. Chen Mo sighed. However, there is also a benefit. After refining the 4 layers of the outermost array of the soul melting bottle, Chen Mo felt that his understanding of the array was getting deeper and deeper. Combined with the mathematics and array knowledge learned in the previous mathematics class. Now he feels that he can easily arrange some very basic arrays in the world of immortal cultivation, such as the dust clearing array, the small hidden array, the basic spirit gathering array, etc. After the soul melting bottle was refined to the point where it could be stored in the body, Chen Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. He used his divine consciousness to explore in his body. Sure enough, the soul melting bottle shrank into a pocket-sized wine bottle floating above his spiritual sea. This will make it more assured and safe to use in the future. In the sea of spiritual power, the Changguang immortal sword was sleeping. At this moment, Chen Mo glanced at the time. In a blink of an eye, he had been in seclusion for 20 days. In another 8 or 9 days, he would go to the blood netherworld. Time flies so fast. Chen Mo shook his head, sighed, and walked out of the door of the training room. Not long after he came out, Leng Chuan immediately knew the news that Chen Mo had come out of seclusion. He immediately contacted Chen Mo to come and collect the reward for the first merit of this trial. If the reward was something else, it would usually be directly placed in the Starry Sky Pavilion for Chen Mo to collect it himself. But this time the reward for Chen Mo was the top spiritual object in Root, and he had to hand it over to Chen Mo in person before he felt relieved. Soon, Chen Mo received the notice and came to Leng Chuan's temporary office. Instructor, you are looking for me. Chen Mo greeted politely when he entered the door. Leng Chuan looked Chen Mo up and down after he entered the door and praised him. The spiritual power is strong and the key is obvious. Not bad, it seems that you have made a solid breakthrough in the key training realm. Chen Mo responded with a slight smile. This time when he met Leng Chuan alone, he found that his expression was softer, which was much more comfortable than the cold distance before. After Leng Chuan praised Chen Mo, he did not say anything. He took out a long jade box about 20 centimeters and 6 inches wide and handed it to Chen Mo, saying, I said at the beginning of the trial that if the information you gave was true, you should be awarded the first merit. This is the first merit award I specially applied for you in the military. It can help you expand the limit of your key sea and increase your future foundation. I hope you can make good use of it. Chen Mo took the jade box with a happy look. Thank you, instructor. Chen Mo opened the lid of the jade box and found a spiritual plant that was somewhat similar to coral roots. This spiritual plant is about 9 inches tall, and the main stem is shaped like a coiled dragon. The surface of the tree is covered with some brown dots, and the texture is as clear as stone. There are 2 forked branches at the top of the trunk, and several dark green leaves grow on the branches. The whole spiritual plant was full of spiritual energy, exuding a strong natural breath of life. What kind of spiritual plant is this? Chen Mo looked at Ling Chuan in surprise and asked. He searched his memory for the spiritual plant, but it seemed that he could not find any similar description of spiritual plants. Dinghe root. Ling Chuan explained. This Dinghe root is a top-level spiritual medicine that our Ninth Army obtained from the Linghe sect of the Blood Nether realm not long ago. This spiritual root grows in the abyss of 1,000 feet under the sea, and it is rare in the world. A cultivator in the key training realm can break the limit of the spiritual sea barrier by refining this spiritual plant, and there is hope to break through the 10th level of key training. Hearing Ling Chuan's explanation, Chen Mo was delighted. The 10th level of key training. You should know that the giant cultivation method that Blue Star is practicing now is generally limited to the 9th level of key training. The 10th level of key training has been seen in some ancient rumors, but it seems that in the current key training realm of Blue Star, no one has heard of anyone who has advanced to the foundation building after the 10th level of key training. So, Chen Mo took the opportunity to ask Ling Chuan about his doubts. Instructor, is there any difference between the 9th and 10th levels of key training and then advancing to the foundation building stage? If you can break through the 10th level of key training, wouldn't it be better to practice to the 11th, 12th, or 13th level of key training? Hearing this, Ling Chuan raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and explained with a smile, do you think this limit is so easy to break? Spiritual roots like the Dinghe root are very rare in the Blood Nether world. It's a fluke to get one that can break through the 10th level of key training, let alone the 11th and 12th levels of key training. At this point, he seemed to remember something, looked at Chen Mo and persuaded him in a slightly serious tone. You have just started cultivating immortals. It is understandable that you are blindly pursuing the limits of the Tao, but you should not go to extremes in everything. Breaking the limits in the key training realm can certainly expand the spiritual sea barrier and widen the foundation of the Tao, allowing the spiritual power in the body to far exceed that of the same realm, but you should not blindly pursue breaking the subsequent limits, thereby delaying the progress of your own cultivation. This often makes it easy to miss some opportunities later. Because the Jinden cultivation method has been verified as the Jinden Dao after cultivating to the 9th level of key training, and can be cultivated to the realm of true immortals. There is no need to ask for more. For mortals like us, cultivating immortals should seize every opportunity to quickly achieve true immortals and gain longevity. Otherwise, no matter how invincible you are in the early stage, facing the crushing of a higher realm, the result is ultimately a handful of yellow earth. After listening to Ling Chuan's consolation, Chen Mo nodded and responded. Understood, instructor. In fact, he agreed with what Ling Chuan said. Since cultivating to the 9th level of key training can also achieve true immortals, why must you pursue breaking through the 10th and 11th levels of key training? It's nothing more than gaining more combat power among people of the same realm. Not to mention the time wasted. Is it really that easy to find a spiritual medicine like Dinghe? The way to break through the realm steadily is the kingly way. He had seen some immortality novels in the past where the protagonists kept suppressing the realm, and finally fought against the higher realm. That's because they have cheats. Just like him, with cheats, he can naturally not take the ordinary path. So Chen Mo decided to refine Dinghe first to expand the limit of key training to the 10th level of key training, and then make a wish to quickly break through the 11th and 12th levels of key training. How can ordinary people learn from me? Seeing Chen Mo's serious and obedient look, Ling Chuan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Those who can listen to others will go a long way. Just like him, he didn't listen to others at the beginning, and for the so-called 11th level of key training, he is still at the limit of foundation building. For some geniuses of the same age as him, there are already many who have entered the golden elixir stage. Some of those people, with their one step ahead golden elixir strength, won the opportunity to combine with the Tao later. Some things are really hard to talk about. Seeing Chen Mo thinking of his own experience, Ling Chuan suddenly felt mixed emotions and lost interest in talking. Finally, Ling Chuan waved his hand and said calmly, "Okay, the reward is given to you. You should refine the Dinghe root as soon as possible. After you refine and break through, you will almost follow me to the Blood Nether world." Hearing this, Chen Mo nodded, put the jade box into the storage, and said goodbye. After leaving Lingchuan, Chen Mo returned to the practice room again. It took less than half a day to go in and out. Chen Mo felt that he was about to become a crazy ascetic. Soon, Chen Mo gathered his mind and began to swallow and refine the Dinghe root. According to Lingchuan, in addition to helping him break the barrier limit of the spiritual energy sea in his body, this Dinghe root can also quickly help him break through several key training realms. After a while, Chen Mo took out a 9-inch Dinghe root and stuffed it directly into his mouth and chewed it quickly. It tastes a bit like guava, not as hard as he imagined. But it tastes sweet, and a strong spiritual essence bursts out. It tastes countless times better than guava. Seeing this, Chen Mo did not hesitate at all, and quickly bit off the Dinghe root and swallowed it into his stomach in a few bites to prevent the loss of spiritual essence. Soon, as the Dinghe root entered his stomach, it was quickly digested by his stomach that functioned like a furnace. Suddenly, a life essence accompanied by a strong spiritual energy burst out in his stomach. Chen Mo immediately activated the key training method of Hanhei Cheng Shengjing to guide this spiritual energy to pass through the spiritual veins. It may be because the Hanhei Cheng Shengjing and Dinghe root are both water attributed. The spiritual power derived from Dinghe root in Chen Mo's body is getting faster and faster. Puff, puff, puff. New spiritual veins were opened up, and the surging spiritual power quickly gathered towards the spiritual sea. The life essence in the Dinghe root silently accompanied the spiritual power into the sea, seeping into the barrier at the boundary of the spiritual sea. It began to silently dissolve and widen the barrier of the spiritual sea. The spiritual sea that contains spiritual power in the human body is the same as the spiritual sea of consciousness in the mind, which is between reality and illusion. It can be infinitely large or infinitely small. However, each person's immortal root qualification and the strength of the Taoism practice will affect the size of their own spiritual sea and sea of consciousness. Therefore, this is also the case in many sects. Even if they practice the same technique, according to their qualifications and the degree of Taoism comprehension, the power of Taoism is different. Chen Mo himself has the top qualification of the first-grade Immortal Bone, and he practices the top Taoist scripture, the scripture of longevity in the vast sea. The spiritual sea opened up in his body is much wider than many key training cultivators in the same realm. But now with the help of the spiritual essence in the Dinghe root, the spiritual sea in Chen Mo's body is constantly widening at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the spiritual power in his spiritual sea is also rapidly surging like a tide. Bang! Not long after, the bottleneck of his key training level 7 was broken. A new route of practice was born. Fortunately, the Tao realm perception of key training is not as difficult as the 9 transformations golden body technique. In addition to the cultivation perception during this period, Chen Mo's bottleneck of key training did not trap him. Breaking through to the 8th level of key training, Chen Mo was not relaxed. Because the spiritual energy in the top-level spiritual medicine Dinghajin was too rich, if he did not guide this surge of spiritual power in time, he felt a faint pain in his own spiritual veins. Chen Mo had to quickly mobilize the newly added spiritual power and continue to impact the 9th level of key training. Time passed slowly. Click. Suddenly, the sound of breaking through the bottleneck came from Chen Mo's body again. 9th level of key training. So fast. Chen Mo sensed his breakthrough and quickly sank his mind into the spiritual sea in his body to observe. A vast sea, with a diameter of about 3,600 miles, appeared in front of him. 3,600 li. What a huge spiritual sea. Seeing the spiritual sea after the Dinghe route broke the barrier limit, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel shocked. You should know that the spiritual sea of ordinary people who have cultivated to the 9th level of key training is about 900 li wide. And because he is a first-grade Immortal Bone, and because of practicing the Hanhei Chang Sheng Sutra, when he was at the 7th level of key training, his spiritual sea was 1,400 li wide. When he reaches the 9th level of key training, it should be 1,800 li wide. But now after refining the Dinghe route, his spiritual sea has reached 3,600 li wide. This is 4 times the limit of ordinary people. Chapter 90, Inscription before Foundation Building, Opportunity in Ascension Valley. Seeing the boundless spiritual sea in his body, Chen Mo felt happy. With this foundation, his foundation of immortality has been further consolidated. The body refining has broken through to the limit of the 1st level, and the spirit refining has reached the divine consciousness that can only be achieved in the foundation building stage. Now the key training has also broken through to the 9th level of key training. He only needs to accumulate the spiritual power and the spiritual power C to the 10th level of key training, and he can directly and perfectly advance to the foundation building stage. Thinking back to the day when he just crossed over, he was still an early bone refining warrior without the spiritual roots of cultivating immortals. At that time, the teachers who were high-level key training in the school were all big guys. But today, he has been promoted to the limit of key training. Chen Mo really felt like he was dreaming. He recalled his experiences along the way during this period. From refining bones to observing the artistic conception, breaking through the inner key realm, and then entering the mysterious realm of witch gods, obtaining the inheritance of body refining, breaking through the innate, cultivating immortal bones, turning to cultivating immortal methods, and studying spiritual wine, he has been able to achieve the current level during this period. In addition to relying on the foresight of the golden finger, he also couldn't avoid his own hard work day and night. Moreover, part of the reason why he could break through the key training realm so quickly was that he had laid the foundation of the innate martial arts by practicing the 108 body tempering techniques before. There was also the reason for relying on the virtual time acceleration enlightenment method of the metaverse. It can be said that he was able to reach this point today in less than half a year, which was the comprehensive result of countless opportunities and conditions. So Chen Mo did not have the slightest sense of ease and carelessness. Chen Mo is now summarizing these things, which is also a review and understanding of his past practice. This is also a sorting out of the practice before the foundation building, and the inscription of the Tao. What is the inscription of the Tao? It is a kind of memorization and understanding of every step of the path of practice, sorting out the unresolved knots to avoid the demons in the heart, and strengthening the heart of the Tao for the future immortal path. This is the inscription of the Tao, and it is also something that everyone must do before breaking through the foundation. Especially for the immortal cultivators like Blue Star, the key training realm can rely on various scientific conditions and equipment, such as the metaverse time acceleration method, to help themselves break through quickly. But once you reach the foundation building realm, involving the avenue, many methods similar to the time acceleration of the metaverse virtual world will be much less effective. At present, the advantage of scientific cultivation of immortals lies in the assistance of external objects, while the real cultivation of immortals still depends on oneself. Take every step firmly and firmly. As Chen Mo thought about and summarized himself, his heart of Tao became more and more firm. That is to use all available resources to forge this strongest immortal path and become the most powerful immortal. Whether it is a golden finger, scientific cultivation of immortals, steadiness or impulsiveness, as long as it can safely help oneself, make oneself immortal, and make oneself stronger, it is the best way. Some thoughts collided in Chen Mo's mind, and some ideas were excluded by him. Finally, Chen Mo summed it up. The first thing to do next is to break through to the second level barbarian realm of body refining as soon as possible, and have the body refining strength of the foundation building period, which can also enable him to barely improve his self-protection power in the blood underworld. The second is to make a wish, and get the fastest speed to break through the 11th or even 12th level of key training and perfectly promote the foundation building. Thinking of this, Chen Mo recalled the previous way of making a wish. Many of the wish paths and locations were in the blood underworld. Now that he was about to step into the blood underworld, he had to plan and arrange it carefully. Then Chen Mo began to search through some of the complicated wish memories in his mind. Kiksha Realm, Beast God Realm, Hanley Star, Blood Underworld, Mars. The opportunity in Kiksha Realm is, absorbing 99 strands of innate Luoxia Ki and Luoxia Mountain can achieve Luoxia Spirit Body, which can help parents step into the immortal way of longevity. There is a similar opportunity. In the 9-nether valley of the blood underworld, there is a 9-leaf heavy spirit flower. Every morning, a drop of heavy spirit dew will condense on the core of the 9-leaf heavy spirit flower. Take 33 drops and swallow it. You can wash away all the spiritual root talents on your body and recondense the top wood spiritual root cultivation qualifications. These two paths are opportunities to help his parents embark on the immortal way of longevity. For his current strength, it is not urgent and can be postponed. Then I made a wish earlier for an opportunity. There is a tree of life growing in the immortal valley of Mars. This tree bears fruit every 60 years, and each fruit bears 9 fruits. One fruit can replenish the essence and extend the lifespan for 15 years. Each person is limited to 2 fruits. This opportunity is very great. The fruit of life that replenishes the essence and prolongs life is very precious no matter where it is placed. Although the fruit in the Immortal Valley will not be ripe for more than 100 days, Chen Mo must check and arrange it before leaving Mars. This matter is put first. Yet, there is another place to replenish the essence, that is, in the cliff cave of the blood underworld, waiting for 20 years. Collecting 60 strands of blood cliff milk can make up for the loss of the essence and extend life by 60 years. This opportunity can be found in the blood underworld depending on the situation. If it is convenient, you can go to find it first, or give this message to a reliable person to trade for an equivalent spiritual object, which can be put second. The third one is that in more than 2 years, the ruins of the Falling Star Valley in the blood netherworld will erupt. When you arrive in the blood netherworld, you must prepare in advance and go to the Falling Star Valley to obtain the 10,000 stars Yan Dianjing soul refining method from the True Immortals collection. This is what Chen Mo must get. He has the skills to refine the body and the key to the immortal realm, but the skills to refine the soul to the true immortal realm have not yet been collected. Therefore, the 10,000 stars Yan Dianjing is something Chen Mo must fight for when he enters the blood netherworld, and the time is also very close. The fourth one is to wait until his strength is improved and go to the depths of the burial god desert to find and refine the innate substance to enter the first turn of the 9 turns golden body sutra. Or go to the 9 nether valley in the blood netherworld, cross the Hangguang illusion, and find that section of the innate 9-leaf heavy spiritual root. Refining this spiritual root can also enter the first turn of the 9 turns golden body sutra, and by the way, you can also get the heavy spiritual dew. The reason why these two places are placed at the end is that Chen Mo feels that it is difficult to reach them with his short-term strength. The fifth one is to go to the dragon burial nest of the 10,000 Dragon Sea in the blood netherworld to find the complete 12th order practice of the Hanhei Changsheng Sutra. Or you can get the 1-10th order practice of the Hanhei Changsheng Sutra on the cliff of the Gimo Cliff Forbidden Land in the back mountain of Lingchao sect. As for the way to kill Lilin and get the 1-10th order practice of the Hanhei Changsheng Sutra at the 10,000 Immortals meeting in Xingxiu 8,000 years later, Chen Mo gave up directly because it was too long ago. The sixth thing is to go to the Hanli Star world after the strength is improved to explore the secrets of this world. Other opportunities left in the blood netherworld, such as making a wish to find the Emperor of Talisman to inherit the Qingfu Sutra, go to the blood netherworld to destroy the forbidden land of the Immortal Dynasty, rescue the Changguang Sword Master, and feed the Changguang Immortal Sword with his Changguang Sword Source. Find the Mahayana Buddhist monks of Xiaoling Mountain in Zumi domain to translate this Hushin Fengmo Sutra. Lian Mo Pian, go to the Xitigarbha realm to find Li Zuin and ask him for guidance, so that you can interpret this Hushin Fengmo Sutra. Lian Mo Pian. These things can be done sooner or later, depending on the situation. Gradually, as Chen Mo sorted out his thoughts, he had a clear plan for what he would do next when he went to Zooming. The first 6 things were what he had to do. The others would depend on the situation. After sorting out these things, Chen Mo prepared to leave the retreat and go to Dengxin Valley. But when Chen Mo took out the map of Mars and the Book of All Worlds to find the route to Dengxin Valley, he found that he couldn't find this place. Could it be that the name of this place is different? Or this place has not yet been discovered and recorded by the Blue Star people? With a hint of doubt in his heart, Chen Mo began to make a wish directly in his heart. Make a wish. I want to know how I can get the opportunity to ascend to the Immortal Valley. The information of this world is being analyzed, and the wish is being analyzed. Path 1. After 136 days, from here, fly 1,100 miles west, you will encounter a sacred mountain 10,000 feet high. At the foot of the sacred mountain grows a dragon clear tree with 7 leaves on one branch. Pick up the leaves of this tree and hold them in your mouth. You can avoid the soul-bewitching miasma halfway up the sacred mountain and climb to the top of the mountain. There is a natural valley at the top of the mountain. In this valley grows a tree of life. This tree bears fruit every 60 years, 9 fruits at a time. 1 fruit can replenish the essence and extend the lifespan for 15 years. Each person is limited to 2 fruits. Path 2. Now start from here, fly west for 1,100 miles. You will encounter a mountain thousands of feet high. At the foot of the mountain, there is a dragon clear tree with 7 leaves. Pick the leaves and hold them in your mouth. You can avoid the evil miasma halfway up the mountain and climb to the top of the mountain. There is a natural valley at the top of the mountain. There is a cold pool in the center of the valley. At the bottom of the cold pool, There is a drop of frozen living blood. Taking it can increase your divine power and break through the physical body. Path 3. Now start from here. There is a cold pool in the center of the valley. At the edge of the cold pool, there are 2 mutant dragon blood orchids stained with living blood. Taking it can enhance the blood and ki in the body. There is an unexpected surprise. After reading the wish path, Chen Mo was excited. He wanted to check the life fruit tree in advance, and if it was convenient, set up a concealed formation for the valley. Unexpectedly, there was a drop of living blood in the Immortal Valley. This is really a pillow when you are sleepy. Chen Mo thought that he had to go to the blood underworld to advance to the Foundation Establishment realm. But now it seems that he might be able to advance to the Barbarian Body Refining realm before leaving Mars. 1,100 miles, including the time to go back and forth. With his flying speed, he can definitely make it. Chen Mo silently calculated the time this trip might take, and judged that he could make it back before the military went to the Blood Netherworld. He packed up his things briefly and immediately went out to the Ascension Valley. Chapter 91, Living Blood, Body Refining and Foundation Building. 1,100 miles west, there is a 10,000 zeng sacred mountain. Chen Mo remembered the route prompts and flew westward. The distance of 1,100 miles, at his current speed, it would take almost half a day to reach. Chen Mo couldn't help but think of the legendary speed magic, which could fly thousands of miles in a thought. If he could get one, like the magic of Somersault Cloud, it would be much more convenient to go to some places. After harvesting the opportunity of Dengson Valley, he can make a wish to go to the Blood Underworld. After flying for most of the day, a towering 10,000 zeng sacred mountain finally appeared in Chen Mo's sight, like a sky wall blocking him. The mountain is steep, the cliffs are straight into the sky, and there are clouds and mist on the peaks. The top cannot be seen, like an eternal pillar of heaven. Chen Mo came to the foot of the mountain and found that the spiritual energy here is rich, with rich green trees and unknown spirit beasts and birds singing. It's a good place. There should be a spiritual vein of a high level under this mountain. Chen Mo looked around quickly and said with emotion. After appreciating the scenery of the sacred mountain for a while, Chen Mo began to look for a 7-leaf lonking tree at the foot of the mountain. Not long after, he found a 7-leaf lonking tree half a person tall on a cliff at the foot of the mountain. He picked a leaf of the lonking tree and put it in his mouth. Suddenly, a coolness penetrated into his heart, and he felt that his mind and soul became much clearer. This is the lonking leaf that can avoid the evil miasma of the soul. Chen Mo chewed it lightly in his mouth for a few times, and the green and astringent taste of the leaf spread throughout his taste buds, which refreshed him a lot. Seeing this, Chen Mo picked a few more branches of lonking tree leaves and carefully put them away, then took 1 or 2 leaves and put them in his mouth, and quickly climbed towards the top of the sacred mountain in front of him. The sacred mountain, which is 10,000 feet high, is more than 60 miles long. It is also the first time that Chen Mo has seen such a large sacred mountain. Fortunately, Chen Mo's cultivation is not weak now, and the spiritual power in his body is enough to support him to climb such a high mountain. When Chen Mo reached an altitude of more than 10,000 to 20,000 meters, he suddenly encountered a thick white cloud and fog. At first, he didn't know it, thinking it was just normal fog on the top of the mountain. But not long after being blown by this miasma, Chen Mo felt that he was about to fall asleep unconsciously, and even his mind was somewhat unable to resist, and he could not distinguish things at all. But at this time, the lonking leaves in his mouth had a miraculous effect. When he was in this soul-bewitching miasma, the coolness emitted by the lonking leaves instantly awakened his lost spirit. What a close call! Chen Mo suddenly came back to his senses and quickly took a few new lonking leaves and stuffed them in his mouth. This seemingly harmless white cloud can actually make people fall into it if they are not careful. If you don't know it, it is easy to get lost in this half-mountain. But this is a natural protection for the tree of life. Chen Mo had decided the magic of heaven and earth. With the help of the lonking tree leaves, Chen Mo passed through a layer of miasma and white fog that was about 6 or 7 miles thick, and finally slowly climbed to the top of the sacred mountain, which was tens of thousands of meters high. The spiritual energy on the top of the mountain was rich, and there was a vast fairy air floating on the peak. Then, Chen Mo found a natural valley that was sunken in the middle of the mountain top. There was a gurgling stream at the top of the valley, which gradually merged into the bottom of the valley to form a cold pool, and wisps of ice mist overflowed from the pool water. Not far from the cold pool grew a tree several tens of meters high, with a thick and majestic trunk, dense and thick crown, and swaying leaves, full of vitality, exuding a strong natural breath of life. But the area within a radius of 3 meters around this tree was bare, and no grass grew. Chen Mo set his eyes on the dense crown of the tree, and sure enough, he found 9 slightly green apple-sized fruits hidden between the branches and leaves. Chen Mo nodded and thought, this should be the tree of life that bears fruit once every 60 years, and bears 9 fruits at a time. Chen Mo carefully observed the tree for a while, then took out some spiritual stones and materials, and set up a hidden formation around the tree. These materials for the formation were prepared by him before he went out, in order to set up a hidden formation to hide the fruit of life. Although it is easy for people to see through his shallow attainments in formations, it is better to have it than not. Even if it can't protect people, it can protect some spiritual insects and birds. After all, Chen Mo is not sure that he will be able to get back here on time in more than 100 days. After setting up the formation, Chen Mo came to the cold pool. First, he carefully took down the 2 mutant dragon blood orchids stained with the blood of the Lilin growing on the edge of the cold pool and put them in a jade box. He planned to use this spiritual medicine to refine the spiritual medicine for body refining, and the effect would be better than taking it directly. Then, Chen Mo cast his eyes into the cold pool. This cold pool is not very large, and the largest diameter is only about 100 meters. There was a layer of ice mist on the surface of the pool, but through the ice mist, it can be found that this pool of cold water is clear and transparent, like a mirror. Chen Mo stopped by the pool and could see the ice rocks in the water and the cold attributed water plants that formed into ice crystals at the bottom of the water. Chen Mo squatted down and touched the water with his hand, but it was freezing cold. No wonder the prompt said that the drop of Lilin's blood essence was frozen. You know, even with his body at the limit of the first level body refining, he felt cold, which shows how low the temperature at the bottom of the pool is. Chen Mo guessed that there might be a cold vein under the pool, otherwise it would not attract Lilin. But where is that drop of Lilin's blood essence? With doubts in his heart, Chen Mo used his divine sense to quickly search at the bottom of the pool. Not long after, he noticed a faint red light in the crack of an ice rock at the bottom of the pool. Chen Mo used his divine sense to explore, and sure enough, there was a deep red ice crystal the size of a thumbbelly hidden inside. Lilin blood essence. Chen Mo was delighted and quickly used his divine sense to take this blood red ice crystal into his hand. The blood essence was like a blood diamond, flashing with fluorescence. Lilin blood essence, take it to increase your divine power and break through the physical body. Although this drop of blood essence is not big, it is unknown how much effect it still retains. But it should be enough to advance to the barbarian realm, which is the foundation building stage of the body refining. With anticipation, Chen Mo found a flat place to sit cross-legged and swallow this drop of Lilin blood essence directly into his stomach. In an instant, Chen Mo felt as if he had swallowed an iceberg. A bone-chilling coldness slid down his esophagus into his stomach, as if to freeze his body into ice. It's so cold. Chen Mo shivered and immediately mobilized the blood and ki in his body to rush into his stomach to accelerate the refining process of blood essence. He knew that Lilin itself was a dragon of cold attribute, and its blood essence must have something abnormal. In addition, it must have absorbed a lot of cold air after being frozen at the bottom of this cold pool for who knows how many years. If you want to refine quickly, you have to let your stomach and intestines reach the limit of operation like a furnace. The power of Xianshu Shenzang, promote and accelerate my stomach and intestines refining ability. Seeing this, Chen Mo immediately increased the use of the power of Xianshu Shenzang in his body. A stream of golden energy quickly poured into Chen Mo's stomach. For a moment, Chen Mo's stomach was like a furnace of heaven and earth, under the blessing of the 9 heavens' true fire, emitting a fiery divine power that melted everything. SHH, SHH. There were waves of stimulating sounds of molten iron pouring on ice in the stomach. The black ice on the surface of the Lilin blood essence finally melted quickly. At this time, moo. A low dragon roar came from his stomach. Hearing this sound, Chen Mo frowned slightly. Dragon roar. It is not necessarily that there is still a trace of dragon breath remnant soul left in this drop of blood essence. Feeling the changes in the stomach, Chen Mo did not take it lightly. Because he felt that as long as it was related to high-level creatures like dragons, it would not be simple. What he had to do was to quickly refine this drop of blood essence into the nourishment for the advancement of his physical body. As if he felt the thread of this energy, a huge energy-emitting dragon power suddenly burst out from Chen Mo's abdomen. This dragon power was several levels stronger than the dragon bone relic he had refined before. Boom! The energy of the Lilin blood essence instantly formed a white energy dragon shadow, which rushed around in his body. It was indeed worthy of being the true dragon blood essence. A drop of residual blood could cause such a commotion in his body. As the energy of the Lilin blood essence quickly burst out in his body, the sacred and arrogant energy situation had a tendency to crush the original gold power in Chen Mo's body. After a few breaths, this dragon shadow, like an angry real dragon, directly broke up the root of the earth evil art. Seeing this, Chen Mo's eyes showed a thunderous anger, and he snorted coldly. HMPH. A mere stream of energy, dare you refuse my refining? Everything that enters my mouth is the nourishment for my cultivation. Open the 9 great divine treasures. As Chen Mo was furious in his heart, in an instant, streams of wild power surged from the depths of the human body universe. Yongquan, Zhuhei, Xianshu, Leek, Shenmen, Niguan, Guanilin, Fengqi, Shenk. The 9 great divine treasures surged from the depths of Chen Mo's body, causing the original energy in Chen Mo's body to rapidly increase in all directions. This is the power of the ancient Wuxian sect. Human power has its limits, but the power of divine treasures can be infinite. As long as you practice the Dishiju to open up the divine treasures in your body, you can tap into the power deep in the divine treasures and superimpose it, thus achieving a powerful supernatural power like catching dragons and controlling phoenixes. Boom! As the door to the divine treasures in the body was opened, streams of energy like prehistoric beasts superimposed in, and after a few breaths, they quickly dispersed the dragon-shaped energy condensed by the blood of the Lilin. At this time, Chen Mo quickly activated the earthly evil art, quickly melting the scattered energy into the golden energy he cultivated. Time passed by. The golden energy in Chen Mo's body became stronger and stronger. Later, there were signs of transcending control. But Chen Mo was not in a hurry to sense a divine treasure to open up, but was thinking seriously. There are not many requirements for the previous practice of the earthly evil art. As long as the power of the 10th divine treasure is opened up to refine the body, it can be smoothly advanced to the next level of the barbarian soldier realm. It is equivalent to the foundation building realm of the body refining in the world of immortal cultivation. However, after opening up the previous 9 divine treasures, Chen Mo also had a little understanding of his own practice. He felt that there were some differences in the power of the divine treasures. For example, the Blood Sea divine treasure is mainly for blood generation, and the Xianshu divine treasure is mainly for transportation and refining. And the Fengqi divine treasure is good at clearing the wind and improving the eyesight. So which divine treasure should he choose to open up after breaking through the 2nd level barbarian soldier realm? In his opinion, this divine treasure is also in the same way as the foundation building path, which is considered to be stepping into the real door of body refining and casting the foundation of body cultivation. So he had to choose a divine treasure that he thought was most suitable to open. Got it. Thinking of this, a flash of inspiration came to Chen Mo's mind. The 10th divine treasure, open the gate of life. The location of the gate of life is the location of the gate of life in the human body. It is located on the middle line of the 2nd lumbar vertebra in the spine, together with the original kidneys, which is the essence of human beings. Today, I broke through the barbarian soldier realm and opened the gate of life for the first time. It also symbolizes that I am cultivating immortals today and began to master a little power to pry open the trajectory of my own destiny. The gate of life is open. As Chen Mo made up his mind, he quickly guided the majestic physical energy in his body to find the location of the gate of life. Bang! A sound of breaking through the realm like a huge bell sounded in Chen Mo's body. Break. Today I set foot on the 2nd major stage of body training, the barbarian soldier realm. A strong and huge energy gushed out from the newly opened gate of life, which quickly led to transformation of Chen Mo's body. Every muscle and bone cell in Chen Mo's body was like a hungry sponge, madly swallowing this energy. This is the benefit of the initial force brought by each new opening of the God's treasure. When the body absorbs this force, a qualitative change will occur. And this time the breakthrough to the barbarian soldier realm has a particularly huge change. The physical refining foundation building realm, this is a major realm upgrade. At this time, Chen Mo felt as if he had inexhaustible divine power in his body. When he was at the limit of the 1st level of physical refining, he felt that he could fight against the cultivators in the early stage of foundation building and escape. But after breaking through to the physical refining foundation building, Chen Mo had a feeling that if he did not use powerful spiritual tools and Taoist tools, he could directly crush the middle stage of foundation building with the strength of the physical refining realm. Finally broke through. Feeling the improvement of strength, Chen Mo happily breathed a sigh of relief. Now he is also a master of the foundation building stage, and finally has an extra life-saving strength. This feeling of breaking through the realm really makes him intoxicated. However, this moment is not over yet. After opening up the life gate of the god's treasure, the energy of the Lilin blood in the body has not been consumed. Soon Chen Mo fell into another breakthrough. Not long after, bang! The sound of the door of the god's treasure being pushed open came from the body again. This time it is the Shenyu Shenzang. The Shenyu Shenzang is the same as the previous Blood Sea and Feng Qi Shenzang. It is divided into two corresponding places on the human body, and in the Dishiju, it is collectively called a Shenzang. The Shenyu Shenzang is located on both sides of the Mingmen, and is a health-preserving Shenzang that cooperates with the Mingmen. After Chen Mo opened up this Shenzang, he immediately felt that there was a sense of long-lasting vitality in his body. After breaking through the Shenyu Shenzang, there was still a small part of the essence of the energy of the Lilin blood that had not been digested. But at this moment, Chen Mo stopped the behavior of continuing to break through. He was ready to refine this energy and slowly nourish the body. Although every breakthrough will usher in a transformation of becoming stronger. But in Chen Mo's view, the human body is like a container of the avenue. The thicker and heavier the container becomes, the more energy it can withstand. And nourishing the body, using the true dragon blood is the most appropriate. Therefore, simply pursuing a rapid breakthrough in realm is not a long-term solution. A short stop is for a better outbreak next time. After the continuous breakthroughs, he should spend some time to make his body more perfect. Anyway, he has the golden finger. Don't worry, take your time. He can develop steadily. 2-in-1, brothers, please take a leave. There's only this chapter today. The company will hold an event in the hotel tonight. I can't write any words. I will make up for it with 8,000 words tomorrow. In addition, I would like to thank Langley Dacheng Shu, Shuang Ziya, Lin Qing and other big brothers for their monthly tickets, as well as the big brothers who voted for recommendations. This book is the first book of the young author. I will finish it with my heart. You can rest assured to read it. Please don't support the book. Thank you! Chapter 92 The Secret of the World, Consciousness and Fate. November 1st, late autumn. Early morning. The starry sky University on Mars was still shrouded in a layer of hazy morning mist. The sound of a huge starry sky battleship taking off broke the silence. At this moment, both the students and teachers at school put down their work and saluted silently to send off this group of talented disciples to the battlefield of the Blood Underworld to fight for Blue Star. Just as the battleship took off, someone suddenly shouted loudly in the depths of Starry Sky University. The wind rises and the clouds fly, and the power is spread across the country and returns to the hometown. The voice revealed a heroic and firm voice, which echoed over the silent Starry Sky University. Suddenly, many young voices followed and shouted. The wind rises and the clouds fly, and the power is spread across the country and returns to the hometown. The wind rises and the clouds fly, and the power is spread across the country and returns to the hometown. May my Blue Star disciples' immortal path be evergreen. May my Blue Star disciples' immortal path be evergreen. Everyone looked at the battleship that quickly turned into a black dot and disappeared in the deep space of the universe. The sound continued for a long time. Unfortunately, Chen Mo and his companions could not hear all this while sitting in the battleship. They saw that many students stood silently in the buildings of Starry Sky University to see them off, and seemed to be shouting something. As the battleship took off, Chen Mo looked at the Mars, which quickly turned into a black dot under his feet, and a wave of emotion rose in his heart. Blood Underworld, I'm finally here. 9 turns Golden Body Art, Vast Sea Longevity Sutra. Mars was only a temporary transition place for Chen Mo after all. Even though he knew that there were still some other opportunities left in Mars, he had no time to obtain them for the time being. After breaking through from Ascension Valley to the Body Refining Foundation Establishment Realm, Chen Mo hurried back to Starry Sky University and prepared to go to the Blood Underworld, the 9th level Zeuxin world. Before leaving, Master Bian Chen also gave them the last lesson of the 2-month trial. The secret of the Blood Underworld. Chen Mo sat quietly in the battleship, and his mind recalled some of the secrets that Master Bian Chen had talked about in class. These secrets were discovered by the Blue Star people in the Blood Underworld. They are not recorded in the Book of All Worlds. Only those who are about to go to the Blood Underworld will be taught. At the same time, some of Chen Mo's previous doubts were also solved. Why don't all the Blue Star forces enter the Blood Underworld? Why does Blue Star have immortal combat power in a short time? It turns out that the Blood Underworld is a 9th-level immortal cultivation world. There are boundless domains, blood immortal forces of exiled immortals, and the great way of all races. Therefore, the Blood Underworld is also called the Small Immortal World. Therefore, whether it is the great way rules of the Blood Underworld or the opportunity of cultivating immortals, the cultivation speed is far faster than those worlds of the 6th and 7th levels, not to mention the Blue Star world that has only recovered to the 2nd level. Also, because the Blood Underworld is a very high-level immortal cultivation world, the Blood Underworld itself also has a trace of world consciousness. All living creatures and things that are not born in the Blood Underworld will be targeted and rejected by the world consciousness when they first enter the Blood Underworld. This rejection is not to prevent you from entering the world, but when you first enter the Blood Netherworld, your luck will be weak, and it is easy to encounter various misfortunes. For example, you will encounter some inexplicable enemies. Maybe others are fighting, and you just watch from a distance, which will cause both sides to target you. There are also some natural disasters that unexpectedly and inexplicably befall you, such as encountering powerful monsters when entering the mountains, encountering inner demons when breaking through, and greatly increasing the mortality rate of cultivating immortals. After entering the Chillen domain of the Blood Netherworld in recent years, Langsing has learned countless lessons and found 2 ways to avoid being targeted by the world consciousness. One is to obtain some powerful treasures in the Blood Netherworld. All the treasures of heaven and earth carry a trace of world luck. In the same way, if you can get the creatures with great luck in the Blood Netherworld to recognize you as your master, you can also quickly reduce the targeting of the world consciousness. The second is to hide in the Zhuangherong city of Nangguang Xianren in the Blood Netherworld, and accept the Tower of the Blood Netherworld and slowly baptize until you are accepted by the world. The high-level cultivators of Blue Star calculated that this time may take about 10 years. If they travel around the Chillen territory without fear of danger, the time of this Deo baptism will gradually shorten. This is why the Blue Star world does not enter the Blood Nether realm. Once a large number of people from Blue Star enter together, it is easy to be targeted by the world consciousness. Moreover, Blue Star does not have so many luck treasures for newcomers to refine, especially now fighting with the sects belonging to the Wangxiang Immortal Alliance in the Chillen territory. The situation is not optimistic. Chen Mo learned from the explanation of Master Bin Chen. Blue Star's foothold in the Blood Nether realm is Zhuanzhao in the Chillen territory. When Blue Star first arrived in the Blood Nether realm, it was fortunate that the ancient Blue Star immortal Nangguang Qi won a fairy treasure Zuan Huangchang that carried luck in Zhuanzhao, which was able to protect the Blue Star people from gaining a foothold in Zhuanzhao in the Blood Nether realm. It was also because of the appearance of a large number of Blue Star people that the local sect Linghe sect, which occupied Heizhao and most of Zhuanzhao, was targeted. In that battle, Blue Star lost more than it won. In the end, relying on the mutual deterrence between Nangguangqi and the true immortal of Linghe sect, Blue Star barely gained a foothold in Zhuanzhao. However, in this battle, Linghe sect discovered that after killing the immortal masters and Xianjiao of Blue Star, they could obtain a trace of luck from the world consciousness, and it became easier to practice and break through the realm. Therefore, in the middle and lower level masters, fighting each other became more frequent, and later it even alarmed the Wangxiang Immortal Alliance behind Linghe sect. The arrival of other masters in the Immortal Alliance increased the pressure on Blue Star. In addition, some forces in the Federation such as Ushan Tower were selfish, and the situation on Blue Star was even less optimistic. The military concluded that at most a few decades later, Blue Star and the Wangxiang Immortal Alliance would face a decisive battle. At that time, they would either give up the Blood Netherworld in advance or fight to the death. This is the origin of the Blue Star military's special recruitment plan and the eagerness to cultivate a group of intermediate forces between the Foundation building and the Golden Elixir. But once you step into the path of immortal cultivation, who would be willing to give up the immortal cultivation environment like the Blood Netherworld? After learning the secrets of these high-level people, Chen Mo was silent for a while. In fact, it can be summed up in one sentence. A large world like the Blood Underworld has consciousness itself. If you want to gain recognition from consciousness, you must accept the baptism of the world's laws, or seize the luck. Those who seize the luck can also accelerate their practice and break through the realm. Whether it is Blue Star, Linghe Sect, or Wangxiang Immortal Alliance, in the final analysis, they are all fighting for their own cultivation and for becoming immortals. Chen Mo also knew why Blue Star had immortals in just a few decades. The immortals of Blue Star were not achieved in recent decades, but the Federation found several immortals who awakened in the ancient Forbidden Land when the spiritual energy revived. For example, the immortal Nangoki, who is now in charge of the Blood Underworld, was born in the ancient secret realm Kunlun ruins. As for more secrets involved, Chen Mo is not clear for the time being. On the way to the Blood Underworld, Chen Mo sorted out the information about the Blood Underworld in his mind while thinking about how he would deal with the new environment next. When he first entered the Blood Underworld, the first thing he did was to solve the problem of being targeted by the world consciousness as soon as possible. The method that Master Bai and Chen told them was to do more missions issued by the military, accumulate military merits in exchange for some treasures containing luck to refine, or hide in the safe area of Zuanhao City and wait for the baptism of the time law. Obviously, Chen Mo did not think that there were only the above two ways to avoid being targeted by the world consciousness. He could make a wish. Make a wish. I want to know how to avoid being targeted by the world consciousness of Zooming. Chapter 93 Humane Golden Body, Joining the Beast Taming Hall. Make a wish. I want to know how to avoid being targeted by the consciousness of the Blood Netherworld. This world is analyzing information and wishes. Path 1. Obtain the spiritual object that carries the luck of the Blood Netherworld, and refine it for your own use to obtain the luck of the Blood Netherworld and avoid being targeted. Path 2. Wander in the Blood Netherworld for 15 years and accept the baptism of the Tao of the Blood Netherworld, which can exempt you from being targeted by the consciousness of the Blood Netherworld. Path 3. Contribute to the promotion of the Blood Netherworld, regulate the world and remove the obstacles that hinder the promotion of the world, and you can get the great luck of the Blood Netherworld and avoid being targeted by the world consciousness. Path 4. Let the creatures of the Blood Netherworld build a temple statue for you, pray once a day and night for 3 months, and you can shape a human golden body to avoid being targeted by the world consciousness. Path 5. Let the creatures with luck in the Blood Netherworld recognize their master, and you can get the luck to offset and reduce the targeting of the world consciousness. Looking at the wish prompts one by one, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Sure enough, there are many methods, and the one that caught his attention the most is Path 4. The method of shaping a human body seems a bit like the legendary Incense Fortune Immortal way, and it actually works. This method is actually not difficult to implement, because in addition to the immortals, there are also a large number of mortals in the Blood Underworld. Mortals don't ask for much, as long as they are given benefits. It is possible to implement it according to this method. Or raise some intelligent creatures such as foxes, weasels, hedgehogs, snakes, mice, dogs, monkeys and other creatures to prey. These creatures are born with a trace of spirituality, understand human nature, and are easier to keep in captivity. Yet, choose the fourth way, which is the most stable and safe. Other methods can also be carried out simultaneously, provided that you are safe. For a high-level world like the Blood Underworld, Chen Mo's inner vigilance was magnified 100 times. He can also reveal these new ways to the military in due time later, so that the strength of the entire Blue Star can be rapidly improved. The stronger the military is, the more secure it will be. Time is endless. After Chen Mo and his companions had jumped countless times through the space-time wormhole, they finally passed through a thick world barrier and arrived at the 9th-level world of the Blood Underworld. After landing in Zuanhao, Chen Mo found that they had come to a world that looked very much like the description of the ancient wilderness. A house hung above the 9 heavens, emitting an eternal and unextinguished might. The world was boundless, with huge mountains in the wilderness, vast and misty fairy lakes and swamps, and the 10,000-foot ancestral mountains that could be seen everywhere piercing the sky. Walking on the wide road in the wild, the air was filled with rich spiritual energy. Soon, Chen Mo and his companions, students of the 9th Army, followed Leng Chuan to a huge and ancient city, Zuanhao City. The 3 characters of Zuanhao City, which exuded the essence of Taoism, were written above the city. Leng Chuan introduced to everyone, "This is the immortal treasure Zuanhao City that immortal Nanguang obtained in Zuanhao. Our 3rd and 9th military headquarters are stationed in Zuanhao City. These days, you have more or less known about our military. Now I will briefly tell you about it. Joining the military can be understood as joining a powerful sect of immortal cultivation. The 9th Military Headquarters is divided into 3 core management units: the Military Affairs Department, the Logistics Department, and the Operations Center. This is what we call it on Blue Star. Actually, in the Blood Underworld, everyone prefers to call the Military Affairs Department the Mission Hall. All military missions will be posted in the Mission Hall. Everyone should remember to check it out then. As disciples specially recruited by the 9th Army, you can be exempted from missions in the first 3 months, but in the future, in addition to the 6 war orders issued by the military, each person must complete 3 tasks every month. The Logistics Department is divided into various departments and halls, including the War Hall, Science and Technology Hall, Alchemy, Equipment Refining, Talisman Making, Puppets, Formations, Beast Taming, Spirit Plants, and Miscellaneous Affairs. After you go through the formalities in the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall today, each of you can choose a hall to join and learn related skills to prepare for the later missions to earn military merits and remove the world consciousness targeting treasures. The Operations Center is the core of the military. Everything is done to coordinate the response to the battles of the Linghe sect and the Blood Underworld's legions. Having said that, Leng Chuan paused, looked at everyone seriously. The Blood Netherworld has countless opportunities, but also countless dangers. Now that you have embarked on the path of immortality and have come to the military, you must fight for yourself. As specially recruited disciples, you were given 10,000 points each before. Now that you are here, as long as you complete the task on time, everyone can get the Foundation Establishment Pill, as well as other special rewards, but you must remember that the military is not a free babysitter. All the resources you have are obtained by your predecessors in battles with the Linghe sect. So I hope that each of you will grow up as soon as possible, for the military, and even more for yourself, to seek a great opportunity in the future war. Not long after, Chen Mo and others, led by Leng Chuan, came to an ancient temple and began to go through the military registration procedures. Hey, these little brats, are they the disciples specially recruited by the military this time? Tisk, you are not ashamed to laugh at them. These little guys are at least 2 spiritual roots, 2nd grade immortal bones, and they will soon surpass us old guys in the Blood Netherworld. When Chen Mo and his friends were going through the formalities, many people passing by began to point fingers and talk about Chen Mo and his friends. Most of them ignored these discussions and quietly lined up to go through the formalities. Of course, there were some students who were good at socializing, and they mixed with some old people here during the casual conversation. Chen Mo's personality has always been relatively taciturn. If it is not necessary to contact him, he will not deliberately talk to others, but just listen to a few words. It took about an hour for Chen Mo and his friends to complete the formalities at the military. Each of them received a standard storage ring, a cave with a 2nd grade spiritual vein, and corresponding identity certificates. From now on, they are ordinary disciples of the 9th Military Department. Above ordinary disciples are elite disciples, core disciples, and seed disciples. After that, Leng Chuan led everyone to quickly familiarize themselves with the environment of the 9th Army headquarters and the major halls of the Logistics Department, informed them of the corresponding matters, and then finished his work. The rest of the road depends on Chen Mo and his team. When he really came to the 9th Army headquarters, Chen Mo found that it was very different from the military environment he imagined. It was called a military headquarters, but it was more like a sect. Tasks were collected at the mission hall. There are corresponding halls for learning skills such as the 6 arts and spells, and they can learn with the help of Lingxi military merit. Only when facing a big war will the 9th Army headquarters order everyone to return to the team and conduct unified military operations. Most of the other time, they practice on their own. However, there is only one point that Leng Chuan emphasized, that is, they must not leave the 3,000-mile radius of Zhuangherong City without solving the world consciousness. Because within 3,000 miles is the core defense line of the 9th Army, in this area, at most they will be targeted by the world and suffer some natural disasters and accidents. If you are careful, you can still save your life. If you go beyond 3,000 miles, there will be masters from the Linghe sect and the Wangxiang Immortal Alliance who will specifically hunt down people from Blue Star to seize the favor of luck. In the next 2 days, Chen Mo spent his time understanding the 9th Army and getting familiar with the rules of the Blood Underworld environment. On the first day, Chen Mo found the second-level spiritual vein cave assigned to him. This is a cultivation cave open near the outer city. The level of the spiritual vein inside can be adjusted according to the cultivation level. Corresponding to Chen Mo's current registered key training period, the second-level spiritual vein is completely sufficient. After Chen Mo checked in, he met with Song Yihan and Xiang Long. Their caves were not far from each other, so it was convenient to communicate on weekdays. On the second day, Chen Mo specifically learned about the 9th Army's mission hall and major halls. For example, in the war hall, the main thing is to learn some offensive spells. Most of the people in this hall will choose to take some reconnaissance, assassination, and combat tasks. And halls like the 6 arts of cultivation are to learn skills such as alchemy, refining, research and development, and spiritual plans, providing various cultivation resources support for the entire 9th Army. There is a large mission screen in the mission hall, which will update the latest released tasks at any time. Chen Mo walked around and noticed that the first task today was to kill Bai Jianfei, the giant Xianjiao of Linghe sect, who killed a foundation building team of the 9th Army 5 days ago. The description of Bai Jianfei's limited intelligence and reward followed. The second task was to refine a batch of spiritual armor for the foundation building monks of the 9th Army. One set of spiritual armor can be counted as one task for the month. Looking at the rows of task introductions above, Chen Mo pondered for a while. Once the 3-month free period is over, they will also be forced to complete 3 tasks every month, otherwise there will be corresponding penalties. Therefore, Chen Mo's choice of the next task must take into account his current needs. With a golden finger, he must choose a task that is relatively free and in line with his recent plan. At first, Chen Mo was going to choose to join the talisman making hall, but later he found that the task of making talismans was not easy, because talismans were consumables in combat, so talisman masters had to stay in the cave most of the time to make talismans. Being a tool man was definitely not his wish. Chen Mo will have to go out frequently to get opportunities in the future, including alchemy, refining, talisman making, puppetry, and formations. These are all the same, which does not match his choice. Only the battle hall and the beast taming hall have most of their tasks outside, and the completion time period will be relatively longer, which is more suitable for him. Chen Mo considered it seriously, and the danger of the battle hall is a bit high for him now. Combined with his upcoming creation of a human golden body, and his previous idea of cultivating red gold ants, the beast taming hall is more suitable for him. Because the beast taming hall is mainly for cultivating beasts, most of the time is spent outside, the time is convenient and absolutely free, and he can make a wish without fear of failing to complete the training task of the beast. Considering these, Chen Mo finally made up his mind. He chose to join the beast taming hall, where he directly received a detailed first-level beast inheritance for free with the identity of a special recruited disciple. It also comes with a training method for the second-level spirit pet Fairy Wing Bee. Chapter 94 Fairy Wing Bee, Chen Wanli. Second-level spirit pet, the Fairy Wing Bee, is suitable for training as an offensive group battle spirit pet, and can also produce second-level spirit honey that can enhance the spiritual power of the immortal cultivator. It is a very famous spirit pet in the Chilean area. Generally, large sects will have people who specialize in raising fairy wing bees to produce spirit honey. Just like before, Chen Mo saw several tasks about fairy wing bees in the mission hall. 1. Cultivate 100 first-level fairy wing bees. 2. Produce 200 kilograms of first-level spirit honey. 3. Differentiate a new fairy wing bee queen. If nothing goes wrong, these tasks will also be the hard tasks that Chen Mo can choose in the beast taming hall in 3 months. After joining the beast taming hall, Chen Mo did not rush to go out, but returned to his cave to concentrate on learning the language and pronunciation habits of this world, as well as the first-level beast taming inheritance. This inheritance of the beast taming hall is much more detailed than the first-level lower-grade beast taming technique he had obtained before. It describes many methods of raising spirit beasts, such as blood refining method, spirit raising method, and golden poison method. To become a first-level beast master, one must cultivate a batch of first-level spirit beasts by himself and reach maturity to control them. As a beast master, if he cultivates well, the beast will give him a huge fighting force. This time, Chen Mo plans to cultivate the fairy-winged bees first to increase his own breeding experience, and then start to cultivate the red gold ants. The red gold ants are small in size but extremely powerful, and they contain a trace of the blood power of the sky horned ants. Once the blood of the red gold ants is cultivated to the state of atavism, he will harvest a 10 evil sky-horned ant with the power of a real dragon in the mature stage. At that time, not to mention sweeping across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, it will be enough to accompany him to venture into the fairy world. Putting away a trace of expectation in his heart, Chen Mo began to observe the cultivation method of the fairy-winged bees silently. To cultivate the fairy-winged bees, you need to use your own blood essence as a thought, and use the beast control technique to imprint it on the young bees to achieve the point of mind-to-mind communication. Then feed them with spirit stones, flowers, and morning dew, and let them roam in the wild. After the fairy-winged bees have grown stronger through hunting, they can advance from young bees to mature first-level fairy-winged bees. However, when Chen Mo was in seclusion to learn the art of animal control, he finally felt what it felt like to be targeted by the world consciousness. During these days of seclusion, he either wanted to interfere or was distracted while practicing. It can be said that he could not sleep well and could not walk well. Sometimes when walking on the road, he would trip over his right foot for no reason. This situation is simply a big joke for a cultivator. In the end, Chen Mo was upset, and this kind of upset was out of his control. Faced with his state, Chen Mo gritted his teeth and held on for a few days, but finally couldn't hold on, so he decided to use the creatures of the blood underworld to create a human golden body for himself as soon as possible. In order to achieve this goal, he made several wishes in a row that day. Finally, after making a wish, Chen Mo applied for a nest of fairy-winged bee larvae in the animal control hall and began to cultivate them. Qilan mountain range is located in the heart of Zhuanzhou, 900 miles away from Zhuanghuang City. The surrounding mountains are rolling and undulating. From a distance, they look like waves of emerald green wheat, hence the name Qilan Mountain. There are many spiritual veins in the mountains. In addition to rare and exotic animals, there are many intelligent monsters and hundreds of races living in the depths. One day, Chen Mo came to Immortal Village at the foot of Qilan Mountain with a box of fairy-winged young bees on his back. Qilan Mountain, Sanlu Village. This is the place where Chen Mo can safely cultivate fairy-winged bees and shape a human golden body after making several wishes. These days, Chen Mo is not only targeted by the world consciousness, but also the success rate of making wishes has been greatly reduced. He doesn't know whether it is because it has become difficult to make wishes in the high-level world or because he is targeted by the world consciousness. Therefore, Chen Mo has been acting very carefully these days. Looking at the curling smoke rising from the village not far away, Chen Mo shook his head and did not go there rashly. After observing for a while, he walked straight to the foot of Qilan Mountain at the end of the village and started to release bees. There are 21st-level fairy-winged bee larvae in the beehive, including 1 young queen bee, 5 drones and 14 worker bees. Chen Mo first used a trace of his own blood essence to carve spiritual contracts on the backs of the bees according to the beast control technique. With this trace of spiritual contract, Chen Mo can roughly communicate with the spirit bees without worrying about a bee colony flying away. At the same time, if the bee colony encounters danger, it can also warn him so that he can rush over to drive away the danger. After carving the spiritual contract, Chen Mo then released the fairy-winged young bees. In the future, he only needs to carefully protect this bee colony to grow and grow, and he will not have to worry about the task in 3 months. After the first 3 months of development, it is time for him to start roaming the blood underworld. Chen Mo chose to release bees in the Sanlu village, and more importantly, he was waiting for a person named Chen Wanli. According to the wish prompt, when releasing bees in Sanlu village, you will meet a person named Chen Wanli who will come to talk. As long as he gets Chen Wanli's trust, he can build his own statue of humanity in the Sanlu village. Knowing that Sanlu village was just a mortal village, Chen Mo also prepared a lot of food and spiritual fruits. Time passed slowly. Chen Mo followed the instructions on the way and waited for Chen Wanli to come and talk to him. On the first day, Chen Mo sat in meditation under a big locust tree at the end of the village, while the fairy-winged young bees were looking for 100-flower dew in the surrounding Qilan Mountain for food. Suddenly, a huge piece of bird droppings fell on his head, but he didn't notice it at all with his divine consciousness in advance. He knew that this was because the world consciousness was against him, and such things had happened several times. On the second day, he was releasing bees at the foot of Qilan Mountain, but suddenly he didn't know where he attracted a brown bear spirit in the late stage of the first stage, chasing his young bees and attacking him. He relied on the second stage body refining strength to kill the brown bear demon. On the third day, He was walking on a mountain road not far from Sanliu village, and suddenly a thunderbolt fell from the sky and struck him. Boom! Instantly, Chen Mo felt as if his body was crushed by a high voltage of 10,000 volts. His whole body radiated a stream of numbing currents, and his hair was blown into a mess. Chen Mo was struck to the ground for a long time and didn't recover. Chen Mo lay on the ground for a long time to recover, and then he spit out a handful of weeds in his mouth. Damn, I was struck by lightning in broad daylight. At this moment, Chen Mo was really a little scared. To be honest, if his body had not been promoted to the barbarian soldier realm, he might have been struck to death. The consciousness of this world is really scary. If it weren't for the fact that the golden finger had never let him down for a long time, Chen Mo really wanted to hide back in Zhuanghuang City. Chen Mo struggled to get up from the ground, and looked up at the sky with lingering fear. It's definitely being targeted. Damn God. The sky above the 9 heavens was clear and the sun was still hanging, without any signs of rainy clouds gathering. Hey, are you okay? Just at this moment, a childish voice suddenly came from behind Chen Mo. Chen Mo quickly turned around and saw a little boy of 8 or 9 years old wearing a linen single piece, holding a cow rope in one hand and a branch in the other hand, sitting on the back of an old yellow cow and looking at him worriedly. It's okay. Chen Mo patted the dust off his body with a bit of embarrassment and smiled. Seeing this, the little kid on the cow's back didn't seem to be afraid of strangers at all. He looked Chen Mo up and down, raised his little mouth, and said with a pout, "You said it's okay. I see your hair is curled up. Big brother, have you done a lot of bad things in your daily life? I see you were struck by lightning just now. The old people in the village often say that people who do bad things will be punished by God with lightning." After hearing what the little kid said, Chen Mo was a little amused and didn't know how to explain. So he simply ignored it and asked back, "Little friend, is there a person named Chen Wanli in your village?" He waited here for 3 days, but Chen Wanli did not come to talk to him, which made him really doubt whether he was waiting in the wrong place. Chen Wanli. My name is Chen Wanli, why are you looking for me? What, you are Chen Wanli? Chen Mo was a little surprised when he heard the child's talk. Is this kid the Chen Wanli he was waiting for? Hearing this, Chen Wanli nodded in confirmation and looked at Chen Mo with a puzzled look. At this point, Chen Mo was really embarrassed and didn't know how to respond. He originally wanted to show off his magic to fool people, but now in this kind of social dead situation, facing a little kid, he really didn't want to pretend. In the end, he had to find a lame excuse to hold on. Well, it's like this. I'm originally a cultivator in Zhuangzhou. These 2 days, I calculated that there is a person named Chen Wanli in Sanliu village who has a connection with me, so I came here specially to give him some spiritual objects. When Chen Mo finished speaking, the little kid on the cow's back suddenly jumped down and said excitedly, "Big brother, you are a cultivator." Chen Mo nodded and asked with some doubts, "Do you know about cultivators?" Chen Wanli nodded his little head. "Yes, my name was given by a cultivator. I heard from the village chief that when I was born, there was a red sun in the sky that fell thousands of miles away. It happened that a cultivator settled in our village that day, so the cultivator named me Chen Wanli. He said that he hoped that when I grow up, I can travel thousands of miles a day and jump into the sky." After hearing Chen Wanli's introduction, Chen Mo felt that the origin of this little kid seemed a bit unusual. Born with strange phenomena, and named by a cultivator. How come this looks a bit like the template of the protagonist of Long Ocean? Thinking of what he was going to do, Chen Mo suddenly felt a little uneasy. He just hoped he wouldn't get into any big trouble. He walked silently to the little boy, grabbed his hand and touched it. Fuck. A single fire spiritual root is the talent to cultivate immortality. And this boy seems to have some special fire physique. This is definitely an immortal seedling. The wish prompts me to come here to gain Chen Wanli's trust to build a human golden body for me. Will this really not go wrong? Chen Mo's mind was filled with emotions for a while. He hesitated and asked, "Do you remember what the immortal cultivator said to your village? Like accepting you as a disciple after so many years?" Hearing Chen Mo's question, the little boy muttered a little disappointedly. "No." After saying this, he suddenly had an idea, and he turned his eyes and stared at Chen Mo expectantly. "Big brother, if you are really an immortal cultivator, why don't you accept me as your disciple?" Although Chen Mo looked a little embarrassed after being struck by lightning, he must be a capable immortal cultivator to survive the lightning strike. Chen Wanli quickly turned his little thoughts in his mind. "Take me as your master." After hearing Chen Wanli's words, Chen Mo's heartstrings suddenly seemed to be touched by something. No, I want to make a wish again. Chapter 95. 3 months later, the red gold ant was born. The wish prompt is to gain Chen Wanli's trust and build a human body for me, but it doesn't say to accept him as a disciple. Make a wish. I want to know how to gain Chen Wanli's trust to build a golden body for me without being contaminated by the cause and effect behind him. This world information is being analyzed, and the wish is being analyzed. Way 1. Show magic in front of Chen Wanli, saying that you are practicing a kind of magical power, and you need the people of Sanliu village to set up a statue for him and pray once a day and night for 3 months. The condition is that you need to protect Sanliu village and hunt for 3 months. Way 2. Guide Chen Wanli to observe the 9 heavens Hori and comprehend the beginning of the artistic conception of fire. You can gain his trust and gratitude, help build a golden body, and never let Chen Wanli learn the golden elixir training method. After reading the 2 ways prompted by the wish, Chen Mo pondered for a while and understood it in his heart. His guess was indeed right. Since he can see such a good qualification for cultivating immortals with fire spirit roots, the immortal cultivator who named Chen Wanli at the beginning cannot fail to see it. The wish did not prompt him to accept a disciple, which shows that the cause and effect behind this Chen Wanli is not simple. Especially the second path, which indicates that Chen Wanli cannot be taught to practice the golden elixir immortal cultivation method. Chen Mo secretly guessed that perhaps Chen Wanli's practice of the golden elixir method might affect his future path, and might also interfere with the plan of the immortal cultivator behind Chen Wanli. At this point, Chen Mo decided to follow the golden fingers prompts honestly and choose both Path 1 and Path 2. Path 1 can safely solve the problem of world consciousness, while Path 2 can gain Chen Wanli's gratitude. With his past experience of comprehending the artistic conception, it is not a big problem to guide Chen Wanli to comprehend the artistic conception of fire by observing the 9 heavens Hori. At this time, Chen Wanli saw that Chen Mo was silent, and his little face couldn't help but say nervously, "Big brother, can you accept me as a disciple and teach me to cultivate immortals?" Hearing Chen Wanli's words, Chen Mo smiled and explained tactfully, "Wanli, I just calculated that there is no master-disciple relationship between you and me, but you will definitely become a powerful immortal cultivator in the future." At this point, Chen Mo noticed a trace of disappointment on Chen Wanli's face and quickly added, "To be honest, I came to Sanliu village to practice a kind of magical power. I need you villagers to set up my statue and pray to me day and night for 3 months. The condition is that I can help you hunters in Sanliu village to guard for 3 months. In these 3 months, although I can't accept you as a disciple, I can teach you to comprehend a magical power." After hearing Chen Mo's comforting words, Chen Wanli's face immediately bloomed with a happy smile. He said happily, "Okay, no problem, as long as the big brother teaches me the magical power, I will immediately tell the village chief grandfather." The grandfathers in the village listened to Wanli the most. Soon, Chen Wanli led the old yellow cow and led Chen Mo to the mortal village of Sanliu village. After an introduction, Chen Mo showed off his water control skills and immediately won the support of Sanliu village. They immediately built a shrine for Chen Mo and sculpted a statue of Chen Mo. And Chen Mo just lived in Sanliu village. Sanliu village is backed by the Qilin Mountains. The village is mainly engaged in hunting. Chen Mo releases fairy winged bees during the day and secretly guards the hunters from Sanliu village who enter the mountains. At night, he concentrates on practicing animal control and accumulating spiritual power in his body. In his spare time, he guides Chen Wanli to comprehend the artistic conception of Hori fire, and in the 2nd month, he successfully lets Chen Wanli get started with the artistic conception of fire and can condense a trace of flame, which makes Chen Wanli have another title of fire baby in the village. 3 months passed quickly, and Chen Mo's key training realm also quietly broke through to the 10th level of key training. On this day, Chen Mo walked on the village road of Sanliu village and finally felt no signs of being targeted by the world consciousness. He came to the statue of his ancestral temple, feeling the vague connection between himself and the statue, stood still for a while, and then resolutely turned and left. After 3 months of settling in the world of zooming, he finally solved the problem targeted by the world consciousness. Now it is time for him to go out and get opportunities to grow. Chen Mo returned to Zhuangherong City as soon as he said goodbye to Sanliu village. Starting from this month, each of them must complete 3 tasks in that month. Chen Mo came to the task hall and took a look at the task release in the task hall. Sure enough, It still hung the tasks of the beast taming hall that he saw 3 months ago. 1. Cultivate 100 first-level fairy wing bees. 2. Produce 200 kilograms of first-level spiritual honey. 3. Differentiate a new fairy wing bee queen. Chen Mo took these 3 tasks without hesitation. In these 3 months, he has become a first-level beast master, and successfully cultivated 3 red gold ants from more than a dozen red gold ant eggs in the beast ring earlier. Moreover, the 20 fairy wing bee colonies that were previously raised have already grown to more than 100 and started to produce honey. Chen Mo received these tasks and only needed to wait until the end of the month to hand in the tasks naturally, without delaying his cultivation time. The next thing he had to do was to start going to the depths of Killing Mountain to cultivate red gold ants. After receiving the tasks, Chen Mo and Song Yihan had a small gathering. In the past few months, they have basically been learning the 6 arts of cultivating immortals in Zhuangherong City to earn merits. However, more than 2 months ago, Chen Mo had submitted the new method of avoiding the World Consciousness Needle to the 9th Army headquarters, and personally met the 9th Army's military leader Hong Tong. It will not be long before the military headquarters will make the entire arrangement in Zhuangzhou, and Song Yihan and his people will soon be able to leave Zhuangherong City and rise rapidly. Leaving Song Yihan and his people, Chen Mo came to Killing Mountain again. Chen Mo first released the first-level fairy wing bee colony and let them collect honey on their own. Then he carefully released 3 thumb-sized red gold ants from the beast taming ring. As soon as the 3 red gold ants, which were only as big as thumbs, came out, they immediately climbed onto Chen Mo's arms and crawled around excitedly. Looking at the little ants with golden armor on their backs, Chen Mo showed a satisfied look on his face. Then he bit his fingertips and squeezed out a drop of blood that dripped onto the back of his hand. The 3 red gold ants quickly crawled over and happily sucked the blood around. These 3 red gold ants were the only 3 left that Chen Mo cultivated from more than 10 red gold ant eggs. To cultivate the red gold ants, Chen Mo used the blood refining method. Every day, he fed them with his own blood to promote their growth and establish a solid and unbreakable spiritual contract with himself. At present, the red gold ant in Chen Mo's hand is only the level of a first-level spirit beast. If the blood of the red gold ant is successfully restored to its ancestral state, the spirit beast cultivated by the blood refining method will be easier to establish its own spirit and become the natal pet of the beastmaster. Generally, the soul and spirit of each beastmaster can only carry 1 or 2 natal pets at most. As a beastmaster, once the natal pet grows, his strength will also be fed back to the beastmaster himself. In this way, the beastmaster can not only obtain the combat power of 1 pet out of thin air, but also benefit from the speed of cultivation. Chen Mo looked at the red gold ant happily sucking his blood on the back of his hand, and smiled faintly. Eat, eat. Whether the blood can be restored to its ancestral state next depends on your luck. Thanks to the Bug Friends 2018121674731515 and 201810311005495573 for their monthly ticket support in the event Dream, Xiangchu Kingfeng, I went to eat a cabbage, and thanks to the reward from Lin Qing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, Kill the Flame Crystal Beast and Evolve the Red Gold Ant. Make a wish. I want to know how to obtain a spiritual object that can help the blood of the red gold ants return to their ancestors and evolve into the sky-horned ants. This world is being analyzed, and the wish is being analyzed. Path 1. There is a lava valley deep in the Zhuangtan peak of Killing Mountain. In the valley, there is a Yanjing beast that likes to devour the magma of the earth veins. Killing the Yanjing beast and feeding the red gold ants with its flesh and blood can stimulate the blood of the red gold ants to advance to the 2nd level of spiritual beast. Path 2. There is a heavenly arm under the ancient battlefield of King Jezer. The red gold ants devour the heavenly arm and can evolve into a 6th level spiritual beast, awakening the divine blood of the sky-horned ants. Path 3. In the fairy world, there is an unknown interference. Failed to make a wish. As lines of handwriting emerged in Chen Mo's mind. After a long time, Chen Mo digested the wish prompt this time. Although the last Path 3 failed, Chen Mo set a very wide wish condition this time. So there were many places behind Path 1 and Path 2 that could help the red gold ants evolve their blood. However, many places behind were beyond his current strength. His goal this time was to go to Zuantan Peak to hunt the Yanjing beast. Zuantan Peak. Chen Mo knew this place from the hunters in Sanliu village. This mountain was more than 500 miles north of Sanliu village. According to the hunters in Sanliu village, hundreds of years ago, their ancestors had an arrow god who went to the lava valley 500 miles away to hunt. In the lava valley, the arrow god found a very powerful four-legged earth dragon wearing red armor. Chen Mo guessed that the four-legged earth dragon might be the Yanjing beast mentioned in the passage. After sorting out his thoughts, Chen Mo rushed to the lava valley. Now with his strength, a distance of 500 miles is only half a day. Half a day later, Chen Mo came to the bottom of several giant peaks that were small at the top and bottom and thick in the middle, shaped like suspended jars. In the middle of these jar-like peaks is a valley cave winding down. There was a constant stream of hot steam coming out of the cave entrance. Chen Mo, wearing a green robe and holding a magic sword, stood beside the cave entrance and looked down. He frowned slightly and thought to himself. According to the hint, there should be a magma fire vein under this lava valley. I just don't know if this Yanjing beast is hiding in the magma or in the cave. If it is hiding in the magma vein, he is really hard to deal with. Forget it, let's just make a wish. In a high-level world like the Blood Underworld, facing unknown things, Chen Mo usually makes a cautious wish to make a judgment first. Make a wish, I want to know how to safely kill the Yanjing beast. This world is analyzing information, and wishes are being analyzed. Way 1. Throw 500 kilograms of fresh blood and flesh into the cave along the way to track the Yanjing beast and kill it with the strength of body training. Path 2. Enter the cave and attack the Yanjing beast with the help of the first level fairy wing bee colony. Then, with the strength of the 10th level of key training, you can kill the Yanjing beast by performing the Kangyang sword technique. After reading the 2 prompt paths, Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief. From this point of view, the strength of this Yanjing beast is not higher than his own. This is easy to deal with. Not long after, Chen Mo turned around, hunted a goat-like four-legged beast from the forest, killed it, and threw fresh blood and flesh into the cave. I didn't expect that this Yanjing beast not only likes to devour the magma of the earth veins, but is also interested in fresh blood and flesh. Chen Mo quietly guarded not far from the cave entrance. A few minutes later. Suddenly, a dull roar came from the depths of the cave. I saw a huge monster that looked a bit like a crocodile crawling out of the cave. It was covered with a kind of red crystal armor, and its sharp teeth were still stained with a lot of bloody meat that Chen Mo had just thrown away. There was a strong burning breath in its huge body. This is the Yanjing beast. Roar. At this time, the Yanjing beast's huge eyes quickly swept to Chen Mo who was standing next to it. It let out a dangerous roar and rushed towards Chen Mo quickly. Looking at the Yanjing beast in front of him, Chen Mo shook his head secretly. This beast looks dangerous, but its aura has not advanced to the level of a second-level monster after all. No wonder the first path prompts that you can just kill it with your body refining strength. Seeing this, Chen Mo did not hesitate at all. He suddenly stepped forward, leaped into the air and rushed forward. Die! Chen Mo shouted coldly. At this moment, his whole body revealed a wild and powerful aura, and the golden physical energy was knotted in his arms. Chen Mo directly clasped his fists into hammer shape, bent his knees in the air and slammed down. Instantly, the air wave rushed to the sky. Before the Yanjing beast raised its head to attack him, Chen Mo had already hit the Yanjing beast's head with his fists directly at the fatal point. His knees were against the Yanjing beast's neck. Bang! Bang! 2 sounds of bones breaking were heard, and strands of red blood quickly spread along the broken head and flesh. The Yanjing beast was instantly killed by the first level attack, and could only lie on the ground and twitch weakly. It was a waste of talent to kill a demon beast in the bodybuilding realm with the strength of the foundation building realm. Chen Mo stood up and clapped his hands lightly, summoned 3 small red gold ants, and ordered. Go, eat its flesh and blood, and you can advance to the second-level spirit beast bloodline. Hearing Chen Mo's order, the 3 red gold ants immediately climbed onto the Yanjing beast happily and began to devour it. The 3 small red gold ants, although their bodies were only the size of little fingers, when they stretched out their 2 large pincers on their forelimbs and started to move, the seemingly hard crystal armor of the Yanjing beast was torn apart as easily as crisp noodles. It seemed to be a call from the bloodline, and the 3 red gold ants waved their large pincers frantically to tear off strands of flesh and blood and sent them to their small mouths. The stomach of the red gold ant, which seemed to be only the size of a finger joint, was like a bottomless pit, frantically digesting the flesh and blood from the Yanjing beast. Seeing this scene, Chen Mo was secretly shocked. This is indeed a red gold ant with the blood of the Xianjiao ant. It's really a big eater. This digestion ability is even more terrifying than the digestion ability of his stomach after opening the Xianshu divine treasure. As the 3 red gold ants ate frantically, Chen Mo found that on the back of the red gold ant, there was a red line similar to the color of the red crystal armor on the Yanjing beast, which was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chen Mo guessed that it might be something on the Yanjing beast that could make the red gold ant blood evolve. Seeing this, Chen Mo let the red gold ant stay here and evolve slowly, and he turned to explore the cave under the lava valley. According to the usual practice, there are usually strange objects and opportunities in abnormal places. I guess this lava valley in the deep mountains should be the same. Just now, Chen Mo wanted to make a wish to explore, but unfortunately, he didn't know whether he made too many wishes today or the suppression of the higher world, like the blood netherworld, had increased. The wish just now failed. Seeing this, Chen Mo didn't take it too seriously. After all, it was just a hiding place for a first-level monster, and it shouldn't pose too much threat to him. After reading it, after leaving a command to the red gold ant, Chen Mo turned around and searched under the cave. Thank you Jiu Iya Gugwa for your monthly ticket support! Exclamation mark. Chapter 97, Earth Core Fire Lotus, South Sea Token. Half an hour later, Chen Mo finally reached the bottom of the cave. A burning breath hit him in the face. In front of him appeared a 2-3 zangwad underground magma fire vein, with bare rocks on both sides of the fire vein. The red magma belt kept rolling and bubbling, and the temperature reached at least 1,000 degrees. Looking at this scene, Chen Mo frowned slightly. With such a high temperature magma belt, there might not be anything around. It depends on whether there are any fire spirit creatures growing. Chen Mo carefully released his divine sense and slowly began to explore the surroundings. The radiation range of his divine sense can now reach a radius of more than 100 zang. Not to mention, it didn't take long for Chen Mo to see a fire lotus in a low-lying part of a rock wall a few hundred meters away. This fire lotus is the size of a palm and has 7 petals. Its rhizome is deeply embedded in a low-lying stone wall gap a few hundred meters above the magma river. Earth Core Fire Lotus. Chen Mo's heart moved. This fire lotus was exactly the spiritual object he had read in the Book of All Worlds. The Earth Core Fire Lotus grows near the underground fire veins. It has 7 petals and is a second-level Zhuan-level spiritual medicine. Spiritual medicines are divided into 1-9 levels, and there are 4 levels of heaven and earth Zhuang-Huang. It is a top-grade spiritual medicine for refining fire-related spiritual pills. Recalling the introduction of this lotus in his mind, Chen Mo's mouth curled up with a smile. A second-level spiritual medicine is a good unexpected gain. It can be exchanged for a good income. I don't know if the Yanjing beast is the guardian spiritual beast of this lotus. Chen Mo shook his head and observed for a while. After seeing that there was no danger nearby, he flew lightly, leaped a few hundred meters, and landed on a low-lying stone wall. His feet landed on the rock wall, and the soles of his feet felt hot. But for Chen Mo's barbarian soldier realm body, it was a piece of cake. Chen Mo squatted down and carefully pulled out the Earth Core Fire Lotus with a little effort. Huh? The root of this Earth Core Fire Lotus is actually tied to a dry finger bone. The key is that there is a circle of dim rings on the dry bone. Seeing this, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Storage ring. He quickly took off the ring and used his divine sense to explore it. It was indeed a storage ring, and the mark on the ring had long since dissipated and was about to disappear. Chen Mo used his divine sense to gently refine it, and then he put his divine sense back on it. It seems that the owner of this ring has been dead for a long time. After Chen Mo refined the storage ring, his divine sense entered the ring and found a room-sized space. It was about the same size as the ring space obtained from Tai Wu Ai. But there was nothing valuable in this ring except a few sets of clothes and a token. Even the spirit stones were only 3 lonely ones scattered on the side. Chen Mo first took out the spirit stone and put it in his hand to take a look. It's a high-grade spiritual stone. When he arrived at the Blood Netherworld, he found that the transactions here were basically based on high-grade spiritual stones, and even many high-grade treasures were almost in the form of barter. After all, in a 9th-level immortal cultivation world, spiritual veins are not rare, and only high-grade spiritual stones can barely satisfy the cultivation of high-level cultivators. High-level cultivators need some special high-grade spiritual objects to comprehend the principles of the Tao. Then, Chen Mo took out another token. Nanming. The two words Nanming were engraved on the token in the blood netherworld language. Chen Mo quickly used his divine sense to enter the token. After refining it, Chen Mo learned that this token was an opening token for a formation. Could it be an opening token for a cave? Without an introduction to the identity, it was really hard for him to guess based on a token. Chen Mo could only wait a while and make a wish. After confirming that there was nothing left, he returned to the ground along the original path. At this time, the body of the Yanjing beast was eaten by 3 red gold ants to the extent that only half was left. On the backs of the red gold ants, a red line of red gold appeared. Seeing this, Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction. When he stood next to the red gold ants, he could feel that the red gold ants' intelligence had increased a lot. Master, through the beast control spirit contract, Chen Mo could clearly hear the red gold ants' vague and happy and satisfied calls. At this time, their intelligence had almost reached the mental level of a 6 or 7-year-old child. Chen Mo was looking forward to the changes when the 3 red gold ants were promoted to the 2nd level spirit beast. In the following time, Chen Mo waited for the red gold ants to eat the flame crystal beast meat and slowly evolve, while using the inner scene method to practice the Jiang soul refining method, waiting for the wish to be restored again. In the 3 months of the world consciousness, Chen Mo settled down. Not only did he advance to the 10th level of key training, his body training stabilized to the early stage of the barbarian soldier realm, and his mind of refining the spirit also expanded to a radius of more than 300 meters. Next, Chen Mo's plan is to advance his cultivation from the key training realm to the foundation building realm as soon as possible. In this way, he can have more confidence to go to other places in Zhuanzhou to obtain opportunities. The area within a radius of 3,000 miles of Zhuanghuang City can only be regarded as a novice village protected by the 9th Army. Some major opportunities have already been hunted by the previous Blue Star people. The real opportunity can only be obtained by going out. Like the people in the major halls of the military before, after solving the problems targeted by the world consciousness, they will take the initiative to accept the task of hunting down the disciples of Linghe sect for training. The people of Linghe sect and Wangxiang Immortal Alliance can gain the favor of luck by killing the Blue Star people. In fact, after the Blue Star people integrate into the blood underworld, killing them can also occupy some of the opponent's luck. This is the reason why the Xianjiao competes for the top and the 10,000 races compete for hegemony. The winner takes off, the loser sinks, or it is broken and then rises again. In the world of cultivating immortals, if you want to advance quickly, you can't avoid the word competition. Compete for opportunities, compete for luck. Chen Mo is not a bloodthirsty person, but if someone blocks his immortal path, he will never mind his immortal sword being stained with blood. Lava Valley, the morning of the 2nd day. The corpse of the Yanjing beast, which was as big as a turtle dragon, was finally eaten by 3 red gold ants. At this time, only a thick skeleton was left on the ground, and there was no trace of flesh and blood on the skeleton. And the 3 red gold ants had another red gold line on their backs. Seeing that their bodies did not grow larger, but there were 2 more red gold lines on their backs, Chen Mo was delighted. The blood of the red gold ants successfully advanced to the 2nd level spiritual beast, and they only needed him to give them enough beast pills and spiritual objects to feed them. The 3 red gold ants were equivalent to the combat power of 3 foundation building realms, which was another step closer to returning to the ancestral sky horned ants. Huh? Chen Mo whistled. The 3 red gold ants, who were full and satisfied, immediately climbed happily onto Chen Mo's shoulders. After the blood was advanced, the intelligence of these little guys became higher, and they were unwilling to enter the beast-controlling ring again. But Chen Mo didn't care too much about this. The 2-day trip to the Lava Valley was a fruitful one. First, the bloodline of the red gold ant successfully advanced to the 2nd level spirit beast. Then I also obtained a Nanming token, 3 high-quality spirit stones, a storage ring, and a 2nd level Zhuan Great Earth Core Fire Lotus. The next step is to prepare for the advancement from the key training stage to the foundation building stage. Chapter 98C Suppressing Stone, Release Task. The next day. Make a wish. How can I safely obtain the opportunity of the Nanming token? The information of this world is being analyzed, and the wish is being analyzed. Path 1. 20 years later, go to Zhuanzhou Lichao Lake in person. On the 9th day of each month, you can sense and open the cave of the Nanming Great Venerable with the Nanming token in your hand, and seize the opportunity to suppress the sea stone and other treasures in the cave. Path 2. Post a task in the mission hall, invite a 5-person foundation building team, and invite the Golden Core Xianjia Wangs onto the battle hall to escort them throughout the journey. Arrive at Li Chao Lake on the 9th day of this month, and you can seize the opportunity to suppress the sea stone and other treasures in the cave with an Nanming token. Path 3. 3 months later, with the merit of handing in the Humanity Golden Body Method, you can ask the 9th Army Master Hong Tong to take action once, and he will send people to seize this Hanhei stone left by the Nanming Great Venerable and give it to you. Chen Mo silently digested the handwriting information in his mind. Great Lord of the Southern Ocean. The sea-suppressing stone. After returning to the cave house in Zhuangherong City and resting for a day, Chen Mo finally made a successful wish based on the token he got from the Lava Valley. It turned out that this Southern Ocean token was indeed a cave house opening token left by a senior. What made Chen Mo even more happy was that the sea-suppressing stone was exactly the top spiritual object he urgently needed to break the limit of the spiritual sea. In the days since he came to the Blood Underworld, he had already learned through reading the information that in order to break the limit of the spiritual sea barrier, in addition to having the top qualifications for cultivating immortals, he must obtain the assistance of top spiritual objects such as the sea-suppressing root, the spiritual tide water, the world tree root, and the sea-suppressing stone. The sea-suppressing stone is one of the top spiritual objects among them, which is better than the sea-suppressing root. Before he made a wish specifically to find these spiritual objects, he didn't expect that the clues of the sea-suppressing stone would appear in front of him first. Seeing the 3 path prompts, Chen Mo couldn't help but ponder. Although every time he made a wish, the golden finger would theoretically give him a way to achieve his wish. But some wishes are not easy to achieve in terms of the path. According to records, Li Chao Lake is a natural lake at the junction of the Blue Star Force in Zhuangzhou and the Linghai sect. On the 9th of every month, a powerful thunder tide will descend on the lake's surface. Therefore, some people name this lake Li Chao Lake. Every year, many monks who practice thunder methods gather here, waiting for the arrival of thunder tides to practice thunder methods. What Chen Mo needs to be cautious about is that there are many people from the Linghai sect and the Wangxiang Immortal Alliance gathered here at Li Chao Lake. Once the cave house is born, there will be a fierce battle. Moreover, this time, although there seem to be 3 ways to make a wish, there is actually only one. Way 1, you have to wait for 20 years, which was directly ruled out by Chen Mo. Way 3, Chen Mo hesitated a little and ruled it out. For the sake of Zhenhe Stone, it is not worth wasting Hong Tong's one shot. The time is 3 months later. The reason for 3 months, Chen Mo guessed, is to wait for the large-scale promotion of the human golden body method in Zhuangzhou to verify the effect. Only when things are settled, Hong Tong will count this credit on his head. But it is not worth it for Chen Mo to delay it for another 3 months. If it were someone else, there would be no chance, no opportunity, and it would be fine to wait for 3 months. But if it happened to Chen Mo, the loss would be huge. In 3 months, if he made a wish every day, he could get 30 opportunities. The sooner his cultivation level improved, the more opportunities he would get later. This was also the reason why Chen Mo was unwilling to stay on Blue Star and develop silently. The most important thing was that Chen Mo planned to break through the foundation building stage within the next month, and then rush back to Dengxin Valley to pick the fruit of life and return to Blue Star. He couldn't wait for 3 months. Today was the 2nd day of the Chinese New Year. Just choose the 2nd path, publish the task and invite the team to help. The idea was certain in his mind. Chen Mo came to the task hall and began to publish tasks. In the task hall of the military department, in addition to the official tasks issued by the military department disciples could also publish other tasks on it, and other people could take them if they saw the right ones. Of course, to publish tasks on it, a fee must be paid to the military department. The people in the task hall will also make a preliminary review of the tasks published. If the content of the task is too dangerous, the task hall will also prohibit the publication. Soon, Chen Mo came to the task hall. The person who received Chen Mo was a middle-aged man who looked to be about 50 years old. He looked like a lieutenant colonel with a rough and resolute look. Although the world of cultivating immortals cannot judge age by appearance, as long as it is not deliberately concealed, it is still acceptable for the current people of Blue Star. People in their 50s are basically cultivators who have come from the early days of the spiritual revival of Blue Star. Moreover, this person can sit in the position of lieutenant colonel. As long as he seized the opportunity at the beginning, his general cultivation and experience should not be underestimated. Hello, Lieutenant Colonel. I want to register and publish a task here. Chen Mo walked up to the middle-aged man with the rank of Lieutenant Colonel on his shoulder and said seriously. Hearing this, Hu Hai looked Chen Mo up and down and said calmly. Okay, pay the publishing fee. Just post the content, time and location of the task on it. If it meets the requirements, it can be displayed on it. After waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Chen Mo began to operate according to the other party's requirements. It is actually very simple to publish tasks in the task hall. You just need to use your spiritual sense to imprint the content of the task on the task screen. Escort mission: invite a 5-member foundation building team to escort me to the Thunder Tide Lake in Zhuanzhou before the 9th of this month, seize an opportunity and successfully return to Zhuanghuang City. The mission reward will be discussed in person. Escort mission: invite Wang Zan of the War Hall to escort me to the Thunder Tide Lake in Zhuanzhou before the 9th of this month, seize an opportunity and successfully return to Zhuanghuang City. The mission reward will be discussed in person. Soon, Chen Mo engraved the content of the 2 tasks with his divine thoughts. Hu Hai touched it with his divine thoughts and understood the content of Chen Mo's tasks. Thunder Tide Lake. That place is very messy. He pondered for a moment, and did not ask what the opportunity Chen Mo was talking about was. He just looked up and looked at Chen Mo carefully again, and said, "Don't you know Wang Zan?" Chen Mo shook his head when he heard it. Explain. I don't know him, I don't have his contact information, but I heard that he is a master on the Xianjiao list, so I want to invite him. Hu Hai nodded and asked again. Then are these 2 tasks together, or can they be taken separately? Chen Mo answered. Together, one team cannot be missing. Hearing Chen Mo's answer, Hu Hai nodded. It's okay if we go together. Lichao Lake is too dangerous for the foundation building team. This mission cannot be issued without Wang Zan. Write the 2 missions together, otherwise you will have to pay 2 fees. Chen Mo nodded after hearing this. Okay, Lieutenant Colonel. Escort mission: invite a 5-member foundation building team and Wang Zan of the War Hall to escort me to Lichao Lake in Zhuanzhou to seize an opportunity and successfully return to Zhuanghuang City before the 9th of this month. The mission reward will be discussed in person. Chen Mo revised the mission content. After paying the mission fee and leaving his contact information, he left the mission hall. This kind of opportunity mission is named. If Wang Zan sees it, he will definitely contact him. Chapter 99. 38th on the Xianjiao ranking, Kamikaze Squad. After issuing the task, Chen Mo returned to the cave and began to wait quietly. In the 9th Army, when there is no task, everyone will usually go to the task hall to check, unless they are in seclusion for cultivation. Chen Mo didn't know whether Wang Zan would see the task message he issued in the next 2 days. However, the hint analyzed in Path 2, in addition to limiting the name of Wang Zan, did not specify the list of the foundation building team. According to the rules of the previous Golden Finger, as long as it is a foundation building team of 5 people, it doesn't matter which 5-person foundation building team it is. Only Wang Zan is a necessary condition for this trip. Chen Mo then began to query the information of Wang Zan in the War Hall. Wang Zan, position Major General, 9th Army War Hall Jinden Xianjiao, condensed the upper grade Jinden, and entered the late Jinden cultivation level. He once killed a Linghe sect Jinden late stage master. In the Zooming Zhuxin world, he ranks 38th in the Blue Star Jinden Xianjiao. Jinden 38th is definitely a very powerful Jinden Zenrun. This is the information Chen Mo found on the military website. The Jinden Xianjiao list is a ranking of the qualifications and combat power of the immortal cultivators in the Zooming Immortal Cultivation world of Blue Star. Only the top 100 are selected for the list, and the minimum requirement for entry is to condense a high-grade Jinden and have the combat power of the late Jinden stage. Similarly, there is also a 100-ranked AOZ list in Linghe sect, representing the top 100 masters of the Linghe sect's generation with the best qualifications for cultivation. These 2 lists can be said to be both a kind of honor and an invisible luck for the people on the list. Whether it is the Blue Star military or the Linghe sect, both sides want to hunt down the people on the other side's list and seize a piece of luck. After reading the information on the military website, Chen Mo couldn't help but wonder how long it would take for him to break through to the Jianden realm. Ling. Not long after, on Chen Mo's military watch, messages from the Foundation building teams came one after another. Some of them obviously did not meet his requirements. After the final screening, he selected a Foundation building team called Kamikaze Squad. After a brief discussion, when talking about the remuneration, it was stated that this task would need to be discussed in person after Wang Zhan accepted it. However, not long after Chen Mo finished speaking, he received a message from Wang Zhan on his mobile phone. Wang Zhan, Xiantang, requesting a meeting to communicate. Chen Mo's face lit up. I'm coming. So after the communication, Chen Mo immediately invited the two parties together. Soon, the three parties gathered at Chen Mo's cave. The captain of the kamikaze team was Liu Di, late Foundation building, with 4 team members: Yu Quan, middle Foundation building; Feng Zhao, middle Foundation building; Nuang Hong, late Foundation building; and Nuang Jin, middle Foundation building. The overall strength of the team was not weak in the Foundation building realm. Wang Zhan, late Jianden. After a brief introduction, Wang Zhan saw that the person who specifically invited him was just a rookie in the late key training stage, and he suddenly had some doubts about this task. Chen Mo, tell us about the source of that opportunity. If there was really an opportunity in Lichao Lake, it would not have waited until now. Obviously, Wang Zhan had some doubts about the source of Chen Mo's opportunity. He had seen fishing incidents in the world of immortal cultivation over the years. Facing everyone's suspicion, Chen Mo took out a Nanming token from his ring and explained, "This is a token that I got from the depths of Qilin Mountain to open the cave. I can guarantee with my life that without this token, even if others know that there is a hidden cave in Lichao Lake, they can't find it." After hearing Chen Mo's firm words, Wang Zhan believed it a little. He hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Can I check this token?" Chen Mo thought that he was in his own cave, so he didn't hesitate too much. He directly handed the token to Wang Zhan for inspection. If he was inside the 9th Army and in Zhuangherong City, Chen Mo didn't worry that the other party would covet his opportunity. Wang Zhan took the token and checked it. Seeing that there seemed to be a formation pattern inside that could open the cave, he believed it a little more. He returned the token to Chen Mo. Then he asked, "When you got the token, did you know the name of the predecessor who left this token?" "Nanming Great Venerable." Chen Mo nodded and replied affirmatively. "Great Venerable Nanming." Wang Zhan and Liu Di looked at each other and shook their heads upon hearing this. It was obvious that they had never heard of this Taoist name in the Blood Underworld. But this was normal. After all, Lanzing had only been in the Blood Underworld for a short time, and most of the time he had been hiding in Zhuanzhao. At this time, Liu Di thought for a while and said, "It's just an escort mission. What our kamikaze squad is concerned about is what benefits you can give us in this mission. Yes, you posted this mission and specifically invited me to participate. I wonder what you think." Wang Zhan also echoed on the side and expressed his doubts. Chen Mo nodded and calmly stated his conditions. "This time, except for one thing in the cave opportunity, I will only take 30% of the other opportunities in the cave, and the other 40% will go to Major General Wang Zhan, and the remaining 30% will go to the kamikaze squad. What do you think?" After hearing Chen Mo's words, everyone fell into deep thought. The conditions offered by Chen Mo were actually very good. Because the opportunity was provided by Chen Mo, and the token to open the cave was also Chen Mo's. In the final analysis, they were just accompanying him to get the treasure. But there is a problem. It is unknown how many opportunities there are in this cave, and it is not impossible to get nothing. If it were somewhere else, it would be fine, but Lichao Lake is indeed a bit dangerous. Seeing that no one spoke, Chen Mo obviously guessed that they were worried about making a wasted trip, so he continued to add, "How about this? If there is no opportunity on this trip, I will personally give the kamikaze team 20 high-quality spirit stones as a supplement. As for Major General Wang Zhan, how about I give you an opportunity to extend your life by 15 years? Hearing Chen Mo say this, several people discussed with each other and finally nodded in agreement. After all, it was just a trip to the dangerous Lichao Lake. Even if there was no opportunity, they would sometimes have to face people from the Linghe sect when they were on a mission. What's more, this kind of senior cave may also hide the opportunity to advance. After seeing that several people agreed, Chen Mo said, "In that case, please make a great oath. You must not have any intention of plotting against each other during this mission, and you must escort me back to Zhuangherong City safely as required. For this kind of treasure hunt, with Chen Mo's strength, he would definitely ask the other party to make a great oath. There are too many opportunities in the world of immortal cultivation, and in the end, they did not die at the hands of the enemy, but at the hands of the people around them. Although there is a reminder of the golden finger, Chen Mo has always been cautious and will never develop the habit of carelessness. If the golden finger is no longer usable one day, it is very likely that a bad habit will cost you your life. In the world of immortal cultivation, once you violate the great oath, at the least, the heart demon will invade your realm and regress, and at the worst, your soul will be scattered, not to mention immortal cultivation and longevity. So no matter who it is, as long as you dare to make a great oath, you don't have to worry about the other party going back on his word. This is also the most commonly used means of restraint in the world of immortal cultivation when going out for cooperation opportunities or important transactions. Okay. I, Wang Zan, swear by my own great Dao, on this journey. I, Liu Di, swear by my own great Dao, on this journey. I, Nong Jin, swear by my own great Dao, on this journey. Soon after everyone made a great Dao oath, they followed Chen Mo's request and prepared for the trip, and set off for Lichao Lake early tomorrow morning. Chapter 100, Lichao Lake, Make a Wish. It is more than 8,000 miles from Zhuangherong City to the Lichao Lake in the center of Zhuangzhou. Even if it is a foundation building, it will take several days for a giant master to fly at full speed to get there. And there are only 6 days left until the 9th of this month. The time for several people can be said to be very tight. The next day, Chen Mo and his party rushed to the Lichao Lake in Zhuangzhou. When they set off, Wang Zan waved his hand to summon a flying boat. This flying boat swelled as soon as it saw the wind, and instantly expanded to the size of a normal small boat. Wang Zan waved his hand and said, "Take my flying boat, it's faster this way." There is a comfortable flying boat to sit on. Of course Chen Mo and the others are very willing, and they all happily enter Wang Zan's flying boat. Chen Mo sat in the flying boat and saw that the flying boat had its own space, with tables, chairs, benches and even a meditation practice room. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel a little envious. When he returns from the cave of the Great Lord of the Southern Ocean, he will also get such a flying boat to travel. Although it feels great to fly with a sword and see the world at a glance, after a long time, it is not as comfortable as sitting in a flying boat and operating it with divine thoughts. At this time, everyone was sitting quietly in the flying boat. Seeing Chen Mo lowering his head and thinking about something, Yu Quan of the kamikaze squad suddenly asked with some concern. "Chen Mo, I forgot to ask yesterday. You seem to be a disciple specially recruited by the military." Chen Mo nodded and looked at him with some doubts. "I want to ask, you just came to the Blood Underworld, have you solved the problem that was targeted by the Blood Underworld consciousness?" Chen Mo smiled and asked back, "Do you think I haven't solved it?" Hearing this, Yu Quan thought about Chen Mo's performance from yesterday to today. It was indeed normal and nothing bad happened. Seeing this, he scratched his head and smiled. "Haha, I thought too much? It looks like you have solved it. But you are really amazing. You solved this problem in just 3 months. When we first came to the Blood Netherworld, it took us 1 or 2 years to earn enough merits to exchange for treasures and refine them before we solved this problem." Chen Mo responded with a smile. With Yu Quan opening the conversation, the few people gradually started chatting and the teams became familiar with each other. Chen Mo also took the opportunity to ask the few people for some experience in going out for training. Nong Jin and Nong Hong in the kamikaze team are siblings, and both are first-level talisman masters. Yu Quan has a skill in alchemy. Although the merits earned by alchemy are stable, it is difficult to break through, so he joined the kamikaze team. Feng Zhao is a first-level weapon refiner. Liu Di, the captain of the kamikaze team, is a first-level spiritual plant master. Talisman making, alchemy, weapon refining, spiritual plant. After understanding the kamikaze team, Chen Mo secretly sighed that this team can be regarded as a team of talents. Wang Zan did not practice the 6 arts. As soon as he arrived at the military headquarters, he joined a war hall and switched to the art of fighting. His rank of Major General was not a real job of commanding the army's battle, but a Major General rank that he was promoted to by relying on the merit points earned by killing the masters of the Linghe sect. Time passed quickly as several people chatted. "We have arrived at Lichao Lake." On the 8th, Wang Zan suddenly reminded. Everyone took the flying boat and finally arrived at Lichao Lake in the afternoon of the 8th. Hearing Wang Zon's words, everyone's facial expressions became much more solemn at this time. Chen Mo released his divine thoughts outside, and saw that the flying boat they were riding was traveling on a vast and boundless lake. The lake below was vast and boundless, with rippling water waves, and at the same time, there were layers of water vapor steaming on the water surface. Suddenly, there were bursts of thunder in the distance. Boom boom! Several people walked to the front of the flying boat, and saw a layer of black clouds mixed with occasional lightning in the sky far away from the vast lake, like a thunderstorm in the rainy season. The thunder roared across the sky and earth, shaking the world. At this moment, the lake and the sky in the distance merged into one, and the thunder tides in the sky were like lightning streaks across the sky, as if thousands of electric snakes were flying. This is the Thunder Tide Lake. The power of the thunderstorm is amazing. Chen Mo was secretly shocked. Facing this thunder tide, Chen Mo found that there were countless black figures rushing towards the center of the thunder tide. That's the center of the Thunder Tide Lake, and that's where the most masters of the Linghe sect are. Many masters who practice thunder magic will rush to the center of the thunderstorm to practice. After saying this, Wang Zon looked at Chen Mo. Do you have a way to sense the location of the cave of the great venerable Nanming? Chen Mo did not answer immediately, but carefully took out the Nanming token to sense it. He shook his head and explained. Today is the 8th of this month, and the thunder tide has not really erupted yet. It should be tomorrow when the thunder tide really erupts before we can sense the signs of the cave's appearance. After hearing Chen Mo's words, Wang Zon nodded and slowed down the speed of the flying boat. He thought for a moment and said cautiously, in that case, let's observe the environment from the outside first. Once the cave appears, it will inevitably cause some commotion. Chen Mo and the others did not object. Let Wang Zon drive the flying boat to start patrolling along the periphery of the Thunder Tide Lake. In fact, if Wang Zon was alone, he would not have to be so careful. After all, with his combat power, as long as the nascent soul did not come out, he would be sure to retreat unscathed. But now with Chen Mo and Liu Di and a large group of people, he had to be careful. Chen Mo and the others sat on the flying boat and circled around the lake outside the Han-He. The eyes of the crowd became more solemn. After this round, they have already met many immortal cultivators dressed in Linghe sect's attire. If they fight with them, it is really easy to be besieged. Seeing this, Chen Mo became more cautious in his heart, and he began to make a wish secretly. Make a wish, how to open the cave of the great Lord of Nanming without attracting the attention of other immortal cultivators. The information of this world is being analyzed, and the wish is being analyzed. Way 1. Go to Zhuangherong City and tell Hong Tong about the opportunity of the cave of the great Lord of Nanming. In exchange for the merit of the human golden body, ask Hong Tong to suddenly kill all the immortal cultivators on Lichao Lake. Way 2. Go to the Evil Wind Valley 800 miles away from here, and give the opportunity of the cave. You can ask the Lord of the Evil Wind Valley to set up a sky-high illusion array before the cave is born to hide the signs of the cave. Way 3. 20 years later, carve a high-level escape talisman, and then open the Nanming cave, and you can enter the cave of the great Lord of Nanming quietly. After reading the prompts in his mind, Chen Mo was a little dissatisfied. None of the 3 paths fits his current choice. This wish is as good as nothing. So Chen Mo continued to make a wish again. This time he changed his mind and lowered the conditions. Make a wish. I want to know how to quickly enter the cave of the great Lord of the Southern Ocean tomorrow and prevent others from following in. This world's information is being analyzed, and the wish is being analyzed. Path 1. At the peak of the thunderstorm at noon tomorrow, stand at the 9 o'clock direction of the center of the thunderstorm with the Southern Ocean token in hand. With the defense power of the flying boat, enter the center of the thunderstorm, sense the opening of the cave, and enter the cave within 5 breaths. Ask Wang Zon to refine the Jade Ruai Array talisman in the cave within 2 minutes, which can open the hidden array of the cave and prevent the cultivators behind from following. Path 2. Go to the Evil Wind Valley 800 miles away from here, and give it the opportunity of the cave. You can ask the secluded Evil Wind Valley Master to set up a vast illusion array before the cave is born, hide the signs of the cave being born, and quietly enter the cave of the great Lord of the Southern Ocean. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.